Elegy of a Fragmented Vineyard, Paladins of the Harvest, Book 1. Written by Caden Love, narrated by Adriel Brand.
Believe it or not, we all want what's best. The root of the world's ills is that no one can agree on what it is.
Joe Abercrombie, A Little Hatred. Chapter 1. Care is the Creed. Year 332 in the clerical era. Phenmir stood with aching knees, holding an infant's corpse in his bloodied hands.
Cherrick, forgive me.
His palms shook as he laid the child to rest on the surgeon's table beside the intestinal segment that he harvested from its abdomen. He repeated the mantra that followed each harvest.
I am not at fault. This is the will of the Zaisman.
He rinsed his hands alongside his forceps and scalpel, placing them in the polished steel basin. Viscous crimson mixed with water as it ran down his dark hands. Once clean, he brushed his silver dreads back with moistened palms. He had only seen 46 years, yet his experience had aged him. Guilt stung him, whispering,
This child would have grown to wield divine powers, grown to carry a legacy from proud parents, grown to live. Purge those Zaismen and their inhumane law. Purge the harvesting courts that forced me to harvest the third bowel of these gifted children.
No child could survive a harvest, yet the Zaisman justified it in the name of progress. His eyes wandered to the harvested intestine and the open abdomen. A second umbilical cord that connected to a third bowel, the cardinal sign of a gifted birth. A blessing for the 4 courts who harvested, and a death sentence for the youngling.
Thank Cherrick we Chusmen have our allies in Court Choyas, the Choyasmen, to oppose this brutality.
2 courts in opposition were not enough to sway the other 4 towards mercy. He thought he'd grown desensitized after 4 years of harvesting. Still, tears rolled down his dry face, complementing his bloodshot eyes. He did not cry with each harvest, but today was one such occasion. His shoulders convulsed with each sob as he hid watery eyes from the macabre image. He shivered. The surgical chamber was frigid, causing anyone used to a warm climate to sniff incessantly. He placed his right hand on the child, bowing his head in reverence.
Lord God, Cherrick, bless this child as he travels to the realms beyond. Aid those who enforce intestinal thievery to see the wrongs of their ways.
He felt like a hypocrite for contributing to the very act he abhorred, but recognized that he had nowhere else to turn to maintain the peace between his people and the 4 courts who chose to harvest. Why couldn't the Zaismen train more proficient surgeons? Spending so much to fund the labor of Chus surgeons should have taught them to divert their attention away from their clerical and philosophical pursuits. While they employed Zai's surgeons for harvests in villages and hamlets, they always conscripted a Chusman, or even a priestman, to harvest the organs that would be given to the nobility and others deemed worthy. To whom would this organ be given? Was this all some cruel assignment to force Chusmen to work against their ethics? Amidst doubts and hatred, he consoled himself through the Chus ideal.
Care is the creed.
To avoid bigoted thoughts, he had to accept the ideals of each of the 6 courts. Court Chus, Zais, Choyas, Gruth, Priest, and Sleth made up the continent of Facet, each one a fiefdom that worshipped their respective god as they saw fit. Phenmir was a devout man of medicine by trade, a Chusman by birth. There was no better manifestation of love for humankind than through service. He turned to the mirror above the washbin, hoping he had blinked away the redness in his eyes. The smell of iron stained his nostrils. A cough from the chamber's entrance caught his attention. A pale, gaunt Zaisman stood tapping his feet. "Your report, Chasman?"
"Another successful harvest,"
replied Phenmir, attempting to bury his frustration. He had grown used to hiding his feelings.
"Yet another small sacrifice for such a gain."
Phenmir avoided eye contact with a conciliatory nod.
"You are dismissed, Med,"
the Zaisman said as he looked down at Phenmir. Compliance was the easiest way to avoid prolonged conversations. Still, he detested the degrading title of Med that made him seem no greater than a farmhand. No, he did not believe this sacrifice was worth his effort. No, he did not believe in their view of a greater good, nor did he take pride in these tasks. Half of the children born with the additional organ perished before their first year. Some bodies cannot handle the endowed third bowel, while others utilize the additional organ for advanced digestion, turning nutrients into superhuman abilities. The death rate of these children, the endowers, was no excuse to harvest all those born with the condition. Phenmir often performed life-saving procedures, but no surgeon of his experience would be exempt from labor in foreign courts. All Chas surgeons knew that a period of residency in Czech entailed the occasional harvest. He only had 3 months until the Zaisman would grant him home leave. He tensed and wiped his face with an icy hand as he left for his quarters, relieved to exit the dim chamber. Though Phenmir was no nobleman, the Zai's Thane of Endowment provided an exquisitely furnished bedchamber. Thane Sorn was one of the more pleasant Zai's Thanes among the 8 who served their monarch, the Kroll, but he was still less personable than any Chas Thane. Phenmir did not seek out the Thanes that made up the court nobility, but found himself often in their service. The light that lined the high walls from dozens of long-burning candles left him with time to read and focus on his studies. With the decor in the Chas colors of crimson and gold, he wondered if they designed it for Chas surgeons. To his fortune, he saw no Zai's banner in the room. He doffed his overcoat and eased his body onto a padded seat to remove his boots, noticing a few stains on the leather tops near the laces that matched the crimson room.
"Dismiss. You have completed your task."
Medical labor required a durable mind, one that could withstand loss and disappointment, like losing a patient after a long war against a festering infection. Though his work did not require the physical demands of a field laborer, it had its price. His mind felt as if he had spent a day studying for exams while attending a funeral. Despite the hours remaining until dusk, he wilted like a tomato vine in a drought. Though he longed for rest, his mind was fixated on the harvest. He mourned the parents who lost a child to the lure of the harvest. He thought of his family and longed for their company. 17 months passed since Phenmir was called to serve in Czech, the capital of Court Zais, the head of metal mining and distribution. Not only did their prowess cover the most affluent trade, but they had taken the lead in grafting and harvesting.
17 months.
He missed his wife, Mera, and his son here. The light of his family brightened his darkest moments. Though he resented the assigned harvest, he was passionate about his work as a healer. Joyful moments with recovered patients allowed him to forget the harvests. He was relieved to be assigned other medical procedures besides harvesting while in Czech. Nevertheless, harvests came. Perhaps one day, those who enforced harvesting would recognize the errors of their ways. A prayer seeped past his lips.
"Cherik, I need thee."
The following day, he dined alone in the feast hall, while the Zaismen kept to their own circles, but that did not bother him. He had not come to Kjek to socialize, but to labor. He looked at his meal, an insipid mixture of oats and dark grains. He longed for the spices of his home. If only he hadn't run out of cardamom and cumin within his first month. Zai's food was not distasteful in of itself, but it lacked flavor. Upon finishing, he arose and left towards the open corridor. He turned his head to look out the tall windows and avoid eye contact with a passing Zaisman. He did not feel like entertaining a conversation. Distant snowy peaks, the northern cliffs, stood beyond the city. The city itself was covered with large rectangular buildings built with little creative freedom, lined with bronze highlights. Large Zai's banners danced in the stormy winds. The fabric was bronze on dark grey, bearing the sigil of a Kaysen, a demonic deer-like beast that represented the punishment of sin. Despite the tranquil beauty, glares trailed him.
Let them see me as a lost soul for worshipping Cherrick. Purge them all.
The Zaismen did not hate others for their nationality, only for not worshipping their god, Leir. In their eyes, all other gods were mere idols. He did not hate Zaismen, did he? He told himself that he simply disagreed with their way of life. As a man who lived by the Chas ideal of charity and love for others, he could not hate the Zaismen. Distaste was another emotion, one he could live with. An open room stood at the end of the hall. It was filled with a large embellished wooden table, fit to be circled by 20 individuals. The room lacked occupants, just as it lacked any hint of joy. A touch of natural light, or even a rug, would do wonders for the too-cold atmosphere. He removed his notes to review the minutiae of his assignment. Vessel, male, 4th child of a 30 and 32-year-old pair. Site of incision, right lower quadrant of the abdomen. Length of harvest, 1.34 units. Time until organ death, 4 days from the time of harvest. Graft recipient, to be determined. The organ's usage was inevitable. He only hoped that the child's life was not a waste. Not to be used by another bureaucrat, but by an advocate for the progression of humankind. Men and women of godlike strength. Sages who could read both minds and the future, and beings who could manipulate their bodies to perform mythical feats, were all fruits stemming from the additional organ. Phenmir feared that politics and the concept of a greater good were becoming idolatrous figures in the eyes of the public, distracting them from the true gods. When humans abandon the words of the gods, they lose touch with what creates such a greater good. It would not be long before more men declared themselves heretics, standing for their court to adopt the pride of the godless court priests. He glanced at the portraits of the former proctors of the years past that adorned the walls, each assisting the Thane of Endowment in overseeing the logistics of harvesting. 3 images of greying figures spanned the room, each a melancholic capture of life. Dense brushstrokes stuck out like the texture of tree bark. All Zaismen had a distinct pallor, as if their blood had been drained at birth. Their black hair provided a certain melancholy to their appearance. Often stern in their demeanour, they embodied justice over mercy, and stood for unwavering virtue, striving to serve Leia after the ideal of their court. As he averted his eyes from the lattermost painting that depicted the late proctor, the current proctor entered, accompanied by 9 other individuals. Youthful compared to the past proctors, this one stood tall, his posture fit to match his sanctimonious personality. He was perhaps the least personable man Phenmir had ever met. This was not a declaration to condemn the man. He merely had the emotional capacity of a corpse and the moral flexibility of a stone. But he served court Zaís well. Phenmir could demean the Zaísmen without end, but he could not doubt the fruits of their labour. Light banter filled the room, but silence fell as the proctor called for a start to the meeting.
"Helloeth and welcome, fellow councilmen and chessmen," said the proctor. "I would like to inform you that we have found an individual worthy of a graft."
Phenmir tensed as the proctor stared at him.
"The recipient of this graft, this endowed, will strengthen the union between our courts. The members of the Canton of Endowment have appointed the Krall of Court Chas, the monarch of one of the anti-harvesting courts, to be the recipient. This will make him the first of his people to accept an organ graft."
Phenmir stared into the proctor's sunken eyes. Shock shivered up his spine.
The Krall? Is the ruler of my court a traitor by embracing the grafting that his people oppose?
"This is great news for your court, Med," said the proctor. "I can only imagine your joy. Your court will be free from self-imposed restrictions. As a man of medicine, you must have waited for such an event for many years."
Phenmir remained in a silent stupor.
You pretend to know me? You assume my beliefs because of what I am forced to do. What am I to do? What will happen to my home court, my people, my family, myself?
"And I couldn't be in deeper agreement," he heard one of the council members say as clarity returned. Fear turned to tension. "Med, Phenmir, soon your people will thrive." Phenmir tried to offer a response, but words failed him.
Proctor, might you excuse me for a moment?
He hid his shaking hands beneath the table.
"Med, we have only just begun. Surely you can contain your excitement."
The man to Phenmir's right placed a hand on his shoulder. Phenmir brushed the touch away. The chair screeched as he threw himself back, scraping its legs across the polished floor. He stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Harvesting for the Zaísmen should have prevented grafts from entering Court Chas. He served their people so that they would permit the Chasmen to live as they chose, a life free of harvesting.
Has my work been in vain? Did they mistake my compliance as support?
He cursed the Chas Krall. Progressive Zaís beliefs triumphed over Chas morality. The law of Zaís toppled the love of Chas. After a few minutes of pacing and fruitless meditation, he heard footsteps exit the council room. Did they wish to coerce him, pleading for his return? More likely they sought to ridicule his outburst. He had not behaved with dignity, but it was not often that the laws of one's nation were overturned. He turned away, deciding to avoid the councilman by returning to the surgical chamber to retrieve his belongings. His mind turned to his people.
Would the court answer with riots or cheers? No Chasman would condone this, would they?
He needed to go home, back to Slien. After gathering his essentials, he would return to his wife and son.
Will rioters sack our property? Would they try to take the lives of Aerhee and Mera for what I have done?
He searched for anything that belonged to him, but his efforts were slowed by a bombardment of worries. After deciding that he had all that he possessed, he slung his bag around his shoulder. He tried to leave, but was held at the door by the proctor, whose condescending grimace looked down on him.
"Phenmir, please return to the council room. We are yet to conclude our session," he said,
clammy hands clasping Phenmir's shoulders.
I understand your reluctance to accept this change, but you, of all chessmen, should understand the benefits of harvesting. Just look at the lives made better by the sacrifices of the young. We have helped entire populations because of their donations.
Do not assume that you understand my beliefs.
He threw the proctor's hand off of his shoulder.
It is facet-wide standard that all medical personnel labour on their assigned case without regard to the specific situation. I serve for the benefit of the people, understanding that I will perform forced harvests. If our court's alliance did not force me to harvest, I would have joined the public protests against you murders long ago.
I trust that having your Krull receive an organ graft to become an endowed will change your mind on the matter.
Phenmir pointed his finger at the proctor's face.
You sanctimonious fiends are a disgrace to your God and every holy law given to man. I hope you will one day meet the parents of your child victims as you burn in the depths of the underrealms. Go home and read your holy scripts without living the spirit of the law, you purrding hypocrite.
Phenmir strode off, leaving the proctor's shouts ignored. He could no longer endure the relentless scorn of the Zaismen or their harvesting. His labour in Zais only compounded tension as he questioned his career choice. He needed wholesome work that would never contradict the Chas ideal. Perhaps he could get hired on as a local medic, spending the rest of his days with his family in Slene. He could teach medical theory to young scholars. He could even pursue writing. He had many thoughts on the ethicality of certain modern medical practices. He entered the borrowed bedroom and gathered the rest of his belongings before his fury caused further complications. When that was done, he made his way to the door and stepped through it, only to be halted by 2 council members.
We understand your frustration, Med. Please. I don't want to hear it, Zaisman. I'm leaving. I have no obligations to your sadistic court. Find another surgeon. We have not come to persuade, only to inform you of the riots in your homeland. If you are determined to return, do so with caution.
Phenmir stopped in his tracks. His hands began to tremble. His wife and son passed through his mind like the after-image of a bonfire.
What riots?
The proctor thought it fit to inform you that you might wish to reconsider departure,
voiced the taller of the 2.
Your Krull already came to Kjek to receive his graft. It was placed in him immediately following your harvest yesterday. He committed to the cause some time ago. He informed the Chas populace of his decision before his journey here. After the surgery, he was given leave to return and is travelling back to Slene as we speak.
The proctor thinks this will inhibit my departure. Ha! If anything, I feel more inclined to leave.
He suppressed a viper's smile.
Med Phenmir, the rioting is not all, how should I put this, not all in protest of your Krull. According to our informants, at least half the uproar is to celebrate his decision to receive the organ.
You mean to tell me?
That it seems as if your court is divided. Many advocate harvesting. It appears that your people have grown more progressive in the past few years. Political persuasions change. It is natural.
Phenmir assessed their message. Was this true? Had his people fallen to persuasive harvesting propaganda? They must have bought into some euphemism, another Zais lie to promote egocentrism and selfishness.
I appreciate your concern, but my decision remains the same. I cannot abandon my family while my court faces a civil storm. Breathe and forgive. Leave them on peaceful terms. Send the proctor my apologies for my poor decorum."
With that, he departed with his single rucksack into the evening. Once free from pestering Zaisman, worry returned as his thoughts gravitated to his wife and son. Were they safe? Had the riots affected them? Did they support the Kroll? No, surely they would not condone his tyranny. He reached into his satchel for coins and found 4 jame, 5 patir, and 20 jaune. Despite the extortionate Zay's prices, he surmised it would be sufficient coinage for travel, meals, and at least 2 nights at an inn. He would have to divide his travel to rest, losing some sleep and skip some meals, but he would survive the journey. It was unfortunate that his medical contract paid him at the end of his stay, but he had prepared an emergency fund beforehand. Travel routes still bound the courts. The Geat steeds belonged to all of Facet, making them impossible to monopolize and always available for use. The manner of Geat trade and usage taught a valuable lesson of peaceful cooperation, but personal differences overrode all other matters of life. He did not look forward to the journey south. The Geat scales chafed his thighs, not to mention that they smelt like the sea itself had fermented. They were a convenience, not a luxury. Regardless of his opinion, the large reptilian cats could outpace any stallion. Leaving the city centre, he spotted a worn sign hanging from a post. Kjek Geat. Their fish-like musk grew in strength as he approached the entrance. They placed the stable outside the city for a reason. Phenmir entered, stomping his feet to clear the rain from the tops of his boots.
"Hello, Ath,"
he said, offering the common greeting.
"Act kind or you'll double the price." "What's the charge today?"
A burly Zaisman rose behind a mound of hay in the stable.
"I'm afraid that the current rate has increased due to high demand. You might have noticed the vacant stables. Where are you travelling?"
The man paused as he glanced at Phenmir.
"Court Chus."
Not all the courts of Facet were so distinct in their characteristics. A Chusman stuck out like obsidian against marble beside the pale Zaisman.
"It's no problem. If you need one, you need one," said Phenmir. "Name your price."
"Depends on where you're going."
He waved for Phenmir to follow him inside to the front desk.
"Are you heading to a village or city? Kjol? Fangbrook?"
He tailored his guesses to Phenmir's worn garb.
"Sleen."
"The capital? Haven't been there. Too dry for a Zaisman. 2 jame is the current rate for that distance."
The stableman left the Geat to meet Phenmir.
"He's fine. Could you recommend any suitable inns along the way?"
Phenmir removed the coins.
"The Puddle's Bog in Thess is always my choice when travelling south. I would say that it is just past the first third of your journey, though I do not know if you will make it before morning. I recommend you stay the night in one of our local establishments. Kjek is more expensive, but worth the additional coinage. I advise against Queeth's comfort. The innkeeper is a conman, and they provide the worst sea bread that I have ever eaten."
Phenmir chuckled.
"Will do, sir. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance."
"I hope our services suffice. I treat these steeds like my children, if not better."
Phenmir nodded.
"Would it be all right if I take the steed's identification tag now? I can pay now to avoid an early morning disturbance."
Of course, of course."
He took Phenmir's coins and reached into his satchel, removing a small key attached to a leather tag.
"Take number 4.
He pointed back into the stables behind the desk.
"She should get you there without a problem. Leave her gate key in the letter slot near our entrance when you leave."
"Holy's the holy, Chusman,"
he said with a Zayi's salute, placing steepled fingers before his face with a slight bow.
"Carries the creed,"
replied Phenmir with his court's ideal and salute, thumbs and index fingers forming a ring and placing it over the centre of his chest. He left the stableman to conclude his responsibilities. After passing 3 taverns, each one easily mistakable for a scanty inn, he entered one named Virtue's Solace just before leaving the city. The building was small, with few occupants in the tavern. He approached a man reading from a tome on an unkempt front counter. The bald man looked up, adjusting his collar, and scratched his beard when Phenmir approached.
"What is the lowest price for a room? I'll be out before sunrise."
1 petier per night, though you seem to be no man of our court, so it will be an additional petier for service charges.
"I see,"
replied Phenmir with a deep breath. Any desire to haggle or argue fled from him. It was late, and he was preparing for an early departure.
"Very well."
He handed the innkeeper 2 bronze coins.
"Follow me to the 2nd floor."
The innkeeper forced a sigh. Phenmir followed. The innkeeper stopped at the top of the staircase and pointed.
"Follow this hallway. Yours will be the 3rd door on the right. Meals are available with an additional charge of 5 jean per portion. Keep the sound to a minimum, and leave your key on the window-sill upon departure."
Despite the lack of hospitality, the room seemed comfortable and large enough for his liking. Light wooden planks traced the walls, with a floor paved with a similar wood of a darker stain. He undressed and set aside his work clothes on a small table near the bedside. A goblet of water rested there, a proper convenience for such a price. One of the room's 3 lamps was lit to provide dim light, fueled by oil. Working as a travelling medic provided many opportunities for a change in surroundings, something he grew to enjoy. A night in a new location was always an appreciated gift in his otherwise routine life. With stiff leather shoes removed and his belt set beside his baggage on the floor, he slid into bed. Soon he would stand before his family, who would embrace his return during a time of uncertainty. Or would he meet a family that would reject him for abandoning his position? His home could be a court in unified protest, or facing a civil war. Cherrick only knew what would come. Chapter 2. Whole is the Holy. The idol of the Zay's god stood before Aerhee as she prayed.
"Praise be to thee, Leia, the Most High God, the one true deity."
The voices of surrounding Zaysmen repeated the benedictory opening. Aerhee continued her oration.
"Free the Choyasmen and Chusmen from their obstinance. Aid them to receive your gift of the harvest. Allow them to permit the progression of Facet and her courts. Spread thy blessings on the thanes of our court and upon the head of the Krall, whom they serve. We are grateful for the elect-born younglings who give their lives for the proliferation of our people. Guide us toward truth. Whole is the Holy.
Whole is the Holy, echoed from the other worshippers. She left the bronze idol, allowing room for others to begin their morning worship. The gifted younglings who give their lives and holy organ for the proliferation of our people. Leia, among the other gods of Facet, had given these elect-born to be utilized, yet courts Choyas and Chas argued otherwise. With only 4 of the 6 courts participating in the harvest, too many organs would be wasted in stillbirths and in impotent children who were too young to properly wield their power. The organs were much better off in the body of an adult who could make a difference in the world. She studied the Czech cityscape. The day was overcast. The canton of diplomacy broke the skyline like an architectural giant of polished stone and corners lined with bronze.
She organized the sheets of parchment in her hands to prepare for her upcoming meeting. She and her husband had left for their day's labors, and would thereafter return in the evening for their scheduled reading of the Tome of Virtue, the sacred Zai's text. While she was the Zai's Caesar, the High Secretary to the nobility, her husband was a director of material distribution for the Cloven Glaive, the most fruitful mine in the court.
"Hello, if Caesar,"
said a guard standing near the entrance. Though she had been in office for some time, she still admired hearing her title. As the Caesar of Court Zai's, she was no Thane, but was a close second in their authority under the Kroll. A position in the nobility was well worth her efforts to climb the political ranks. She had developed a distinct reputation and was well known by most of the citizens of the court as one of the most pious members of the court. Her statuesque figure seemed sculpted and inspired by smoke as it rose from an extinguished candle. Black hair with light streaks flowed down her shoulders. "To you as well, Zaisman," she replied.
"Hello, if Caesar."
Aerhee turned to find her scribe Theo stumbling behind her. The young Zaisman had not yet reached his second decade, but was proving to adapt well to her requests after serving together since she had taken the position of Caesar.
"The messengers from 4 of the courts have arrived. Chas, Priest,
Yes, Theo, I will welcome them."
But, Caesar, the council room is on the 2nd level. Why are you going down this hall?
She turned to him with an insincerely patient smile. "You think I don't know that? I have things to take care of beforehand."
Well, we should be prompt. Thane Laisa expects to discuss the reports from the other courts after the meeting.
He clenched his notes against his chest, sweat wrinkling the sheets. "Thane Laisa can be patient. I will not be long," replied Aerhee.
Yes, Caesar. I suppose she can wait."
"Then why do you mention it? If you are so insistent on this meeting, why don't you direct it?"
"Caesar, I surely—"
"You must learn to preside eventually. I will leave you to hear their reports, and you can relay them to me once they depart."
"But, Caesar—"
"I will wait for you in the study chamber near the council room. Hole is the holy, Zaisman."
Yes. Hole is the holy, Caesar."
Approaching footsteps thudded across the canton's hallway, drawing Aerhee's attention. The meeting had concluded quicker than she had expected. Aerhee closed the Tome of Measure as Theo approached with a guest.
"Excuse us, Caesar."
Theo motioned to the woman.
"But she insisted on speaking with you."
She recognized the Slef messenger by her garb, though her name escaped her.
"She had little to say," he continued, "but approached me after the others departed and requested to speak with my superior."
Aerhee dismissed Theo with a sigh and a wave. "I will speak with you after this." He nodded and disappeared. She invited the timid Slef woman to sit beside her. It must have been a difficult period for Court Slef. Why else would she be so ashamed to speak before the other court messengers? She stared at the Slef woman, who smiled with dry, cracked lips. A Slefman believed that wealth bred pride, which was manifest in court priests. Therefore, a pious Slefman would give any more money than is needed for a week's living to their court. Why give their court a graft when it could be given to a Zaisman to enforce justice or maximize labor efforts? What noteworthy accomplishments did the Slefmen have with their graft recipient endowed? "Forgive me for disturbing you, Caesar, but I have a report which my Kroll did not desire to be heard by the other messengers." Aerhee nodded. "Riots have begun in our court's capital. This is the 3rd day of public unrest. They increase in aggravation by the moment, with acts of arson and even assaults on law enforcement." "What inspired these riots?" "They to protest harvesting in Court Slef." "But the Slefmen have been loyal to harvesting since it began 5 years ago."
The Slef woman gave a timid shrug.
Something has happened to inspire a rebellion.
What is it?
Why now? I only come to deliver this message. I fear we shall all know soon enough what has caused traitors to arise in my court.
Courts Choyas and Chas have opposed ever since it began. Now some of the Slefmen have joined them.
How reliable is your report, Geyser? That woman is a Slef messenger. Can we trust their word considering their financial state?
Said Fuia Latri. As the Zei's Thane of Veneration, he led and managed the religious dealings of the court.
I understand your concern, but how often do you interact with the Slefmen? Replied Aerhee.
Occasionally.
In a personal conversation or public matters?
More public, I confess, though I know how they are.
He was young for a Thane, and it showed in his inherent bias against the Slefmen, though he was 2 years Aerhee's elder.
What you have is a bigoted opinion held by too many Zeismen. Their economy is far from perfect, but their beliefs are quite beautiful upon study. Honesty and submission are ingrained in their blood. Their entire belief system comprises worshipping God by denying themselves. Suffice to say that the last person to deceive us would be their messenger.
Yes, I understand. But we should still tread lightly. If people are protesting harvesting, they have fallen into ignorance. They likely bought into Chas or Choyas propaganda. It seems those two anti-harvesting courts complicate matters more each day. It is difficult for a hungry man to recognize the benefit of a seed when all he desires is the crop. As Zeismen, we have a responsibility to correct their misconceptions of harvesting.
And what do you propose?
Slefmen will be much easier to placate than the other two courts. The Chasmen and Choyasmen are too set in their ways, for now.
He removed a small pad of bound paper from a drawer in his desk.
Please, Geyser, have a seat.
He poured her a cup of Denny-root tea. Its lack of steam caused her to pause.
Tell me,
he sipped from his cup, brushing the tips of his midnight hair behind his ears.
How familiar are you with Court Slef's grafts? Do you know any of their endowed who received the grafts?
She shrugged, sipping her tea only to set it back down and push it further away.
I assume it is the same as in our court.
Though benefactors tend to grant organ grafts to reputable citizens throughout a given court, Court Slef deals more discreetly. For example, here in Zeiz, you have a fair amount of endowed among the nobility, as well as more in trusted offices throughout the land, and so forth.
He took a sip from his tea and frowned.
I sent an envoy to their court on a matter between cantons of veneration, but I could not find an endowed among their clergy. How odd, I thought, causing me to pry further.
He let his cup rest and leaned forward with elbows on the table.
I was unable to find any endowed outside of the bureaucracy. I know that the cantons of endowment have not deprived them of their share of endowed. After 5 years of harvesting, why did they not have as many endowed as the other courts? Where were their endowed law enforcers who can read criminal minds? Where were the endowed who protected the cities from dangerous beasts?
Aerhee squinted, looking up and biting her lip.
He smiled. Conspiracy is highly unlikely, but I worry that other courts have influenced the Slefmen. In economic matters, they could be easily persuaded to act according to the will of another if offered the proper resources to sustain their decaying infrastructure. I am convinced that these riots must have arisen due to people feeling neglected without a proper abundance of endowed in their court. Without endowed, such as the Gorges, maybe their labor force is lacking. Perhaps too few feelmen cause them to feel unprotected when crime runs rampant. What may solve such a mystery? Perhaps their other endowed have been taken by other courts. Or maybe they are hidden.
Have you asked Thane Sorn or their Thane of Endowment about this?
How important is this to you, Caesar?
I was the first to be informed. It is my duty to resolve this. If we allow more rebellions to diminish the power of harvesting, it will not be long before such propaganda reaches our court. We must stop it before it can grow.
Are you requesting my cooperation?
She nodded.
How coincidental that news of these riots arrived not long after I had discovered their endowed deficiency. From what I can find, Court Sleth has very few documented endowed. Far too few to make sense, as we strive to balance the power between courts. I will arrange a meeting with Thane Sorn. As the head of the harvesting in our court, he may know something of this discrepancy. If we can clear this ordeal related to an endowed deficiency in Court Sleth, perhaps we can have a solution to stop the riots. If the Slethmen feel equally treated, we can assume that they will recognize the value of harvesting, and we will thereby dissolve the rebellion before it has a chance to truly affect our court and harvesting itself. I assume you have access to the archives in the city's Athenium. I would ask that you read through some Sleth records for me.
She nodded. Despite its proximity, she'd only visited the Athenium of Kshek, the largest library in all the courts, a few times.
Though I stumbled upon this clerical discrepancy 2 months ago, there must be some connection with the riots. I know I repeat myself, but it is as obvious as a child's cry for its mother. We have much to discover, Caesar. Let's reconvene in 3 days.
I will see that it is done, she replied.
Regarding the city's Athenium, find the resident Sleth scholar there. Though you may worry about his discretion, all resident scholars have pledged their life to their court of residence. He is a born and raised Slethman, but he is more a Zaisman than many in Kshek. The patriarchy of scholars ensures that we have only the best in our Athenium.
She hid a shudder at the mention of the patriarchy. Thane Latree trusted their council, and he was her superior. It was her duty to sustain her elected leaders. She put on a smile. I will head there directly.
Take care, Caesar. Whole is the holy.
Whole is the holy.
They saluted each other with steepled fingers.
Should it be necessary?
He removed a small bronze token from his pocket, upon which was inscribed his name below the Zai's insignia.
Show this to the resident Sleth scholar in the Athenium if you wish to view any texts that are beyond public access.
Nodding, she took the coin from his open palm and placed it in her pocket. She exited the canton and waited on the street for the next carriage to make its round. 2 large geet pulled an approaching carriage to the curb, splashing the tops of her boots with a puddle. The cabin was lined with bronze, as were all carriages in Zai's, and conducted by a man in a large cloak of the same material as Aerhee's waterproof overcoat. She stepped up to the coachman and paid him 1 patir and tipped him a jean.
Athenium of Kshek,
she commanded as she entered the cabin. A single occupant sat across from her, a boy of perhaps 20, who dressed in culinary smock, with flour residue and red sauce stains. They both offered the Zai's salute upon making eye contact, and followed the action by shifting their gaze to opposing side windows.
Are you a Thane?
Asked the boy, turning away from his window.
No.
She spared him yet a moment before returning to the passing cityscape.
This is my first time working in this district. You are so regally dressed. I assumed assumptions will only cause you harm. Mind your matters, boy.
She enunciated her last words with staccato jabs.
Excuse me. It is just that my overseer assigned me to this part of the city, and I was curious how such a high sector works. I usually work in the lower eastern territory outside of Kshek.
He scratched his scalp.
I wouldn't be able to afford to travel by geet if it weren't for the reimbursement from my overseer.
The lower eastern territory of Zai's was known for its small share of the border that touched Court Sleth. Some Zaismen considered it a region of Slev, due to its less than fortunate state. Purred him. The boy had piqued her interest. The more she studied him, the more he looked like a Slefman.
Where are you from?
Kiev, the Zai's center of Slef relations. Meeting him was no coincidence, but a manifestation of Leia's hand. She expressed a silent prayer of gratitude for being led to such a situation. The Athenium was filled with bounties of information, though no text could compare to personal interaction. The boy was not a full Slefman, but he would serve his purpose.
Is Kiev as influenced by court Slef as rumours say?
Asked Aerhee.
I suppose so. I've even heard some say that Kiev was once a town in court Slef, later transitioning to the Zai side of the border after land disputes. Some locals call the border the Silken Curtain, as if there never was a restriction between the sides. Despite its size, I think the free border has allowed each court to develop a trusting relationship.
Do you frequent Slef?
No, but I know many who do. The journey is only an hour by Geet.
Have you ever met or learned of some aspect of their culture that surprised you? You've made it this far. Quit dulling your expressions for the boy. Anything about the endowed in their court?
Diminish his curiosity.
I'm just a curious scholar. It seems odd that I have never heard of their endowed placements. Here in Kshek, we make sure that the whole court honours any new endowed.
Rumours circulate. Some say that the nobility are all endowed. I've met a few gorges in our court, seen their superhuman strength, and even a feelman who read my mind. Personally, I think shiftlings are the most interesting type of endowed. I still cannot believe that they can change their skin to look like the sky, or even like moving water. The Slefmen are vulnerable, but I know they accept harvesting, so I wondered why endowed had not yet fixed their weak economic structure with some endowed method. Just look at all that they have done for us. Zai's crime rates are much lower, and the beauty of Kshek is evidence enough of what gorges can build, not to mention the foretellers who have saved countless, with warnings against future natural disasters.
How much is this boy going to talk?
So I asked a Slefman in a tavern, "Say, what does your court do with your endowed?" He said he has seen one, and only one. Well, that's not enough, I said. He said that no one knows where the endowed really are in his court. He just assumed they were all nobles and such.
What a blindly trusting population. Are they not the least curious about what their gifted children are used for?
Interesting, she replied. The Slefman was probably some farmer or lowly labourer. It is much more difficult for them to notice the feats accomplished by the endowed when they are not directly involved in the matters that keep the court whole and safe. You would think so, but he said that he was a medic from their capital.
A medic from the centre of their culture should have frequent interactions with endowed. What are these perding colfs doing with their grafts? How have I never heard this before? Are we all living of ignorance of so obvious a problem?
The carriage slowed as it approached the gargantuan library.
Thank you for the conversation, Zaisman. Safe travels homeward. Whole is the holy.
Aerhee descended the 2 steps from the cabin to walk towards the Athenium's entrance. The Athenium of Kshek was the most imposing building in all of Court Zais, and arguably in all of Facet. Aerhee had paid the grand collection of literature a few visits, but it impressed her each time. The building was a trapezoidal giant, with a slim tower protruding from its centre. Like most buildings in Zais, a bronze lining traced its edges, while blue-shaded stone fortified the walls around crystalline cubes that allowed for the pale skylight to seep into its inner chambers. A trio of solemn figures passed her.
Patriarchy brethren,
she thought, as she viewed their white tunics with a platinum-tinted tracing. Unease crept up her arms like an unwelcome caress. She rarely saw them, as they spent all day in study or council. She forgot her fears as she entered the embrace of the Athenium. Large pillars grew from the floor, making one feel as if the building were a labyrinth. Most of the Atheniums across the continent of Facet focused on a single court's works, while the Athenium of Czech drew the highest scholars due to its vast collection of information. A Zais educated could search countless tomes and find as many works on the history of court priests as they would for court Zais. Ancient scholars had forged agreements to share knowledge and contribute to the grand library. Likewise, each court provided a resident scholar who served in the Athenium of Czech to represent their respective courts. The man in the carriage suggested that the citizens were blind to the endowers in their court. But what of the young endowers, the children who were born with that additional organ before the Pact of Provence required the harvest to be performed? They are sure to have some surviving children, around 9 or 10 years of age, that have manifested powers. She could not simply ask a rioter why they chose to rebel. If the general Slef public was blind to how endowed were used in their court, a random Slefman would be of no help. If she could find the answer to this puzzle, they could resolve the confusion and once again win the loyalty of the Slefmen. Find the discrepancy, reveal their motive for rioting, restore their loyalty. 10 years had passed since the first endower birth. Harvesting only had been enforced through the last 5, leaving 5 years in between for endowers to freely be born without being harvested. Endower was the title given to those who had not been taken for a harvest, the children who would grow to use their gifts of divine birth, while those granted the organ were endowed. An endowed who took an endower's organ would obtain the same ability that the child would develop. Many parents still hid their child's strength, foresight, body shifting, and other abilities out of fear they might be the target of a future harvest. Aerhee scoffed at their ignorance. All people should know by now that the organ can only be harvested immediately after birth. In the eastern halls of the Athenium, she found signs indicating that she was approaching the Slef collections. Finally, she found the desk to seek counsel with a resident Slef scholar. She approached the Slefman carefully to startle him from his reading. He was bald, with most of his skin sagging or in wrinkles, and many rings adorned his fingers. He wore Slef yellow robes with silver patterns embroidered on the front and along the sleeves. He appeared to be such a cliché scholar that Aerhee wondered if the commonly illustrated depictions were based on his appearance. He looked up at her and adjusted his spectacles.
"Case are clear. How may I be of assistance?"
A slight smile lifted his wrinkled cheeks.
I am here on account of the Thane of Veneration, and may require access to certain texts. I need to find all the information I can on the endowed of Court Slef.
His eyes sparked with interest.
I have heard that most Slefmen do not know where their endowed are.
"You must have heard that from an uneducated lowland," he scoffed.
I know that they are not placed among the nobles of the court. I need the truth.
For peace to remain, for rioting to cease, for my dignity to prevail.
"Denying the commonly held beliefs of Slef endowed. Heresy," he jested.
I want records, she said.
"I cannot provide any answers, having never found any myself, but I can direct you to a promising start. You are on the Thane's errand."
She removed the bronze token that was given to her by the Thane and showed it to the scholar.
"I trust he has the best in mind for Facet,"
he responded after closely examining the token.
"Keep this information under discretion outside of trusted circles."
He removed a key to unlock a small cabinet in the base of his desk, then removed an additional bronze key from a drawer.
Scholar Broof is my name. Follow me, Caesar.
Chapter 3. Firm is the foundation. Yetric's face nearly brushed the page of his book. Unblinking eyes ran across the words with the focus and speed of a geet.
Though Court Gruth rose to be the trading capital of Facet in the 130th year in the clerical era, Court Chus remains a censor.
He brushed through the pages to find a promising heading.
The middlemen still trade with those of Court Chus, but have severed all other human connections. The last interaction with a Gruth diplomat was recorded at the dawn of the 5th year in the clerical era, and was described as a silent exchange of hand gestures and patterned breathing. Chus trading with the middleman is conducted with no interaction, only by leaving carts of assorted goods in specified locations. Many attribute the lack of interaction to the cryptic language of the middleman. However, no records have noted any linguistic factor in their communication.
There seemed to be no information in the library regarding the middleman, or more often referred to in Bard's tales as the plant or crop people. The inhabitants of the Middlelands, a land south of Facet's courts, were said to be plant-like humanoids.
Focus on your labours. Put childish interest away.
He shook his head, closing Chus' wisdom, a history for the scholar. Though his superiors would disapprove of his search, he was relieved to find at least a mention of their presence after hours of fruitless reading. Perhaps one day he could prove there was value in researching the middlemen. He was sure that they were more than mere oddities of nature. He felt compelled to study them more, but knew not why. He arose to stretch his back with a cat-like arch, then returned to his seat. He took writings of Chus' prophecy, clerical era 5, with a limp hand and placed his palms on heavy cheeks to rest. By trade he was a financial advisor to Fortic Gat, the Gruth Thane of Utilities. When free from responsibility, he spent his time in texts of philosophy, religion, and whatever else struck his fancy. The sun approached its resting place beyond the horizon and cast a warm orange glow across Yetric's reading. He closed the tome, gathering his belongings. Before returning home for the night, Thane Get requested his presence in his office. Yetric proceeded down a spiraling stone staircase and departed in brisk stroll towards the Canton of Utilities while daylight remained. The canton was a large cylindrical building with few windows, causing one to wonder how much of the court's accumulated taxes would be spent on candles to light the enclosed structure. Before approaching the door, he stumbled upon the Thane of Utilities out for an evening stroll. Yetric forced an innocent grin. The Thane was older, yet still appeared younger than Yetric's grandparents. Yetric was late into his second decade of life, but was often mistaken for a youth of 16 or 17. He kept his dark brown hair up in a modern fashion, with short sides and lengthy curls on his crown. Of average height, he fit well into Gruth, with skin slightly lighter than a Chusman's, but nothing like the sickly pallor of a Zaizman, or even a Slefman.
Yetric Cloth, just the Gruthman I have been waiting for. Thane Get, my favourite endowed.
Yetric slowed his breathing to mask his fatigue, the salty sea air filling his nostrils.
I doubt that is true,
he chuckled. Thane Get was an amiable mentor, but Yetric could not hide his interest in the nobleman's grafted ability. As an endowed, his ability gave him the title of foreteller, one who could analyze probabilities to accurately predict future events. The ability was the gambler's dream, but found better use in a worthy individual. Yetric had met very few foretellers. They seemed as rare as a Chus rainstorm compared to the mighty gorgers in Court Gruth, who could toss a boulder into as if it were a pebble. Perhaps they were useful to some degree, but many dismissed the foretelling branch of endowed as a mere parlour trick to win a drink in a tavern.
Sorry for the delay. You know me, I'm a foreteller. Did you think I would expect anything else? I suppose not.
Yetric chuckled,
unsuccessfully masking his embarrassment. "You called, and now I'm here. What can I do for you, sir?"
"No need to jump right to matters of business. Beyond the court's needs, I hope we are friends."
He turned to Yetrick with a grandfather's smile.
"Now, what text kept you occupied today?"
"Gruth's trading history and the evolution of our court's industrial progression in recent years. To deeper glance, I found some more questionable information that inspired further study."
"And what might that be?"
"The middleman."
"Once again pondering the lives of the crop people, I see,"
said Thane Get, as if Yetrick was a child looking into the veracity of fables. "I know you think it's fruitless, sir, but is there anything you can tell me about them?"
"I have already told you all that I know. The people are a society of hermits as far as it concerns Facet."
"Why are they so often mentioned in ancient texts, when modern scholars admit their existence?"
"Perhaps it reflects our relations with those of court priests or chus. Yes, their existence is verified, but their matters are beyond our concern. Relations are safe, and we each live our respective lives."
"But, sir, it seems that there is more beyond our ignorance. I read that they were last spoken to by a Gruth diplomat at the dawn of the 5th year of the clerical era. Sure, that is over 300 years ago, but the chusmen still trade with them."
"Those queries are more fitted to the jurisdiction of a historian or someone from the canton of agriculture."
He turned to Yetrick with a wink.
"You are one curious spirit, my boy. I admire that."
"Thank you, sir," Yetrick replied. "Firm is the foundation, Thane Get."
"Firm is the foundation,"
the Thane repeated the Gruth ideal.
"Now, I would like your opinion regarding some financial matters."
Yetrick faced the Thane with a nod.
"My facility scholars have developed the plans for the production of a certain utility, but the material demands will be cumbersome, especially regarding metal."
"What will you require?"
"We have considered a plethora of options for various metals, but my advisors insist that neither steel nor pewter could replace the durability of Kjek bronze. It is unmatched by any other alloy known to Facet."
"Yes, they are reliable, but, sir," challenged Yetrick, "exports from the Cloven Glyph are far from, how should I say, the ideal choice of a frugal spender."
"Yes, I recognize that, but I would rather have half the amount of the finished product rather than double the size of materials that would quickly wear within a year."
"True. What do you want to manufacture?"
"Unfortunately, I cannot yet tell you that. Those in our coalition will surely debrief you in the coming weeks, if all goes as expected. I do not need you to make an immediate purchase, but to lay the foundation with our suppliers. I wished to inform you of the situation before we solidify our production planning. This may not begin before the close of the year."
"Then why ask now?" Yetrick asked.
"Well, this information must be kept confidential, though I trust I make no error in informing you. The Thane of Progress is leading this project and wanted to lay an early foundation. Thane Lekik has been in communication with the Zays Thane of Agriculture, who oversees the mining of the Cloven Glyph, and he has agreed to meet with you in 2 weeks. Would you be willing to visit Kjek?"
"Yes, sir," stuttered Yetrick, as he reassessed their conversation thus far. "Are you sure? I'm merely your financial advisor, and by no means a diplomat."
"Worry not, Yetrick. All I request is to set out expectations with him and discuss the possibility of large shipments of bronze at a decreased price for our court. Perhaps such work and means of persuasion could prepare you for your future."
Thane Get often suggested his predictions, but Yetrick wondered how many of these comments were born from visions, and how many were generated by creativity or humour. How much faith was the Thane willing to place in him? "I would require some time to prepare. When do you want me to leave?"
Acknowledging the distance to Kjak, we had plans on 3 days. We would provide a Geet carriage. Have you ever visited their capital?
I haven't been to any city in Court Zais. My travel outside of Gruth has been limited. I visited Sleth a few times, but that is the extent of it. Is there anything specific that I should expect? I've met very few Zaismen.
Well then,
Thane Get sighed.
They are quite literal, as I am sure you have heard. For example, let us compare our ideals. Let us say my brother is ill. How would I help him? As a Gruthman, I would endure every moment with him, seeing his recovery to the end with compassion and diligence. A man of Court Zais would spend a moment with his brother, but perhaps his brother was struck ill by a past unrighteous act. The man would abandon his brother at a moment's notice to avoid any unholy contamination. These people follow their law exactly as the angles on their dreary city structures. Their law is the law, and there is no exception to it. Now, I might be biased due to some past disagreements in bureaucratic matters, but I am sure you will have no issue.
Yetrick envisioned the Zais people to be as inflexible as a statue, but he was a man to form his own opinion.
Spices.
What? He turned to the Thane with a confused squint.
If you wish to enjoy your meals, bring spices. Dill, turmeric, maybe some honey.
Is their food truly that bland?
Oh, yes. To salt your potatoes is very uncultured, and adding pepper will ruin the meal.
Yetrick's laugh descended to a nod, once he saw Thane Get's sober mien.
That should be enough for now.
Thane Get stopped. Yetrick looked surprised to realize that they had circled the entirety of the canton.
Thank you for your time. I must leave now. A guest awaits me. It has been a pleasure, Yetrick.
Firm is the foundation, sir,
declared Yetrick, saluting the Thane.
Firm is the foundation.
Thane Get copied the Gruth salute, with arms against the torso, elbows bent at a square angle, and fists clenched as if bracing himself before a strike to the gut. Yetrick strode down the cobbled road with thoughts of anticipation accompanying him. His chest seemed to swell with excitement, knowing that he was on the cusp of his own bard's tale. Though travelling to Zais would seem a prison sentence for many Gruthmen, he thanked his God for the opportunity to see beyond the seaside. With 2 days remaining until his departure, Yetrick wanted to ensure that he spent his time effectively. He enforced a strict schedule, never so much as altering his meal times, for doing so would leave his digestion out of routine, therefore disrupting his day. If one were to observe his meticulous compulsions, one might have presumed him a citizen of Court Zais. Such criticism only flattered him, increasing his desire to socialize with more Zaismen. He had become so occupied with studying their culture that he had even read about their religious practices. Doing so did not make him a heretic. He only wished to be informed. Limiting one's knowledge to one's area of expertise keeps the mind from expanding beyond a hatchling's shell. Thane Get mapped his course, indicating a brief stay in Court Priest and Sleth on the way. Only a few visits to Court Sleth decorated his past, but he had never been to Court Priest. He longed to see it, but only in brief. Without a god to direct their people by a single ideal, the priestmen were unlike any other court. There was little structure to their society, as they lived by the ideal, mighty is the free. One could describe them as a free people, but their conviction drew closer to anarchy. Closing his copy of Zais Traditionalists, Fathers of an Unwavering Faith, he prepared for the day. Reading was one of Yetrick's passions. He was often mistaken for a scholar, based on his frequent visits to the Athenaeum of Thusk. Would he have a chance to visit the Athenaeum of Kjak while in Zais? He laughed at himself for dreaming of a library, while Gruthmen dreamed of hunting and drinking. He savoured the pride he felt when others regarded him as intelligent and well-versed, but doubted he was near the level of an actual scholar.
Perhaps I could even write a piece of my own one day.
Despite his aspirations, guilt stung him. Another hope of his that would be unfulfilled. Another goal with a beginning, yet likely absent an end. He tried to forget the harpsichord that he had purchased on an impulse, and soon after neglected. The memory of his current task fled him like a bemused dove, until he spotted the Zae's tome once again.
Review the trip with Thane Get.
He took his travel sack from the floor near his bed and filled it with writing utensils, notepads, and a volume to read if time would allow any spare moments. A few clouds filled the sky, and the sun beamed onto the chilled cobblestones. A brisk pace kept him warmer and allowed him to pass through the streets quicker than those on a morning stroll. The surrounding booths and shops opened with the sunrise. It was good to see many familiar faces among the shop owners. Living near the marketing district had its benefits. Genuine interest in others was one tenet of the Chus religion that he admired. Upon entering the canton of utilities, he found the charismatic Thane leaning against a doorway, as if awaiting Yetric's arrival.
"Hulloeth, and good morning,"
he said as he approached Yetric.
"How have your preparations been thus far?" "Lots of time in the Athenaeum. I know, quite surprising."
Yetric's response provoked a grin from the Thane.
"Aside from Zae's, I was excited to hear that I will stop in Priest and Sleth. I spent some time reading about their culture and customs. Did you know you can simply ask a Sleth man to pay for your meal, and he will pay for dessert as well?" "Well, yes, but that is a tenet of their holy ideal, pious is the giver. You should know that already. Many people wonder why their economy is on its last string, but poverty is written in their doctrine. I suggest you spend more time focusing on their beliefs rather than on the means of exploitation." "I know. I've spent most of my time taking an interest in Court Zae's. And I appreciate your effort, Yetric. Dedication is a complex virtue to teach. Follow me."
He turned his back on Yetric and proceeded through the doorway and into the East Hall.
"There is someone I would like you to meet." "And who might that be?" "Your travel companion." "Travel companion?"
Yetric thought with an aghast sense of confusion.
"Does Thane Get not trust my capabilities so far that he has hired supervision?" "I do not mean to discount you, Yetric. I only hope to provide you with a comfortable guide who knows the area well enough to keep you focused on your task. You could use someone with more international experience."
"Keep you focused on your task."
"Ah, yes, a taskmaster to strike me when distracted. Thank you for the chain, sir. It will fit nicely around my neck. Does he want me to kneel before him as well?"
Yetric kept silent as they continued toward a room lit by the rising sun. On a seat in the middle of the room sat a young woman, around his age.
"Yetric, this is Phenmir. She'll be your guide during your excursion." "Pleased to meet you, Groofman,"
she said as she stood to greet Yetric. Her light brown hair fell to her jawline and seemed to be unaffected by the humidity. Bangs hung to right above her eyebrows, an unorthodox style for a Gruth woman, but it looked good on her. Grey eyes glanced into him with an elegant spirit. Tight black pants showed the definition in her lean thighs, complementing her beige tunic with a wide collar and sleeves to her elbows. Her clothing was not that of a courtly woman, but of an experienced traveller.
"You as well,"
he said, blushing. Though he did not know the girl yet, he was relieved to not be paired with a 50-year-old soldier with an intimidating name such as Scartooth or Bloodfist. Who knew what names such barbarians adopted? Yetric avoided their company. Thane Get gestured to her.
"Phenmir is quite the journeywoman, one of the few people I know to have been to each court, and even the Middlelands."
Middlelands? Yetric offered a pleasant grin that reflected polite interest.
"I've only seen the border of the Middlelands,"
she accused. She turned back to Yetric.
He likes to embellish my accomplishments, but don't get your hopes up. I've never seen a middleman.
It disappointed him to hear this, but did not diminish his curiosity.
Yetrick is one of the finest scholars for his age, though that is not his profession.
The Thane turned back to Semi.
Not only is she experienced, but Semi is a gifted growth woman.
The girl lifted her shirt to expose her abdomen.
What is she doing?
Yetrick thought as he averted his eyes to respect her modesty. The Thane let out a small forced laugh.
No need to be concerned, Yetrick. You can look.
He turned back to her, hoping he hadn't blushed too much. A long purple scar traced along her upper abdomen. An endowed.
How serious must this task be if Thane Get is sending me with an endowed? Purd!
He yelled before containing his emotions.
Excuse my profanity, but by Dealf's might!
The Thane replied with a chuckle, expecting such a response.
She's a shiftling. Have you met one before? I haven't met more than one or two endowed besides you. I've read a little about shiftlings, but rumours cloud the truth of your capabilities.
He shifted to look towards Semi.
Are you a complete shapeshifter? Close, but as you might presume,
she replied.
The rumours are exaggerated. Also, Gorges cannot manifest an extra set of arms. Well, I know that,
said Yetrick as they shared a laugh.
We can perform 2 skills.
She changed her voice to match the Thane's tenor.
We can manipulate our vocal cords to strike the tone of any voice with exactness, even animal calls.
She reverted to her natural voice, or at least the one she expressed.
And we can manipulate our skin pigment to adjust to a wide spectrum of colours and patterns.
She laid on the couch and shifted her skin to match the pattern and texture of the furniture, practically disappearing.
What a talent,
said Yetrick.
Hence the reason I have invited her on your journey. She is skilled. I understand her role as a guide, Thane, but how will her abilities be of use?
He looked at Semi through his peripheral view, hoping that she did not take offence. Thane Get considered his words.
She is no spy, but your goal is very crucial. If you were to be rejected by Zai's authorities, she could use her gift to appear as a Zai's woman. She and I have discussed some proposed strategies of avoiding too much questioning by those outside of our targeted members of the Zai's nobility. Should circumstances require such extents, she will debrief you on them along the way.
Espionage, spycraft. Though he was anxious, he trusted the Thane, knowing that his intentions were for the benefit of the people, or at least for Court Groof. Semi remained quiet during their discussion. Yetrick could not determine if it was her character, or if she felt pressured to silence by Thane Get's presence.
How were you able to recruit Semi?
Yetrick asked as he turned toward her.
First, the request must pass the crawl. Then, if a Thane requires additional assistance, an endowed may be requested. Semi has aided me in the past. I knew she was capable, and expected that you would work well together. I've seen you progress as a fine assistant, Yetrick, and I believe great opportunities lie ahead of you. While you help me in pursuits that will benefit the court, you will gain experience, and will associate with high-ranking officials of other courts. Thank you.
Yetrick nodded. He scratched his scalp, tracing his eyes along the floor.
While I brought you here to meet Semi, that is not the sole reason for this visit.
The Thane turned solemn.
The court nobles did not accept the expenditure of resources necessary to send you to Zai's. Travel, inn, food, and especially the cost to send an endowed, all may be deemed too much. They denied my first request, but we found a way to send you with all that might be required. Fundraising through the tithes?
Guessed Yetrick.
No, but we found success with our Thane of Endowment,
who has taken an interest in something related to harvesting in Court Zayes and Sleth. Court Zayes has been looking into the anti-harvesting riots in Court Sleth. They have discovered some anomalies with the power distribution in that court. Our nobles expressed interest in the situation. We are not as worried as the Sleth nobility, but the Krall felt it wise to send an envoy to Court Zayes to ensure a strong political tie with them if the riots continue. Knowing this, the Krall agreed to send you to seek counsel with some of their thanes. You'll provide our court with as much information as you can provide on the state of Court Sleth. This made it quite easy to ensure Phenmir is your travel companion, seeing that she is an endowed, and is therefore involved with the politics of harvesting.
Why are riots such a concern? Don't they happen frequently in other courts?
Priest protests religious organizations and just protests harvesting, but this is the first recorded protest against harvesting in a court that is loyal to the process. Sleth has cooperated with us and with Zayes since the Pact of Province. We all agreed that the positive aspects outweigh the negatives of harvesting. Now Slethmen oppose the Pact. I heard a rumour that the rioting even killed members of the Sleth Canton of Endowment, displaying their corpses publicly.
Yetrick was taken aback.
Sure, crimes occur, but the courts are usually peaceful, especially within their borders.
Exactly my point. I am mostly concerned with my personal motivations for your journey, but we have a part to play in securing the peace between courts.
I doubt our court would ever revolt. Grafs and endowed have done so much for us. Just look at our economy. Gorges have given us an unprecedented workforce. We're the agricultural centre of Facet.
I agree, but it would surprise you to hear what is spoken among the lower class areas of the court. Even the criminals and street dwellers live by Gruth doctrine, but they distort words of truth and justify wrongdoings. I would not be so astonished to hear of any of them take inspiration from revolts in other courts. Sin only requires justification to be permitted in the heart of a man.
Yetrick had spent most of his life among the aristocracy. His parents were both employed in high scholarly positions, providing him with a privileged upbringing in the affluent sectors of Thusk. He had rarely seen the slums of his own court. Most of his knowledge about the impoverished Gruth lifestyle was based upon rumours and children's offensive humour.
On with you two, then.
The Thane lifted his hands in dismissal.
You have little time left to prepare for your heroic journey.
Sami stood with Yetrick. They took their belongings and departed. Yetrick wondered if he should talk with the girl more, or leave the conversations for the road.
Are you ready for this?
She faced him with a smile.
I guess so. Don't worry, you will enjoy Kjek, even though many of the Zayes men are as stiff as the pride of a priestman. How many times have you been there? A fair amount, enough to experience their culture for what it is. Do you recommend taking anything there while on assignment? Any spices, as Thane gets suggested? I like their cooking. It's tame and basic enough to focus on the core ingredients. Other than that, anything he recommended. I don't mind broadening my horizons.
The two exited the canton and walked into the midday sun.
Well, I will leave you here. We'll see each other soon enough.
She gave a friendly wave as she turned and departed to the west. Hours remained before sunset. His stomach urged him to find some food at a local market or tavern. He deserved it, having pushed off his second meal too long. Checking inside his small coin pouch, he found 2 patir, enough for a decent meal. He was better off financially than most his age, much of it due to the investments that he had made in local establishments as a youth. His financial acumen surprised many, but in truth his parents had monitored his funds until he reached his 22nd year. The poorer sections of the city, not the slums beyond the centre, provided some of the finest cuisines at a cheaper price. Eastern Gruth dishes were his favourite, comprising potatoes, carrots, onions, and a liberal amount of seasonings, topped with the most popular fish of the season. The food sector of southern Thusk was filled with vendors and customers alike, appearing like a swarm of bees in a narrow corridor. The scent of sautéed root vegetables and grilled fish filled the air. Booths lined each side of the street, spanning half as wide as an average Thusk cobblestone way. From above, one could feel the excitement of rich cultural unity, while marks of poverty hid on the streets below. Rodent excrement lay crushed in gutter corners. Food waste and other trash remained strewn along the street. Beggars sat curbside, hoping to obtain sustenance to let them live yet another day. Trying to avert his eyes from the gloom, Yetrick searched for a Zai's eatery. He found one to his right, advertising authentic steamed ham. As he approached the door, he saw an empty produce box held by a dishevelled man sitting against the building. Yetrick leaned down, handing him the contents of his coin pouch.
"Why?"
the man said as he turned his bearded, dirty face to look at Yetrick.
"Because we are not yet his Slefmen, my Druthman,"
he said with a grin.
"You are of more worth than my 2 coins.
The man smiled and shed a tear as he clutched the coin pouch. Yetrick laughed without another word. Chapter 4. Rest and Unrest. The journey homeward was lonesome yet peaceful. Phenmir's nights had been spent at affordable inns, and were more pleasant than his final night in Zai's. His stomach growled. It felt like it was digesting itself, though he couldn't tell if the sensation resulted from hunger or the anticipation of seeing his family again. The northern city gate looked same as it had the day he left. Had he been over-concerned by the riots? The steed continued through the arched gate, entering the cobblestone streets of the Chus capital. He had returned. He dreamt of this since his arrival in Kshek. His soul breached the surface of the seas and could finally breathe after months of drowning. Domed buildings and red rooftops characterized the city. Large palms decorated the streets. Though the climate seemed harsh and desert-like, the land continued to produce life. It was late in the afternoon, though the sun remained on the horizon, providing sufficient light for people to wander the town. Children accompanied their parents, men conversed over spiced tea, and shopkeepers received tips for service. Hints of cumin and cardamom wafted from plates of grilled camel steaks. Red sand filled the cracks of the cobbled streetway. Musicians paddled on large drums to accompany the songs of long-necked lutes. This was Court Chus. This was home. After a few minutes of slow riding, a wooden sign hanging from a post came into view. Sleen Geet. The large panther-like beasts were already visible by the shimmer of their green scales. He dismounted and tied the steed to a post, entering the establishment to retrieve a stable hand to accept the baton. His Geet scratched over its hearing holes, trying to pry off the bridle from its earless scalp. He had grown quite proficient at Geet riding under the circumstances. In the past, he often travelled with a slower group, but riding on his own was a freeing experience. A brawny woman with short black hair in a white blouse and red trousers prepared Geet feed inside the wood-panelled building. Phenmir caught her attention upon entering. He approached her with a smile.
"Helloeth,"
Phenmir said.
"I'm returning a Geet from Kshek."
"Quite the journey,"
she said with a smile as she placed a held food basin on the floor near the feed trough.
"The tag, please."
He removed the leather tag.
"Thank you. Carries the creed."
She took it and placed it in her left pocket to be sent back to Zai's to confirm an honest return of the Geet.
Carries the creed.
He left and continued southward. He had not yet heard anything related to the Kroll or any revolts. Shopkeepers cleaned entryways as they prepared to close their doors, and taverns bid farewell to their dining guests while welcoming the nighttime crowd. Chessmen of all ages filled the city square as he entered the dense centre. A large group had aggregated near the grand footsteps at the entrance of the Kroll's castle. Curiosity tempted him forward and led him towards the group. The square's occupants held large sheets of parchment with a variety of words poorly inscribed on them. The banter was loud, but they seemed like a docile mob compared to what he'd been expecting. He estimated it held a minimum of 200 chessmen.
"Excuse me, chessman," Phenmir asked a bystander. "What is going on here?"
"Where have you been? We have been here each day from dawn till dusk."
The man snapped at Phenmir as if he was a dullard. Phenmir paused.
"Forgive my confusion, but I have just returned from Jack. I rode into the city moments ago."
"Conspiring with the enemy, huh? Are you one of them that supports our sorry excuse for a Kroll?"
He turned away from Phenmir to leave him without another word.
"We have been protesting the Kroll and his graft," said an approaching chessman. "I recognise protests aren't the most effective form of political activism, but we needed hope that something might change."
"Have you had success?"
"I guess we will see tomorrow during his speech."
"How many of you are there?"
The man forced a laugh.
"Today was our largest crowd yet. I have heard rumours of similar groups forming throughout the court. I even met a travelling slaffman who came to protest. You heard they had groups protest harvesting in their court, right? Can you imagine? Slaff banning harvests and Chas allowing the crime. What is happening to Facet? Anyway, join us tomorrow. There is strength in numbers."
The spirit of justice burned within Phenmir, yet he focused on his return home and left the central square. The rest of his way home was spent in quiet contemplation as he took in the familiar sights of shops and homesteads near the city centre. Phenmir slowed his approach to the red wooden door at the top of a staircase. Their home sat above his health clinic, which was in operation whenever he was not on foreign assignment. Though it was a smaller house, it fit their family of 3 well. At their age, he and his wife expected no more children. They would need no additional space unless Heer married soon and continued to live with them. The boy was almost 19. Still young, but not far from marriage. He climbed the stairs and knocked on the door. The scratch of wood on wood broke the silence as a chair moved beyond the closed door. Footsteps approached, and the door drew open.
"Phenmir?"
Mera embraced him as he dropped his belongings on the doorstep. She was a slender woman with dark Chas skin. Her platinum hair was voluminous, with tight curls that reached down to her mid-back. This was the woman who won Phenmir over so many years ago, and continued to impress him at every glance. They stood with arms entwined.
"Here, come to the door!"
Mera shouted, stepping back. The years had not warned them in their marriage, but had bound a relationship stronger than the finest alloy smelted in the cloven glyph.
"Father!"
Heer shouted. He ran around his mother to take his turn to embrace his father.
"It's good to have you back."
"I could not stay in Zaiz any longer after I heard—"
Mera smiled. "It's okay," she said, placing her hand on his shoulder. "I figured. We're fine. Very few have embraced the Kroll's choice. Their numbers have diminished to nothing, or so I've been told. Most of the protesting has shifted against the Kroll."
"Thank Cherik that you two are safe. Don't worry, I'll keep away from the riots."
He saw her worry and winked to diffuse it.
"I know it's getting late, but I need food. I've eaten nothing besides a small bowl of oatmeal this morning."
"What about the Kroll's speech, Mother?"
Heer said, catching his mother's attention. "Yes, Heer." She then turned to face her husband, apprehensive. "Tomorrow, the Kroll will try to defend his acceptance of the graft, or so we suppose. I feel it would be worth our time to listen,
before we condemn him further."
Her words brought a scowl from him.
"I'm not advocating for him, Phenmir, but it is our duty to lend an ear."
"Well then, we'll go. I just pray that we will have nothing like the forging of the Pact of Provence," said Phenmir. "When the other courts tried to bring us into their Pact of Harvesting, I almost raised a spear myself."
"You mean the induction, when they decided to implement harvesting?"
asked Here.
"Sorry, I forget that the Zayi's radicals have given that pseudo-war a name."
The induction. No better way to hide an atrocious agreement than by giving it a bureaucratic title.
"That's been the worry."
She brushed her palm against his unshaven cheek.
"I'm just happy to have you here. We can discuss your career once the court ensures peace."
Regardless of his employment status, leaving Jack in the middle of an assignment would result in a significant gap in their funds.
"It's good to have you back."
Here bid his father a good night, returning to his room. Here seemed the same as always. Phenmir had worried he had missed much of his coming of age while on assignments. All a father could hope for was to be present enough in his child's youth to help shape them into a stalwart citizen. Phenmir placed his hand on the back of Mayra's neck. He pulled her in to kiss her forehead.
"We'll talk in the morning. Let's enjoy the night as if all is peaceful."
She nodded and left for their bedchamber, while he went to prepare a small nighttime meal. A variety of fruit lay on the corner table, next to assorted grain and 2 loaves of bread. He smiled as he caught the scent of cumin and crushed coriander seeds. The stone counter was wiped clean, though Here's books remained stacked in the corner. Red dust still stained the doorway, but little else remained on the black and white decor. Phenmir ate 2 cinnamon-dusted chunks of bread with a honey drizzle, at the pace of a starved predator, eager to return to Mayra's side. He wiped the corners of his mouth with the edge of his sleeve, brushed the crumbs into his hand for one last swallow, and took his belongings with him back to his bedchamber. Warmth filled his chest as they shared a grin. She was folding his clothing, having already taken his bag into the bedchamber.
"Please tell me you have left minimal stains on your clothing this time."
Phenmir let out a quiet laugh.
"I try my best, but you know what I have to deal with. Let me help."
"No need. I enjoy your husbandly scent."
"You mean my bodily fluids and the putrid odor they carry?"
"It's natural," she replied.
They laughed. He had missed her unconditional love. She could take the driest land and produce the finest of roses.
"I've missed you, Phenmir. I hate your absence in the bed. Sleeping without you is not the same."
"I'll be here for a good while now. We will leave any problems for the future."
She embraced him again, and he noticed a tear sliding down the side of her nose.
"Mayra, what is it?"
He stroked her hair to console her. She let herself go, neck jerking with each sobbing gasp. He wiped her tears away with his calloused fingers.
"I'm here, Mayra. Let it all out."
She sniffled. "I didn't know what to do when the Kroll announced his support for harvesting. It feels like I'm still traumatized by when they introduced the horrendous process and forged the Pact of Provence for the harvesting courts. I've never seen so much hate, and I cannot bear to see it repeated. Here was too young to grasp the magnitude of it. He was only 13 at the time, so I've been trying to keep myself together and not draw my emotions into it. Purd, it's been 5 years of harvesting already. I need you here with me."
"And I will be," he said, pulling her tighter. "Nothing will happen to us, and we will not allow harvesting here. I promise. I will do anything to ensure it. Even if it means my death. Let's get some rest, Mayra. We have a lot to catch up on in the morning."
After crawling under their covers, Mayra drew close to Phenmir. She quickly fell asleep as he stared out their window, contemplating his sins.
I am done. I will never take part in or allow a harvest to occur in front of me again.
His guilty conscience warred with his attempt to sleep.
You still allowed it. You took part in a child's death. But they had already perished, killed by the guilty only moments before. I had no choice. You were their tool, the one to bury the body. I was forced, against my moral law, to provide for my family. I will find another way. It is over, never to be continued. Your past cannot be absolved. You are complicit.
He paused in fear, muffling his own sobs.
You did it. The Zaisman told you that the Kroll took the organ from your last harvest and returned to Sleen before you. You provided the last graft. You provided your Kroll with this organ.
Phenmir arose from the bed as Mayra slept. The sun had warmed their room beyond his comfort. Had he grown too accustomed to the chill of Azai's morning?
"Helloeth, Phenmir."
Her husky morning voice was one of the many qualities that he had missed.
Helloeth, Mayra.
He returned to the bedside to kiss her cheek.
When is the speech scheduled?
"Noonday. They will ring the central bells an hour prior."
They looked into each other's eyes. They would have each other, no matter how divided Facet would become.
"Will you make sure Here is awake?"
Of course.
It felt nice to wear clothing other than those he had in Kshak. He felt cleaner at home. His spirit was where it belonged. Here's door was already open. Stepping around the corner, he saw his son in the depths of a thick text. He turned to see his entering guest, placing a hand in between his book pages.
"Hello, father."
To you as well here. What are you reading?
"Medical Advancements in the Age of the Harvest." Don't worry, I'm not being indoctrinated. Wasn't it written by a Chas guild?
He nodded.
I know the work.
Just like his father. The thought brought warmth to his soul.
I read it the year it was published.
Was that 2 years ago? Something like that. I'm enjoying it. Our scholarhood had been focusing on medical philosophy, hence the assigned reading. Maybe later I can get your opinion on our lectures. This reading was educational, but I had some opposing opinions to the progressive ideations of many of the Zai's scholars.
Just wait until you read from the priest philosophies, if you want to experience a waste of words.
Oh, I know, he said with a laugh. Feyu with Gedri is the worst excuse for a scholar that I have ever read from. No one can learn anything from his philosophy.
Your parents raised you well,
Phenmir said with a wink.
Ready for the day?
I guess so.
No matter what occurs, it is important we are there.
Yes. Just let me know when you are ready, and I will be at the door.
He nodded and left to prepare his morning meal. 3 portions of grain were prepared and set on the table, topped with seeds and honey. He took a seat and began to eat, savouring the Chas honey once again. He should inform Garen Rents, the Thane of Haleness, about why he left. He and Thane Rents got along well, dancing the line beyond professionalism into friendship. Phenmir was one of the most respected medics in Sleen, and worked as his commanding advisor for the Canton of Haleness. The Thane always provided a considerate ear when Phenmir needed to let his emotions run. He spotted a pile of letter parchment on a desk across the room, and found a quill and inkwell in the drawer. Without finishing chewing, he set his spoon down and began to write.
Garen Rents, Chas Thane of Haleness. I hereby inform you of my temporary resignation from medical practice outside of our court's boundaries. My stance against harvesting is not unknown to you. My care will be henceforth designated to the benefit of humankind, and no more shall my title be associated with the atrocities that are practiced abroad. I look forward to seeing you again. Phenmir Stoke, your commanding advisor."
He sealed the letter in a small package, tucking it into his pocket to be dropped off on their way to the city centre. He pulled his empty bowl to the edge of the table as Heer and Mayra sat beside him to break their fast. He told them stories of his time in Court Zaiz. Likewise, they relayed stories about how they had spent their time. Mayra cultivated crops in their sector's shared field, visited her sister and mother, and gave voice in public sessions related to the Chas faith in the years of harvesting. Heer had continued his studies and was preparing to finish his primary years of schooling. Soon, he would attempt acceptance into the Patriarchy. Phenmir, like many, was uneasy with a patriarchy of scholars, despite the prestige of their membership. Their secretive sect was exclusive, and their machinations were reclusive, but they were the most renowned scholars on the continent. Scholars from all the courts joined their ranks to study the unknown tenets that bound humanity, as the nobility proclaimed, whatever that entailed. He felt drawn to them as a youth, and spent much of his time reading the works of scholarly brethren. His interest was sparked when a messenger presented him with an invitation to apply for the Patriarchy. Many of his classmates were intelligent, but there was something special about the boy. Beyond his doubts, Phenmir knew that the Patriarchy stood for the benevolence of the courts. Here was the embodiment of beneficence.
"Heer was already studying when I woke," Phenmir said.
"Really?" Mayra did not sound surprised. "Father even knew the book that I was reading." "Well, what did you learn?" she asked, taking a bite of her oatmeal. "The recent advances in medicine are remarkable, thanks to the Aerhethrans, who are, in my opinion, the most remarkable type of endowed. I had heard that they were responsible for grafting, but never knew the details of their history."
"Yet another gift from Cherik that is abused by the harvest," Phenmir said.
"Well, yes, they can heal, and I understand that they were used in surgical practice. But what do you mean the Aerhethrans helped establish harvesting?" asked Mayra.
"You tell her," Phenmir said, gesturing to his son. "Let us see how well you recall your facts. Show us you are the scholar you claim to be."
"You really don't know?" Heer asked. "You know I'm a woman of politics. Medicine is your father's world, and harvesting has only been a part of our world for 5 years. Seeing that we do not harvest in our core, I might not know as much as you would expect, especially regarding the science of the endowed organ. Besides being able to heal themselves from wounds, they have increased blood flow and can clot exposed areas in less than a second. This allows healing and support when part of the body is missing or dead. This was discovered after some of the first endowers experienced miraculous recoveries. People lived when they should have died. Well, medical information was quite archaic before this, as I'm sure Father can tell you. The past 10 years since this discovery have been the most remarkable period of medical advancement in history. Does that make sense?" Yes, she nodded. "Once medical professionals began to work with Aerhethrans, they attempted to compensate parents for the endowers to perform tests for medical research." "They must not have been Chas parents with such a careless attitude," scoffed Mayra, turning to Heer. "I would never give you over to become an object for research, even if you were born an endower."
"I believe the parents were Zaizmen, or possibly even Slefmen," Phenmir replied. He gestured for Heer to continue.
"They open these subjects so they might study live human anatomy, even discovering how parts of the body function. This provided information for life-saving surgeries, and taught them proper ways to close open wounds for effective healing. I cannot bear to think about the pain they endured."
"Aerhethrans have a higher pain tolerance," Phenmir added. "Call it a benefit or a curse, as you will."
We still lack crucial information for repairing many of the complex parts of the body, such as the brain. When the researchers opened an Aerhee, they found the key to the endowed abilities. Endowers were born with 2 umbilical cords, but they found that these children had an additional organs. One connects to the placenta, while the other feeds the mother's nutrients directly into this 3rd intestine. They hypothesized that if they were to graft this portion of the organ onto an adult, the adult would manifest similar abilities. Unfortunately, they were correct. No endowed could survive without that aspect of the intestine. It was as crucial to their body as the heart. Yes, that is how I understood it, she said. Something that I never understood was how they could transplant these organs, but a heart transplant never works. Oddly enough, the body practically never rejects the endowed organ, no matter the host. Bodies reject foreign organs such as hearts and lungs. Perhaps one day we can understand this issue, but the endowed intestine is almost always accepted by the host's body. If the organ would make that person into an Aerhee, a Gorger, a Phenmir, or any type of endowed, it doesn't matter. The specifics of that are beyond my area of expertise. I'm sure that Father could clarify any of my discrepancies.
You seem to know it as well as I do.
He smiled at his son. From then on, Heer continued, children under 1 year of age were chosen. It went through the courts, the induction, and henceforth. You know the story, now that you have the science behind it. She smirked. But you already knew most of that, didn't you? She chuckled. Have you forgotten who your father is? I just wanted to see how much you have learned. Let's see if you know this. What of the blood flow of those who received the gifts? Surely that much blood loss during surgery would kill anyone trying to receive it. What I've heard, here turned to his father, searching for confirmation, is that surviving blood loss is yet another feat of the Aerhee. Phenmir nodded. As shiftlings can alter parts of their body, Aerhee can alter bodily functions of others. While the host is opened, an Aerhee can halt their blood flow long enough for the organ to be added. The blood stops like ice in a frozen tunnel, and resumes after. By then, the host is stitched up, and the Aerhee can cause their heart to pump faster to keep the blood moving. They can also induce sleep, preventing pain during the operation. You've raised a wise one, Fen, said Mera.
You have done just as much as I have, Mera. Well done here, said Phenmir. I can tell you've spent a lot of time in those tomes. Just never forget the consequences of harvesting. Zeyi's scholars often omit undesirable information. They claim that most endowers die within their first year, but it is actually less than half, according to Chus research.
Phenmir turned toward the sun casting through the window. Morning had come. The hour of the Kroll's speech was nearly upon them. Anxiety filled him. Following their morning prayer routines, the family took to the cobbled streets. Doors opened and closed around them in a cacophony of excitement as townspeople joined them to walk towards the castle grounds in the city's centre. The crowd moved like honey through a thin tube. Progress was slow, but they had left well before the scheduled start. Unfortunately, it seemed as if half of the city had done the same. From the corner of his eye, Phenmir recognized the central message station. Drawing his family to the left side of the alleyway, he placed his letter within the collection basket for high-priority sending, leaving an additional payment attached to the backside. A letter from a commanding advisor to his thane would likely be delivered before twilight if the city remained intact after the Kroll's speech. Taverns and shops had closed to allow people to attend, although some remained open to reap the benefits of the high traffic. Phenmir held his wife's hand with his left and placed his right on his shoulder to prevent losing each other. He had not yet seen the most current Kroll, having been so recently inducted, yet he already loathed the monarch. After a bottleneck into the city square, the castle was visible, high above the crowd.
The central square was designed so the balcony of the southern castle wall stood near monumental stone walls that curved outward from the castle's balcony. This feat of engineering projected a speaker's voice, allowing distant viewers to hear what was spoken. The balcony was free of any occupants, as expected so long before the scheduled speech, yet all present chessmen fixated on it, unsettled. Most of the crowd remained calm and collected, but some rejectionist extremists stood together to voice their opinion. Here informed his father that he recognized many of the rioters. Phenmir admired the spirit of the younger generation. Youth often spend their early adulthood trying to overturn tradition, and yet these were fighting to preserve it. A trumpeter played from the castle balcony. The call silenced the audience, but did not quell their anticipation. Seconds passed like hours, as each chessman maintained eye contact with the small crack between the castle doors. Finally the doors opened, and Král Menrin Diflek stepped to the railing to face his audience. The crowd erupted in a thunder of shouts, the sound of an ocean amid a hurricane. Phenmir could not hear a positive word or sound of praise, only defamations and curses worse than any angry drunkard would dare speak. At least unity could be found somewhere in Facet. In protest, people often meet their closest allies. The Král remained silent through the chaos. Minutes passed until another blast from the horn silenced the cries of unrest. Gradually the audience settled.
"People of my court!"
"Traitor!" was shouted alongside a variety of other degrading slurs.
"Zaid's pawn!
"Power-hungry swine!"
False Král!"
"Child eater" was possibly the most derogatory way to refer to an endowed. While it was not particularly correct, it packed a strike of abhorrence. Endowed did not eat the child's organ, but Phenmir appreciated the grim defamation of the process. The trumpeter blew again.
"Respected chessmen!"
shouted the Král to gain the audience's attention. It felt as if he was trying to stop the wind from blowing.
"Fear not change, chessmen, for we are at the dawn of a glorious epoch."
The doors behind the Král opened yet again to welcome another individual onto the balcony. Distance obscured the figure, but a yellow robe was visible, with a hood that shadowed the face. More followed, but the Král paid them no notice. They formed a line before the door like guards.
"As many of you have witnessed, riots and protests continue to arise. We will maintain strength through acceptance of divine power, while others fall into false ideas of righteousness. Court Slef is facing such a crisis, falling away from the change that we will now accept. Only the sinful fear change. Let us not be as the impoverished Slefmen."
Upon mentioning Court Slef for the second time, a figure stepped forward. A flash of silver near their waist caught Phenmir's eye.
"I have—"
Suddenly, the Král collapsed. His head fell off his shoulders, tumbling past the railing of the balcony and falling into the crowd as the frontmost man in yellow clove it from his haughty neck. Chapter 5. Curious Beginnings. Scholar Bruth lit the torches as they descended the Athenium stairwell. Aerhee followed.
"Mind the steps, Caesar. Many fall victim to their steep angle."
"Are the texts below limited to Slef writings?" she asked.
"No, but we will focus on those regarding Court Slef. Each court has an area for its more exclusive writings. I suppose you have not been here before."
"Unfortunately not." How difficult can it be to find a mention of Slef endowed? Surely information is scattered throughout their records from the past 5 years. She would not disappoint Thane Latrie. Finding the source of the lack of endowed in Slef was an important piece to resolving the riots against harvesting. Regardless, it was sure to be a significant step.
She did not fully understand the connection between the missing endowed and the riots herself, but she trusted the Thane's insights. He believed that revealing the whereabouts of their endowed would help dissolve the distress in Court Sleth, thereby preserving the peace in Court Zaiz.
A secretive section may seem fascinating, but do not lose yourself in the search. This part of the library provides extensive personal information on many living nobles, others within their circles, their ancestors, and the court as a whole.
Bruth descended the last step and proceeded toward the right wall of the spacious chamber, lighting a torch, which triggered a cascade of lights to line each of the walls. A long corridor between shelves that reached to the ceiling continued onward for what seemed like the length of the entire building. Each section of shelves bore a court's banner that faced toward the walkway. As she proceeded, she noticed that intricate gates stood at the foot of each of the banners. Scholar Bruth removed a chain of keys from his robe's inner pocket. Together, they halted at the gate that stood below the yellow Sleth banner that bore an embroidered silver spine rat. The lock clicked open. Bruth held the gate back to invite Aerhee forward.
You are unlikely to find any works of fiction within this collection, unless undeniably relevant to the court's core. Ledgers of past crawls, statistical reports from past cases, and historical documents make up most of this area, he said, pointing to the shelves on their left. Turning to the right, he repeated the wave of his hand to display the monument of tomes. And on this side, you will find that which interests you. Here are the collected works and associated texts related to the past years of Thanes and their respected cantons. Follow me down a little to reach... which canton were you inquiring about?
Endowment, though I only need records from the year of Manifest onward, nothing before the first endowers were born. Nearing the end of the section, Scholar Bruth stopped under a sign written in the scholar's tongue. She was surprised to find the language on this floor of the Athenaeum, but it only clarified that these records were not intended for the public eye. The inscription appeared to be no more than a long line with peaks and depressions, like a child's horizontal drawing of lightning.
4 volumes cover your requested period. Do you want each one?
Yes, though I only need the texts for relevant areas to the Thane's request. Bruth nodded and removed 4 large tomes from the shelf. Finely dyed leather and a flattened steel stud on each corner covered each volume of the front cover. Aerhee took each bulky volume, each one from Bruth's trembling hands.
Any further requests before we return, Caesar?
This should suffice for now. Thank you for your guidance. He smiled, though it hinted at pain. Did her inquiries bother him? He passed Aerhee and beckoned her forward as he began to return to the main level, but she remained for another moment. Aerhee spent a few more moments scanning the other titles on the shelf, without discovering further works of worth, before moving to the exit, where the scholar waited. He pulled on a lever near the base of the staircase that capped each torch, leaving the room hidden in darkness once again.
I find it unlikely that any scholar will be disappointed by the absence of these volumes, but I ask that you read them quickly. These tomes are priceless and irreplaceable. You will not find such detailed collections anywhere else in Facet.
She thanked him for his assistance and left him at his desk with a Zai's salute to bid each other farewell. Upon exiting, she saw a Geet carriage and made swiftly to the street, catching the coachman's attention. She was relieved to find the carriage vacant. A quiet cabin provided some time for some reading. Her homestead was in the northeast sector of Kjek, neighbouring the innovatively designed homes of the court's thanes and their high officers. Zir, her husband, awaited her arrival.
"Aerhee!"
he exclaimed while concluding a report on his desk.
"I missed you this morning."
I know. You tell me every day.
I had matters to attend to. Thane Latree is keeping me busy.
Yes. Everyone is in need to see the finest caser throughout Facet. He winked at her, turning away from his work.
The public would believe so, she replied, and went to her bedchamber. He was a fine companion, but requested too much of her time. They were legally wed. Was that not enough for him? She felt he had spent too much time around the influence of Chusman, based on his excessive desire for expressive affection. She avoided any form of confrontation, but he commented occasionally that she was too literal a Zae's woman. An erroneous claim. One could not be two Zae's, too loyal a servant to the almighty Lair. Aerhee placed the books on her bedside table. She shut the door to her study, catching a glimpse of Zir's melancholic eyes. Dawn brought the sound of the stell-crested doves. Aerhee pried her face from her desk, feeling the creases from the book's edge on which she had fallen asleep. Leaving eating for another hour, Aerhee dressed and prepared to find answers. She took the 4 historical tomes on Court Sleth and left toward Zir's writing desk. She determined, or justified, that he would not need the space until further into the evening. Sleth Cultural Observations, Volume 14. Aerhee pulled the largest volume from the bottom of the stack, surmising that it covered the events around the year of Manifest, which was confirmed upon reading the printed subtitle on the first page inside. Years 322 to 324 in the clerical era. Lifting the other covers, she found the volume to address the collected years of 325 to 326, 327 to 329, and 330 to 332 respectively. The binding creaked as it opened. The stiff hinge revealed that the book had not been used for frequent study. The abundance of information was overwhelming. From Zir's desk drawers, she found a small unmarked set of bound parchment and located a quill and inkwell. She flipped past the title page and minutiae within the first pages to find the list of contents. 1. Recapitulation. 2. Proposed theories of endowed origins. 3. The year of Manifest. 4. The first child. 5. Court endowers. 6. Analysis of calibers. 7. Endowed origins, Zae's. 8. Endowed origins, Sleth. 9. Endowed origins, Gruth. The titles continued, though she didn't know where to begin. Though she could entice herself with Court Sleth's initial reaction to the manifestation of abilities, it would be more fruitful study the Sleth Canton of Endowment during the years of harvesting. She lay aside Volume 14. Endowment, endowed, grafting, she thought would be the most efficient keywords for her search. She took the more substantial Volume 16, which observed the Pact of Provence and the following 2 years. Hours of reading yielded few results. As suggested by Thane Latree, there were many endowed in Sleth during the earlier years of grafting. She could not tell if they had reached a hiatus, for all mentions of additional endowed in Sleth were omitted. Furthermore, she could not find any significant mention of Chus influence, as Thane Latree proposed. If they had influenced the Slethmen, their activity was likely more recent. More than anti-harvesters was influencing Court Sleth. The lack of clarity harried her. If she could not find a solution to the Sleth-endowed dilemma, to whom would she go? Scholar Bruth would be a viable option, though she doubted that his area of expertise would cover such intrigue. She followed the mentions of benefaction as indicated by the index. Near the end of the listed mentions, she happened upon a passage that caught her attention. Zae's caser Felta Zeal served as a messenger to relay information between the Zae's and Sleth Thanes of Endowment. Astonished that she had missed this excerpt, she reread the 2 sentences. Caser Zeal. She had met the previous caser on fewer than 5 occasions, and never became acquainted with her work,
despite following her in the office of Zae's Caesar. Had the Caesar controlled the information that was relayed between the court's heads of harvesting, the Thanes of Endowment? Was she a pawn to the Zae's Thane of Endowment? Was that Thane responsible for the missing endowed in Court Sleth? Was she, therefore, responsible for the Sleth riots? Caesar Zeal's name was not the answer she was looking for, but the mention of her name provided a promising start to her search for the missing, elusive endowed. She noted her thoughts in her personal ledger, a small grey leather volume the size of an open hand, with the Zae's insignia on the cover, a bronze Kaizin on a grey banner. Why did they choose that demonic lion elk for our sigil? Most of her reading left her frustrated by wading through a fog of insignificant historical accounts, but relief filled her after finding a beginning through the former Caesar Zeal, if she could locate the woman. Metal on metal rang through their homestead's hall as Zia prepared their midday meal. Her stomach growled. Politics was her language, while Zia was better versed in the culinary arts, something she missed while traveling. Saliva flooded her mouth. Zia often worried that his wife distanced herself from him emotionally, but she treated others likewise. Her signs of affection matched the default for a Zae's citizen. He was a true-bred Zae'sman, more Zae's in blood than she, but he spent his adolescence raised on the southern border of Zae's, in the village Lobov, an hour's walk from the Chas border. The proximity had etched itself into his character. He seemed to be more personable than any other man in Zae's. A stern individual herself, she enjoyed his polarized view of the world. They complemented each other well. A metal pot that hung above a modest flame, emitting the scent of steaming roasting carrots and chicken. Aerhee joined her husband at the dining table, which stood near the fire. It was not particularly cold outside, but Aerhee liked warmth. If she was envious of any Chas attribute, it was their court's heat. Zia reached across the table to provide Aerhee with a wooden dining plate and utensils. He removed the steaming pot from its hook and placed it on the table above a cooling cloth to prevent tarnishing their furniture. Aerhee spread the vegetable conglomeration on her plate, noticing small amounts of chicken, and took a piece of bread from a platter across the table. Zia took the rest of the pot's contents and began eating, as Aerhee stuffed the first bite into her mouth.
"I noticed you were reading this morning," he said with a mouth half full.
Thane Latrie asked that I look into the historical basis of Sleth Endowment.
"Is he concerned with the state of their court? I heard that the rioting has escalated to violence."
I believe so. She hid the details of their discussion from Zia. Spreading misinformation was on the same plane as gossip.
"Interesting."
He focused on his meal. Aerhee finished her course and proceeded to the wash basin, while Zia continued to savor each bite. She returned to the desk, placing volume 16 in her bag, and left for the city centre, hoping to find a source of inspiration, perhaps within one of the cantons. Zia likely wanted her to stay and talk, but she had told him too many times how busy the Caesar of Zae's was. She knew he wanted more from her, yet she denied him. She denied it herself. She held back to focus on her work. Court Zae's demanded as much as it had given her. She held a repressed hope that she could offer more, but recognized that it was unlikely with the demands of her calling as Caesar. Storm clouds of varying grey-blue hues decorated the sky with the sombre spirit of Court Zae's. Petrichor filled her nostrils. The beautiful scent had accompanied her almost every day since her arrival in Kjek as a girl. Rainfall had ceased for the day, but evidence of precipitation was scattered across the damp road. Weather rarely bothered Zae'smen. The skies could act as they pleased, and it would not change their plans. To change would halt productivity. Maintaining one's composure in all situations was a Zae's ideal. She walked towards the city centre along the main road. Each step brought her closer to the centre, while most of the citizens seemed to flee from it. Had something happened? She pushed it from her mind as she proceeded towards the city's cantons. Chapter 6. A Humble Slef Embrace. Court Slef was a beautifully painted masterpiece of a wasteland. Yetrick could not move from the window as he viewed the capital city of Pael. The architecture contrasted with the poverty he saw. Why did the city maintain its allure while the people appeared to be homeless? White buildings lined the streets. The pale palaces stood like guardians without blemish or imperfection, yet they seemed empty of spirit.
Was the court poor in general, or did it have more poor citizens?
Perhaps the inner city housed the nobility and scholars, or were they too without coin?
Semi,
Yetrick said, trying to catch her attention as she watched the city through the opposite window.
Yes?
She turned to look at him. Piercing eyes caught Yetrick, almost causing him to forget his words.
Have you been among the Slefmen? I've met a few, she said, but I feel like I know the court well enough. I have spent some time here. Espionage?
He asked with childish excitement.
Not quite, but you're not far off. Why do you ask? Are all the people of Slef poor? Or is there just an overabundance of beggars and homeless citizens that make the Slef reputation? I just don't understand what Slef poverty actually means. I never took you to be so interested in the economy of other courts. Most Gruthmen live their lives with their minds stuck in their homelands. Regarding the Slefmen, the economic struggles span the population. A field labourer is just as likely to have a modest home as a thane. Are you familiar with their law of humility? Avoid the priestmen?
She laughed.
They might as well, if they want to abstain from pride, but that is not the written law. They humble themselves by giving their income away. It is a divine decree that each Slefman gives their capital and only keeps enough to sustain themselves for a week. That is quite the dedication, but how can that sustain a community?
Semi shrugged.
I don't know how, but it works. Humility and submission are pressed so far that one becomes a victim of society.
Although he spent the journey with Semi, he read most of the time, sharing only occasional small talk when he felt prompted. In the coming days, he would be sure to make up for lost time and learn more about her, rather than sustaining empty small talk.
We should be approaching the city centre soon, if my memory serves,
said Semi. She tried to look as far forward as she could without thrusting her head through it.
See anything?
He asked.
Nothing noteworthy. I'm trying to see if I remember any of the... Right there! I remember visiting that baker on our left. Is it worth a visit? It's bread. It's what you expect, she said. I'll take anything at this point. How long has it been since we last ate?
Semi continued to look out the window, not paying heed to his complaints. Distant shouts pierced their carriage, growing in intensity.
Do you hear that? It sounds like a mob.
She nodded.
It's coming from the centre.
He shifted his glance to the cityscape outside of his window. More people stood at the edges of the street, but the small window blocked any clear view ahead.
Where is the coachman leaving us? Inquired Yetrick. Safely away from this crowd, I hope. East of the square, though we will pass through the area, responded Semi with no sign of concern. She must be used to mobs and controversy, he thought.
She was an endowed. After all, they are the fulcrum of society's divisiveness.
We should find a safe, preferably quiet, place for the night. Do you know where we should go?
She shook her head.
I doubt the coachman does either. He's just here to transport. Anyone we could ask for directions? I think you overestimate my experiences here. You know, Semi, I could use some bread from your friends right about now.
He tried to suppress a grin. She laughed. It felt like the first genuine laugh he had heard from her.
I don't know if a friend is the proper word, but it is worth a try to see if he knows anything. I'll tell the coachman to stop. How? He's outside of the cabin. You'll like this one.
She opened the door enough to provide space for her to lean out. With the voice of Thane Get, she called out of the cabin door.
Coachman, take us back to that bakery.
Yes, sir, the coachman replied, pulling on the left bindings of the gate to change their direction.
Well done,
Yetrick said as she returned to her seat.
Wait a moment. Doesn't he know that the Thane never came with us?
She shrugged.
It worked. I just needed a voice of authority to get his attention, and Thane Get ordered the carriage for us. Are you sure you want to divulge that you're an endowed? If Thane Get wanted to keep it hidden, why would he have sent me? I cannot argue with you there.
As the coachman left and would meet them later in the evening, Yetrick peered through the bakery window, which was partially obscured with clouds of flour, and found the inside to be dark and barren.
What do you propose?
Asked Yetrick.
At this point, I'm willing to accept any option. Let's ask someone if they know anything about the protests. If we are lucky, maybe things have swayed back in favour of harvesting, and we do not have to be so worried about staying away from them.
Yetrick followed her down the south side of the street.
Excuse me, Sloughmen,
she said to catch a man's attention.
Could you explain what is happening here?
She gestured toward the city centre. Here, he said, turning toward her. He was shaved bald and wore a vest without an undershirt. Holes and patches of mud covered his tattered pants. Where have you been all this time? His eyes inspected Semi and Yetrick's clothing, eyes like a snake tracing their bodies. You look like you're not from here.
No, we are not. That's why we need some guidance,
Yetrick said. Couple of eyeborns, here to punish us? Semi didn't move.
We are just here to check out the riots.
I'm sure you do, he said. Then you can run off and tell your thanes about what bad people we are. I see what you're wearing. Quite the difference when compared to our rags. You're the real beast here, making us live as you wish, killing children and all. Semi wore anxious confusion on her face. Yetrick bit his trembling lip and was ready to flee on her signal. Yeah, I could tell you were a Gruth woman from the moment you stepped out of that carriage. You know what? I don't recall having a full week's wage. I think you can help me with that one, miss. You look like you have some coins to spare.
How odd,
Yetrick thought.
They're not willing to transgress their law to have money, but this man is willing to steal.
Semi shook Yetrick's shoulder, pulling him from his reverie. The man was 3 arm lengths ahead of them, but his pace was quickening.
Semi, I think we'll need more reliable informants than these, friendly gentlemen.
He and Semi paced backward, with arms raised in surrender.
Please, leave us be.
What are you willing to offer? He asked, sticking his hand in his pocket.
We have coins.
I'll be wanting a little more than that, Gruth woman. You nobles are worth much more than petty coins. A couple of other Sleughmen rose and started to gather around them.
I command you to stop,
Semi shouted in a deep voice. It reminded Yetrick of thunder. Her shiftling voice mimicked godly possession. His sense of shock was evident as he nearly fell down. His sense of awe changed to malice as he angled his brows and stood with a smile that voiced vile intent. Hey, Sleughmen, look over here. I think we got ourselves a child-eater. Let's show her what we think about that. Some of the approaching Sleughmen pulled stained daggers and knives from their sides.
Are these the rioters? What else have they been doing with those weapons?
Yetrick seized Semi and led her into an alleyway.
Where is a Gorgia to protect you with their godlike strength when you need one?
They continued taking quick turns to lose their pursuers. They heard the mob close behind, with the sounds of battered shoes on cobblestones.
Where should we go?
He said, low on breath.
You're the one that ran. Don't you have a destination in mind?
She replied with no sign of exhaustion.
I figured I would start, and you would finish. Well then, let's find somewhere.
After a few more turns, the distance between them and their pursuers grew. Semi pointed to the right, toward an open tavern door. Many Slaffmen would see them there, but not their pursuers. Semi ran ahead of him and slowed before she reached the door. Yetrick followed like a child running after his parent. Pipe smoke filled the tavern. Stained windows cast a variety of yellows across the tavern. 5 Slaffmen sat in the dining area, 3 of them at a table, and the other 2 on their own. A man with long, greased brown hair filled large mugs of mead for the lonesome drinkers. 6 wooden tables stood throughout the room. Semi directed them to a table on the left side of the room. The man with greased hair walked toward them, wiping his hands on the stained white apron around his waist.
If he asks, we're here to join the protests,
Semi whispered to Yetrick.
Helloeth, what can I get you?
He said as he reached the table.
Hello, Slaffman. Do you have any woodland mead?
Semi asked.
We have Priest Delight, Inland Eat, Seafarer Soother, Middleman's Bane, but I do not believe we have any woodland brews in stock. Would any of those suffice?
Middleman's Bane is fine,
she replied with a smile.
And you, sir, any of the meads? We have a fair selection of wine, if you prefer.
Do you, perchance, have any teas?
Yetrick replied. The man chuckled.
Felt leaf, tear fruit, possibly some gentale.
Felt leaf would be delightful,
Yetrick replied.
I'll bring them right out,
the barkeep said, returning to the counter.
Middleman's Bane,
Yetrick said with a quiet accusation.
Are you trying to spend your time here intoxicated? I want to appear comfortable. Maybe they will mistake us for immigrants. Any true Slaffman delights in Middleman's Bane, and I want to pry some information from this barkeep. As a shiftling, I can manipulate how my body processes food and drinks. I can eat an entire swine and be hungry within minutes. Likewise, I can drink every drop of fermented fluid in here and walk out like I drank your feeble felt leaf tea. At least try to seem competent, if you can. I abstain from heavy drinks. I want nothing to distract me from reality. Tragic or joyful, I will face life as it is.
She rolled her eyes. The barkeep delivered their drinks and left them to themselves. The earthy aftertaste of the hot beverage reminded him of cold, thoused mornings with his parents. He was fond of his current life, but he often reflected on the past with longing. Nostalgia can be a positive sensation, yet it can become destructive if one obsesses over the past without progression. Leaving his tea to cool, he saw that Sami had finished half of her drink. If anyone else were to drink that much, their body would have rejected the substance and forced it out violently within moments.
You know, Yetrick, if we are ever in need of coin, I am sure to win any drinking bet. Great idea. What is more altruistic than stealing from the poor?
Sami laughed and drank more ale.
Once you finish, I'll beckon him over. I can pay for the drinks, though I doubt the prices in this sector are low. Taverns nearest to the centre are the most expensive. Call him over now,
Yetrick said with another sip.
I'll need more time to finish.
She nodded, then hit her glass on the table with force, though not enough to shatter it. She caught the barkeep's attention and raised a hand to invite the man over.
Slaffman, my friends and I are ready to pay for our beverages. How much will it be?
Semi asked.
2 per tier for the Middleman's Bane, 3 for the tea.
Yetrick was surprised that the tea was more than alcohol. Nevertheless, he fished for the coins and set them, piece by piece, in the barkeep's grime-stained hand.
Excuse me for asking, sir. I do not want to assume any political opinions, but we are here to learn more about the riots in the centre. Can you tell us anything about them?
Semi asked. You are pursuing dangerous work. The barkeep's face grew serious. If you were to enlist, now would be the time to do it. It isn't a quiet city anymore. How can I be of service?
Enlist? Do these rebels see themselves as a military force? How deep do their ties run? Could you explain what is happening? Pardon our ignorance, but we have been travelling.
The barkeep pulled a chair from a nearby table and sat with her back against his chest. Well then, prepare yourself for a revolution. Chapter 7. The Harmony Allegiant. The man in yellow approached the edge of the balcony. Bronze-capped edge of the railing still dripped with the Krall's blood. The central square was a sea of hysteria. Screams and attempts to flee through bottlenecked alleys only invigorated their panic. He removed his gold-lined hood to reveal his face to the audience. They were close enough to see his nationality, if the Slef yellow cloak was already not enough.
We are the Harmony Allegiant!
A woman at his side shouted. It was clear that she was a shiftling, an endowed who manipulated her voice to be heard over the roar of the chessmen. Though many had fled the square, the voice would have been heard by the entire city.
Here to rise against the tyrants who slay our children.
And in down, speaking against harvesting. What is happening to Facet?
Phenmir stared at the balcony as Mayra and Heer tried to push him away from the square. The speaker called for peace, but panic continued. What else would one expect with the death of their leader, regardless of the fallen monarch's conviction? Though Phenmir did not wish for the rule of a man who overturned morals, he did not wish for war. War was a feral activity between beasts and prey. War was not for an established people, but in eccentric actions of opposition, emotional irrationalities caused humankind to lose all stems of logic and bid them return to a primitive state. The orator continued to address the multitude.
We are not here to disgrace your people, but to save you from the ideology of the wicked. We are here to make Facet a land in which parents no longer fear losing a child in the grasp of the nobility's greed. Our footmen will contact your thanes and captains of office. With them, we will find ground upon which peace will be established. Slef stands with court chas.
The assassin then raised his hand in the chas salute to win the favor of the people. Mayra turned to her husband and grasped his hand as they shared a look of consternation. He noticed the fear in her eyes, not fear from their current circumstance, but a fear of how he would react to this escalation. He despised harvesting, and his last assignment had pushed him beyond hatred. His grip tightened on her hand, but he knew that only made her fear more. Kulrig Fest felt a rush of energy accompanied by triumphant relief. He had dethroned the Krall of Court Chas, beheading the traitor. He had organized the forthcoming events of the day. Before all else, he would need to finalize his proposal for the Chas Thanes. The footman had left a few minutes before concluding his speech, and would arrive at their designated recipient's foothold within the hour. He made sure that they spent the previous days studying the map of the city so they didn't get lost. A troop of armed Slefmen surrounded him with short spears, providing protection from any remaining loyalists to the Krall, though he doubted many existed.
Well performed, Sir Fast, said the councilman to his right.
Thank you, Teethir. I could not have executed it so well without you, he said. I'll meet you and the others in the late Kral's council room. Please excuse me. I need to visit the washroom. Teethir nodded, corralling the councilman to leave Coleridge. Coleridge was relieved to enter the vacant washroom. The water developed a pink tone as blood washed off of his hands. He faced himself, free of the need for justification. He shed the blood of a man for the hope of the people. Naked of shame, he faced the reality of what he'd done. I am no zealot. He tried to convince himself that he was only a peacemaker, but knew that he was just as bad as any crazed activist. He had taken justice into his own hands, killing to prevent more killing. He did something terrible so that terrible things might cease. He was the worst kind of zealot, one that believed that he was more just than any other person. With a small linen cloth on the basin's right edge, he wiped away a tear and the few remaining spots of blood that specked his clothing. For Facet. I live for Facet, he reminded himself, adopting the composure of a commander as he left the washroom, banishing any feeling of regret. Only the coming days would reveal the chessman's reception of his unorthodox gift. His councilmen and the associated party members stood at attention in the Kral's council chamber as they awaited his presence. Upon entering, Coleridge waved for them to sit. The room impressed him, as it seemed to be more of a library than a council room. Large cases and shelves of assorted books lined the walls, reaching up 3 levels. He assumed most of the literature was decorative, based on the books located high above them out of practical reach. Coleridge sat upon a chair, a conglomerate of wood, fur, and decorative stones, making it the closest thing to a throne that he could find. The councilmen fixed their attention upon him on the throne, though he had no intention of becoming a Krall.
"I'll no slaff!"
shouted a man at the back of the room. Following his call, many joined in the chorus to produce an army's chant.
"Glory to the Harmony Allegiant!"
Coleridge gave them the Slef salute, placing the heels of his palms on his temples and extending the fingers upward, invigorating the cheering.
"Slaffman!"
he called.
"Slaffman!"
he exclaimed, catching the group's attention.
"Put aside your celebrations. I want you to flood the streets with our message. Tell all who will listen that we are here to liberate them from the treachery of their fallen Krall. Invite any willing to stand against Orveston to join us. Remember, Slaffman, this is no mere revolution, but a turn for greater peace and justice for the young."
Phenmir stepped through the front door of his house and fell onto the nearest chair, still shaking after their frantic return. Here joined him at the table. They shared a solemn glance, connecting as father and son. Phenmir's laugh interrupted the silence. Mayra entered from another room. Her face revealed her bewilderment, prompting her to question their behavior. Here seemed to struggle to decide between smiling or cowering.
"What did I miss? What is so humorous that you two would laugh after a public assassination?"
Phenmir stood and greeted his wife with a pleasant smile, resting his hands on her shoulders.
"Mayra, look at what has been done. We have hope. That tyrant will no longer change our way of life. I do not want to celebrate death, but I cannot contain my sense of relief. I expected to return home today, fearing to learn who would be the first chessman to lose a child to the harvest."
"You support these radicals?"
Mayra was aghast at his irreverence.
"These actions breed war. What do these Slaffmen think they are going to achieve by assassinating the nobles of another court? How will the other Kralls view this act of murder? The Groothmen and Priestmen, Cherrick forbid the Zaeisman.
Do you know who supported the Kroll accepting a graft?
Mayra responded with silence.
In the worst case, these Slefmen breed a war of their own. Our fate as a court is yet to be determined. The time for action will come.
I'm worried about the future, Phenmir. I cannot fathom faceted war. What of our court? What of Court Choyas? Will we all be forced to join their cause?
We will learn more about their intentions once they meet with the nobility. I am interested in learning what the so-called Harmony Allegiant hopes to accomplish. Mayra, I will do all in my might to ensure safety for you and our family. Cherrick is with us. If the man who addressed us in the city square will advocate our conviction, we have gained a new ally. Do I feel the need to advocate this murder because I've been desensitized by the harvest performed by my hands? Leave me to talk to hear, he said. Enjoy your evening. Read, sleep, and do what pleases you. We will face the state of the court once the Slefmen clarify their motives. All right.
Mayra held her husband longer than usual, then smiled at Heer in passing and left for her room. Phenmir returned to the table.
Your mother worries sometimes more than she can handle. I remember the first time I informed her of an assignment outside of the court. You could not pay me enough to repeat that experience.
Heer smiled, easing the tensity in his shoulders.
Be faithful that the events of today were for the best.
Heer nodded.
You are not considering joining in foreign protests, are you?
Phenmir shook his head.
No, I will leave the rioting to the mob.
Then what will you do?
I am not declaring my loyalty to these Slefmen. I only recognize the demands of war if it comes. I just want your mother to be prepared for anything that might arise.
Do you think the Zaeisman forced the Kroll to accept the graft?
Not exactly forced, but I believe they influenced his choice. I doubt any man would overturn his morals without incentive. Who is responsible for the actions of the Kroll?
Silence swept the council room as Kulrig returned to his seat. The 8 Thanes of Court Chas had joined him, heeding his invitation. The sun had fallen below the horizon line, and the time for the council was due.
"Where is your caesar?"
he exclaimed. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a young man with a crimson overcoat and brown pants rise from a wooden chair. He wondered how well the boy was treated among the Thanes, who all sat in leather chairs that were designed for comfort.
"Here, Sir Slefman,"
he said with a Chas salute, which Kulrig accepted with the Slef salute.
"What is your name, Chasman?"
Gieth, sir.
"Thank you, Gieth. You may return to your seat."
Kulrig turned his attention to his audience, who quieted their arguments, but maintained occasional grumbling.
"I recognize you would like an explanation for the occurrence this morning. All these matters will be addressed, but I would like to get to know you, as I like you to get to know me. We are not diplomats here to persuade you to live by our law, but are people of a righteous cause in search of allies. Seeds have been scattered throughout Facet, and especially throughout your court. A counter-movement to harvesting has been growing ever since the Pact of Provence. Now it is time for the reaping. Today we expose our efforts." "We have heard of harvesting rebellions,"
one of the Thanes shouted.
"But you beheaded our pudding Kroll." "You Chasmen are pacifists, am I mistaken? More has been building up to this moment than you can see. The Zaeisman, among others, had hoped that his graft would be a great triumph for harvesting. But we came to prove them otherwise in a demonstration most bold."
Silence.
I did not want to act until it was necessary. A Krall attempting to join the harvesting cult warranted intervention. He paused. I am Colerig Fest, a mere Slefman. Now, Geoff, please introduce the stalwart thanes who sit before me. Geoff stood once again, following Colerig's request without a sign of hesitancy.
Yes, sir. Each thane please arise upon your introduction. Thane Riam Tolst of the Canton of Progress. Thane Lan Prentz of the Canton of Scholarship and Brother of the Patriarchy. Thane Greth Holt of the Canton of Diplomacy. Thane Kevin Fren of the Canton of Utilities. Thane Ernim Reyes of the Canton of Agriculture. Thane Steve Mortriff of the Canton of Endowment. Thane Garen Rents of the Canton of Ailness, and Thane Fentov Belm of the Canton of Veneration.
Colerig captured the eye of each thane before dismissing them. He had already forgotten their names, but held confidence to act like he already knew them. I thank each of you for attending this council. Without a Krall, you govern the chasmen and represent the court's voice until a new Krall takes the throne. You are the court that lives after the ideal of endearment and charity to each man and woman. Most obvious in your refusal to condone harvesting. Respected thanes, all I ask is that you extend your care beyond your court. Aid us in removing future harvesting in all courts.
This is no new battle, as you said, Sir Fest, said one of the thanes. Your efforts, while noble, will be fruitless. We do not wish to resurrect the conflicts created during the forging of the Pact of Provence.
Who are you to make such a decree?
Asked a short, burly thane.
You are no Krall or thane of Court Slef. No matter how sincere your pursuit, war cannot be led by protesting radicals, regardless of their roots.
Colerig remained unshaken. I seek not to defend my title, or lack thereof. I am only here to extend a hand from a revolution that has already caught momentum. You must understand that I am not the only man responsible for the rising rebellion. Since the harvesting began, I have worked beneath the public eye to forge alliances with the Slefmen who oppose harvesting. I have some connections with your court, and some with the Choyasmen, but now is the time for an official pact. We, the Harmony Legion, are no longer a group of Slef rioters, but a force. Chas thanes of the Legion, I believe that I have exposed too much to return. Might I reveal you? 4 of the thanes nodded and stood. The other thanes turned to them with wide eyes. Colerig spoke with hands spread. Thank you, Thanes Tolst, Reyes, Holt, and Rents. These 4 have been members of the Harmony Allegiant since its early days. I would not have come so far if I did not already have the allegiance of at least half of your thanes. He waved for the thanes to return to their seats. We still need to strengthen our alliance with the rebels in the other harvesting courts.
So it was you who inspired riots in your court?
Asked Thane Prentz. Prentz was hard to forget, seeing that he was a scholar of the Patriarchy. All patriarchal scholars dressed in the same white robes, regardless of their court. You must recognize that this extends beyond harvesting. We will save the lives of the Endowers, but it does not end there. The Zaismen are responsible for this forced ideology. Our court is too reliant upon the Zaismen for financial aid. The priestmen do that which pleases them, regardless of our divine laws. The Gruthmen just echo chamber Zai's preachings. The Chasmen and the Choyasmen are the only ones who escape the grasp of the Pact of Provence, but the Zai's influence only grows further.
This is about freedom of belief. This is about maintaining our agency beneath a greater tyrant. Do not let them attempt to control your next crawl." The Thanes who had not yet joined the Allegiant became silent. Culrig waited as sweat streamed down the side of his face. He had poured out his emotions out to the men before him. He had slain their kraal as a bold call to action. "The path of history is paved by the choices of the bold," said Culrig. "This is no childish rebellion to be taken as a thing of naught. We have collected momentum. We only require fortitude." "Might you dismiss us to discuss this in private, Slefman?" the Thane with the braid said. "By all means." Culrig began to stand, but the Thanes escorted themselves out of the room instead. He should have been beyond confidence, already having half of the nobility as allies, yet he still spun the ring on his finger. They returned after what seemed like an hour. "We have discussed your proposal," began Thane Prenz. "It was determined that we shall join your cause, though we would have never been convinced you had not already recruited some of our Thanes. They offered sound advice to calm our concerns now, but we will have to speak later about other risks. We would like reassured incorporation of our opinions in the progress of your Allegiant, especially in the case that war becomes necessary to eliminate harvesting." "Yes, by my God and yours, I thank you, Chasman. I will remain here with some of my men over the next few days to establish a base of operations in your corps. You mentioned war. Do you have a head of military? What about you, Chasman, who were already members of the Armenian Legion? You have not reported anything of the sort to me." The bold Thane spoke up from among the bewildered nobility.
"Excuse me, Slefman, but there has been no need for military command or resources for as long as I can recall. Perhaps other courts have a structured militia, but try to remain pacifists when possible, though I suppose our passive era is being forced to close."
Culrig rested his chin on his fist. "Perhaps one of you would like to take up the role." Mumbles arose among the Thanes. The bold Thane once again spoke.
"In war, both sides fall into defeat if death arises on either side. We have no man that who delights in the desire of bloodshed among us, nor any tactician."
"No true commander desires loss on either side," replied Culrig. "But they must understand when it is necessary. The worst individual for this calling would be one who seeks bloodshed. We need a chasman or chaswoman who lives the core faith of chess, while having the deepest abhorrence for the harvesting, one of precise skill that would not let the thrill of victory overcome them." The bold Thane pressed on.
"I fear that we have no one of such stature."
Shouts echoed in the chamber. The Chas Thanes argued, to no avail. None among them wished to take up such a mantle, nor did they suggest anyone that they all agreed upon. What are politics without disputes? Culrig began to stand and call for silence, but remained seated as he spotted a silent Thane with a raised hand.
"Might I offer a proposal?"
Thane Rents said. Culrig waved his hand to prompt Thane Rents to continue.
"This individual is one of the finest chessmen that I know. He lives by his faith. I know of no other man who detests harvests more than he. I believe he would be capable of military organization and would not be held back by pride or anger. He works as a medic to preserve life. His attitude would be similar towards warfare. This man knows scientifically how the harvest works more than anyone in Sleen."
"What do we have to gain from a medic?"
"Who better than a man who knows the heart of this conflict better than any other? Our court is filled with self-proclaimed pacifists, yet I feel that he will be willing to give himself for the unspoken voice of the young. I received word from him stating just before our gathering that he recently deflected a position in Court Zais near those who direct harvesting."
"Who is this chasman?" asked Coleridge.
"I propose this position be delegated to my commanding adviser, Phenmir Stoke."
A few thanes nodded.
"Well then," said Coleridge, "we shall see that he is extended the offer following this council, though he does not sound fit for a general. He shall be appointed as my high adviser, a chas voice at my side, who will command as a general when I see fit."
"Besides appointing a general, who will pay for the troops and their sustenance?"
asked the thane with the braid. Coleridge was glad that some of them had such defining features, as most of their names were well beyond his memory. Thane Prince turned to him in an audible whisper.
"They likely hope we might fund their militia. They are Slevmen. How else could they pay for a new government?"
"Only the bigots who despise our court see us as greedy. I assure you, good thane, we do not seek to gain anything but justice and preservation of our individual faiths. You are not mistaken that we ask for financial assistance, but we can provide aid tenfold. Tell me, thane, what do you know about Slef Endowed?" asked Coleridge.
"They are not my concern," he replied.
"Thane of Endowment? As a leader of the Chas Endowers, you must know about the endowed in the harvesting courts, even though you do not have any of your own."
"Endowed are placed throughout the Slef bureaucracy, as it is with each harvesting court," replied the braided thane.
"As would they have you believe," Coleridge smirked. "And our Thane of Endowment, who works with these people, tell me what you know of him."
"We have never met, but I hear he is a fine man."
"And from whom did you hear this praise?"
"I confess I have heard very little of him. I only hoped not to offend."
Coleridge straightened.
"As I assumed. The endowed in my court are as reclusive as the man who oversees them. The Thane is of no further concern, though the endowed require an explanation. As you have suggested, Thane, most endowed are dispersed within the nobility. The people believe as they are told, trusting in blindness. You will find an occasional endowed among the foremost authorities, which makes it easy to assume that Slef simply has fewer endowed. This, of course, is another falsehood."
The room was silent.
"Have any of you heard of the Northern Colony?"
Phenmir turned toward his wife as she slept. Peace moulded her features. The rising sun followed the Kroll's demise with gold, a sign for a new era. He yawned and stretched like a cat, the fatigue of travel still laying heavy on him. The movement woke Meyra. Motionless and silent, they stared into each other's eyes and shared a smile. She blinked slowly. Thoughts of the court circulated in his mind.
Who will take up the title of Kroll? Will he take the graft that was offered to their previous Kroll? What is the public's reaction? Is anyone angered by the assassination? What of his widowed wife?
The bed dipped lower in the center as he reached to kiss her on the cheek before rising. Yesterday's clothes sat in the corner, providing an easy target for the day's attire. He exited the room and dressed in the hall to keep his bedchamber silent enough for Meyra to continue sleeping if she so desired. He sat in a chair in the front room and noticed a book on a short wooden stool. He grabbed it, bringing the Tome of Charity into his lap. As he opened the dust-covered volume, a light knock on his front door interrupted him. He felt uneasy as multiple voices spoke beyond his door. After checking to ensure that he had shut his bedchamber, he opened the latch and to the front door.
"Thane Rance,"
Phenmir said in a voice only a notch higher than a whisper. With squinted eyes, he viewed the ornately dressed men outside his door.
"Is this about my letter?"
"I have not received any letter yet, but some of my associates saw you return from Gzhek," replied Thane Rance. May we enter?
I would invite you in, but I fear you would wake Here and Mera. They had a long evening and could use the rest.
Understood. I will keep this brief. We desperately need your expertise.
Sir, I cannot return to Zais. I will only work for Chus from now on.
No, Fen. That is not what I was implying. We need your precision, your knowledge of grafts, and even your hatred for harvesting. We need a man dedicated to the well-being of Chus. We need you, Phenmir Stoke. I would not have any other man.
Sir?
Phenmir Stoke, my commanding adviser and trusted friend. Will you serve your court by taking the mantle to lead and protect? Will you stand with your brethren in the face of war?
If circumstances would arise, I would do anything for my people. You know that.
Then, Phenmir, serve us in recompense for aiding the enemy in harvesting.
Thane Rents, he addressed the man with squinted eyes. What do you mean?
Help us lead Court Chus to eradicate harvesting. Aid us to overturn the Pact of Province. Become the High Military Advisor for the battle ahead. Become our Thane of Harmony.
Interlude 1. Clouds filled Bashan's vision. He sat at a table near the door and clenched his head. The room was a library made into a slaughterhouse. Entrails were dragged across the floor, twisted as if to spell some message, though they were not long enough. The victim's mouth was cut from cheek to cheek, making his mouth that of a screaming demon. Coins scattered the floor covered in crimson.
Everything all right, Fieldman?
Asked one of the two Zais deputies accompanying him on the investigation.
Yes. Suppose I just forgot to break my fast this morning.
He read the deputy.
Weak lie. I thought these endowed were supposed to be worth something.
He was something. He was Inquisitor Fieldman Bashan, a title that received no applause, only sleepless nights of work. At least the deputy said nothing, merely thought about it. Was he too dull to remember that Bashan was an endowed who could read his thoughts?
Forgive my weakness, you Kulf. You may be a servant of the law, but it's not every day that you happen upon the corpse of the Kroll's treasurer smeared across the floor.
Bashan had accepted the organ, and it had its costs. He was loved by some, and hated by what seemed like many more. Thank Leia, the walls were thick enough to block out the mob's shouts in the city centre. Feel, read, learn anything? What does it say? The second lawman asked, the more sensible one. Maybe his large head was worth something. What does it say? You expect the purring corpse to speak? Who killed your master treasurer? He spoke as if reprimanding a disobedient pupil. Enough of this. I've seen the body. Where are the palace guards? I want to speak to the witnesses. He turned to his deputies, pulling himself up with the back of his chair. You two look around for any promising leads. His vision cleared as the scent of blood and crushed organs left his nose. Having accepted the organ of a child, one would have thought that I could handle the macabre. He passed by a pair of Zais women by a window. Each sat behind a cup of tea, though one remained untouched and near the middle of the table. He read the owner. Doesn't she know that I disdain felt leaf? Perhaps she... Her thoughts were cut as Bashan drank the entirety of her cup. Excuse me, she said in disbelief. I'm a feelman, he said. He returned the cup to the table and turned to the other Zais woman. She prefers gentail tea. Ignoring their astonishment, he wiped his mouth. Revered by some, hated by others. Life of an endowed was not as easy as those without abilities might believe. Some were seen as gods among men, but Bashan was not one of them. Perding idol worshippers. Too often, endowed were no greater than the likes of him. Phenmir used to solve petty crimes, though this was an exception. Gorgers forced to construct buildings on their own. Shiftlings forced to use their bodies to entertain a nobleman's guests. Perhaps the deputy lackeys had it better than him, never expected to dedicate their life to a single skill. He slapped the sides of his face and shook his head. Enough self-pity. Go find the treasurer's murderer. Chapter 8. Pursuit of Domestic Bliss. 26 years ago, Court Priest, year 306 in the clerical era. Faith saw her 10-year-old daughter hiding behind the wall. She focused on her husband, hoping to shield the girl from the worry of being spotted. She took a deep breath, trying to quiet her own anxieties.
Why this week? I'd hoped for another week's wage.
If we were to remain any longer, we could lose our chance. I acted, hoping that we had already saved enough.
Delic, her husband, pulled her into a tight embrace and stroked her dark hair with careful fingers. Her daughter stepped closer, causing the floor to creak. She only hoped that Aerhee did not think they were fighting. It was merely a tense discussion.
I have a way for us to escape, Delic spoke softly. You remember Firth, right?
Of course I know Firth. It's not like you have him over every week for late-night mead. Stay calm. Stay still. For her.
He has a Geet carriage. Said it was a goodbye gift, but we have to use it immediately or he would lose a proper bargain.
I trust him, Faith.
Can you trust me?
I do, Delic. You know I do. I just worry about the border and finding a place to settle. And the faith. You know how particular they are with sinners. Do you think they will accept us?
They are not as welcoming as Court Chas, that's for sure, Delic said. But these people believe in a good God, one that embraces change, right?
They do,
she said, nodding against his chest.
And you believe the Zayi's faith to be the one for you?
Yes.
Then so do I, he whispered as he pulled her close. If there is a God, then I trust him to allow us to leave our faithless priest culture to join those who worship him.
She smiled, tasting salt as a tear streamed into the right corner of her lips.
Aerhee,
Faith called, turning toward her daughter with red eyes. She extended her arm toward her.
What's going on?
Faith tightened the grip on Aerhee's hand.
We are going to have to leave home for some time. Your father and I have been looking into the other cultures of Facet. They're all beautiful in their own way. Each land has its own belief, as you know.
Delic looked at his wife as if to say, just tell her.
We have been in priests our whole lives. This is not the best place for us. We want you to live somewhere you can grow up to be a proper woman, one of honour.
Delic reached in for Aerhee's hand. We are going to Court Zayi's. You can learn so much there, and will have a better life than if we remain here.
Faith looked down at the floor.
Aerhee, do you know what a god is?
She furrowed her brow in thought as Faith rubbed her back.
The scholars say that gods are statues that the other courts love because they give them rules. Some kind of crawl, right? That is what they tell you. But can I tell you a secret?
This was the best way to entice her daughter. Aerhee nodded and turned her ear towards her mother's mouth.
There is a god.
Faith, maybe that can wait. She turned back to Aerhee.
Court Zaiz has beautiful mountains, new creatures and animals to see. I know you will make plenty of new friends there. Ones who will not hurt you.
When are we leaving? How long will we be there?
Your father said that we need to leave soon. Do you think you can pack your belongings by tonight?
But how long will we be gone?
A while.
She tried.
Take all that you can fit into this.
She walked over to the closet to remove a large brown sack crafted from darkly stained leather.
Take only what you need, Aerhee.
Aerhee's sniffles rose like an emerging storm. Her lower lip quivered. Dalek called her name, getting her attention. We have to leave tomorrow.
You remember Firth, right? With the short beard and hair that looks like it grows from his ears. He has prepared a farewell gift for the road to Zaiz.
New boots?
Aerhee asked. Not quite, but good guess, he replied.
Another thing to add to the list,
Faith thought, hoping they would have enough reserved coinage to purchase a new pair in Zaiz, at least for Aerhee. Faith could go a long while with the holy shoes that she wore. She would do anything for her daughter, and so would Dalek.
Aerhee will have a good life, one free of pride, and with enough funds to sustain herself. He has a geat-drawn carriage for us. The trip will be a lot shorter now, won't it?
Aerhee's demeanour lifted to joy. They had never given Aerhee the opportunity to ride in a carriage or mount a geat, even though most did not learn how to ride them before their 15th year.
Really?
She said, turning to her parents. Really, he confirmed. Now go pack your things, then get some sleep. We will have to wake before sunrise. She nodded, taking the large bag and dragging it towards her room. The old hinges of Aerhee's bedroom door woke her as Faith entered.
Little one, it's time to leave.
She moaned as she adjusted her head on the pillow. Faith lit the candle at her bedside, hoping to keep her awake. Dalek snuck in, retrieving Aerhee's bag. Faith left her daughter, knowing that she would wake with the sound of their guests. Deep cat-like growls sounded beyond their walls. Aerhee nearly tripped as she ran outside. Faith followed with a hopeful grin. 2 large beasts, each taller than Aerhee, were roped to the carriage with leather attachments around their head and shoulders. Their fish-like scent reminded her of the Gruth dishes that Dalek had attempted to cook from a borrowed recipe, ending each time with apologies for his inauthenticity. Dalek continued to load their belongings into the carriage as she rested an arm around Aerhee's shoulders. That's it. Anything we might have forgotten, Faith, said Dalek after loading their last bag.
Did you grab Aerhee's bag?
First one in there.
That must be it. Ready to leave?
Faith said, looking for Aerhee's response. Aerhee nodded and tightened her grip on her mother. Faith attempted to move, but Aerhee slowed to turn back and look at the house. Aerhee was only 10 years old. She had only ever known this home. Nostalgia would one day hit her with a strike delayed by childhood immigration. Her life would not be a calm pond, but a rough sea. Perhaps that was not a tragedy, if she could remain above the water. Dalek lifted Aerhee by the waist into the carriage, and she migrated to the far end of the bench on the cabin's right side. Faith followed in and sat by Aerhee. Dalek joined and closed the door to sit on the opposite side of them. Their coachman fed the geat some unknown meat, at least Faith assumed it was meat, then took his seat to start their journey. Their carriage shook as it accelerated down the road, away from their home. Only Faith had ever been to Zaiz. Despite her experience, she could not recall how long the journey would last. She prepared some small meals to stave off hunger, Food options in roadside villages would be too expensive for their limited currency. She felt Aerhee's head on her right arm. With their daughter slumbering, they could discuss the sensitive financial matters of their immigration without worrying Aerhee any further. Derlik watched the passing scenery through the window as she turned to look at him.
"Explain now, while you can,"
she said, maintaining a quiet yet commanding voice. "What?"
"Your work."
"I have a job in fine materials."
"You know how vague that statement is, Derlik. I need to know the details."
"Well, I will work long days, late nights, and early mornings."
"And that would mean?"
"I will work a lot. Nights without seeing you or Aerhee." Her frustration showed in her increasing volume.
"Get to the point, Derlik. Working in fine materials doesn't tell me anything. Are you working with fashion for the wealthy? Constructing fineries, or—"
He cringed as her heart dropped.
"No, Derlik, you cannot do that!"
she whisper-shouted.
Whoa, be quiet. Aerhee doesn't need to worry about money. I haven't told you what I am doing. Why are you so anxious? Long days, fine materials, pay to sustain us with no prior training. You are going to the mine bronze at the Cloven Glyph, aren't you?
Faith?
You are. We have no other choice. What a wonderful way to feed into our identity as the poor immigrants. You know the Zaismen see mining as labour for the poor. They practically use it as a secondary prison. I know we need the income, but mining is no job for the father of a 10-year-old girl. She needs you to be present in her life. Leia forbids you to die there.
She felt empowered to swear using the name of her new god. Derlik grasped her hands, her arguments drifting off as he met her eyes. They take us for a thing of naught regardless. We are priestmen. They're equivalent to anarchists. Don't you think I've already fought these questions myself? I understand the danger of working in the mines. I won't have as much time with Aerhee, but at least she will be in a safe home, away from the priestmen who prosecuted us for our faith. We will have a home, food on the table, and that is enough for me. Without a proper income, we will be deported back to Priest. Trust me. Please, Faith. I will give my time and effort, my whole self, so that Aerhee might have a good life in our new home. I want her to have all that I never did. Faith covered her face, tears seeping through the cracks of her fingers. Derlik gestured to the space next to him. He removed his jacket and placed it in a personal bag for Aerhee to rest her head. She continued to sleep as though she had never moved. Faith rested her head on Derlik's shoulder as they embraced. "This is not the end," he whispered into her ear. "Just the beginning, a stable foundation. Maybe this will only last a few years, then I can find another position." Faith muffled her sobbing with her hands. Whether it be the revelation of his labour, or thoughts of raising Aerhee on her own, she could not tell. Fears of immigration costs and legal entrance into Zais added to her anxiety. It was as if a land could proclaim freedom, but people still bowed to the elite. Their carriage calmed its motion as it slowed to the end of the rocky pass to the eastern Zais border. Derlik returned the tome of measure to his worn leather satchel. "Are we there yet?" Aerhee asked. "Not quite," Derlik replied as he watched the passing scenery. "We have to pass through the Zais border regulation." "Border? We never had to pass through a border to Sleth." "I know, little one, but the people of Zais are precise." Faith caressed Aerhee's cheek, still red from leaning against Derlik's bag. The night had passed, but Faith had slept no more than a couple of minutes. A 10-year-old could not comprehend immigration regulations. Faith herself could not understand why people would restrict anyone from living wherever they pleased. Faith feigned confidence with a smile at her husband as they exited their carriage with documents in hands. Aerhee accompanied her parents to the immigration office. Inescapable for any who wished to immigrate to Zaiz, the chancery stood a minute's walk beyond the border. Aerhee clenched her mother's palm as they took their first steps into Court Zaiz, approaching the building that guarded the path to their future. Chapter 9. Diminishing Security. Yetrick and Semi adjusted their seats, anticipating the barkeep's explanation as would a peasant reaching for a royal cuisine.
The riots have been going on for a while, but it has taken a less than civil turn. Too many rumors circulating to guess how it started. The revolt began with a group that calls itself the Harmony Allegiant. They kept their meetings small, then invited the attendees to indoctrinate the others. I was invited to one of their gatherings, but I am not the political type. Harvest or not, it's not my problem. I've got no wife, no younglings. I keep to myself.
So they staged the riots?
Asked Yetrick. That's my theory. It is too much of a coincidence. Sects host their secret meetings and then rioting begins. He nodded. I believe their leaders had something more sophisticated than riots in mind. People say they have been gathering in the shadows since harvesting began. With 5 years to plan, they must have more in mind than petty riots. Time will tell. Are you certain you want to join them?
Semi took the lead.
We were sent here for business, but by happenstance we found some people who shared our beliefs.
The barkeep seemed skeptical. He swept his hand out to gesture at the room.
As I said, I keep to myself and just observe. No need to fret about crafting a story.
His nerves relaxed. The barkeep repeated his supposed disinterest in politics, yet continued to preach personal philosophies. Semi turned toward Yetrick. She made a motion towards the door while the barkeep was looking at his hands, rambling on about his past mistakes. As the barkeep took a breath to fuel his discourse, Yetrick interjected his words.
Thank you, Slefman, for the fine company, but we should leave.
Yes. He waved them away. I am sure you have many things to accomplish. Riots to feed, kingdoms to crush, and so forth.
They bid the man farewell. Yetrick followed Semi out the door. Distant shouts still echoed, but fewer people filled the streets.
I think that inn that they'n get reserved for us is not far from here, Semi said. Shall we head for the night?
I wouldn't mind some candlelight reading, Yetrick replied, taking quicker steps.
Sounds good. I think I've seen enough of the city for the day.
I couldn't agree more.
We're only here to spend the day. I'm sure they'n get would have us focus only on our work in Zaiz. Yes.
He thought she sounded uncertain.
We must keep our minds on matters at hand.
Was she frightened by the attempt on their lives?
Semi? Yes? I am a Gruthman by blood, and I stand behind our court's ideal. You know that, right? Yes? Why? I live as our court teaches. I condone harvesting. I recognize the necessity of it, but does all of this protesting bother you? You know, being an endowed yourself. How do you feel about courts rejecting the gift given to them?
Semi stopped and looked into his eyes, as if this were the first genuine conversation they had shared.
There are two sides to every coin. I hate to see people reject a divine gift. I know the woman who gave me her child's organ saw it as part of the will of the divine. Part of me still worries that she hates me for accepting the gift. I'm sure that each endowed occasionally doubts themselves, but people who protest the process fail to see how the abilities help us. Even Chus and Choyas would fail without our endowed. Our sacrifice compensates for their ignorance. We have become dependent on them. I fear how we would survive if we were stripped of our power.
Yetrick nodded as he watched the stones pass beneath his feet. He was comfortable being held a captive listener by her soft, melodic voice. The rhythm of her speech suggested a slight Eastern Gruth accent, though he was not willing to bet a coin on it just yet.
Gorges have revolutionized labor forces. Feelmen have prevented deception by reading the minds of the guilty in courts of law. Arethrans have allowed unprecedented medical advancements, and those are only the most common types. They say we have only seen the smallest fraction of what is possible. I've heard that some can control people's actions, and others who never tire. We can now solve medical problems that would have meant death only 10 years ago. Now, it seems the courts are on the brink of war. They say that most endowers die before their first year. Thank Dielf that only some children are born as endowers. We know that very few children are born as endowers, but every time one dies before they can grow, we waste an endowed. Each premature death of an endower is an endowed that we will never have. People may call us power-hungry child-eaters as they please, but a proper analysis of what the endowed have done for Facet would silence the cynics. I am grateful for my identity and those of my kind, but we must not forget that we are all human.
He knew today was far from the only time she'd been ridiculed for what she was. He had always worried that many endowed saw themselves as gods among men. Power can corrupt the humble, making one deem oneself superior to the one who created them. Such as it was with the heretics of court priests, though they would argue otherwise. With a greater distance from the commotion, Slef seemed to be a respectful and peaceful court. Poverty was apparent, but money was not life, but rather a commodity that was used to survive.
"How well do you know Thane Get?"
Yetrick asked.
Though the Thane recruited Semi, her timidity during their first meeting led him to wonder how deep their relationship ran. "We've worked together, though I have kept our relationship strictly bureaucratic. I've no desire to know the man beyond business."
Yetrick nodded.
"Do you disagree?" she asked. "I do not loathe him. I simply prefer to work with more personable individuals." "Perhaps you never knew him well. True, he is dogmatic in his views, but does not wish to offend others."
She nodded with pursed lips.
"Perhaps you're right."
He doubted her sincerity. Their inn was decorated with torchlights along the outer gates, providing stark visibility for a safe return as the night struck. Every seat in the inn's tavern was occupied. It seemed to be a purely Slef crowd, but Yetrick noticed a few individuals with a sickly pallor.
Why would Zaizmen be congregating with Slefmen so joyously, let alone in this political climate?
Strong cheeses and fatty sausages filled the air. The party of Zaizmen drank strong, aged meads from murky bottles with small, tarnished labels. They seemed to be in mourning, or celebrating some victory, intoxicated under either circumstance. Semi ascended the stairs, and he felt it better to consult with her before pursuing contact with any civilians. They shared a room with 2 beds and a single candelabra between them on a small nightstand with 2 drawers. The bottom drawer was lacquered shut, but Yetrick was able to force the top one open. Inside, he found the Slef scripture, the Tome of the Meek. He had heard a few verses from the script quoted, but he had never taken the time to read it himself. Returning the tome to its place, he glanced at Semi, who was looking at herself in the mirror in the washroom. She pulled her hair back, straightening it from the small braid which she had worn for the day. Sienna curls were left in her clean locks, complementing her beauty that was not hindered by the sweat of travelling. He admired how she cared for her appearance, but was not governed by beauty. He could see her grey irises in her reflection. She left her lips their natural colour, but a slight shade on her eyelids gave depth to her eyes. Embarrassed at being caught staring, Yetrick shifted to face the wall. As she returned to sit on her bed, Yetrick noticed a blush dissipate from her cheeks.
"Was there anything else you wanted to do today?" Yetrick asked to draw attention elsewhere.
Semi rubbed the bed coverings between her fingers.
"Nothing comes to mind. I could use the rest." "Did you notice the crowd in the tavern?"
He hoped that intrigue would overcome her fatigue.
"The drunken louts who will probably continue to shout until morning. I chose to ignore them after I heard one call the other a derogatory term for an endowed. I prefer not to associate myself with those who will not enjoy my presence." "Well, true, but did you notice the Zaismen among them?"
She scowled at him.
"Zaismen? Here? Most Zaismen would rather drink alone in the mountains than in Sleth, especially with all the riots."
He shrugged.
"Do you think people have come from Zaiz to join the protests?" "It's plausible, but why wouldn't they protest in their own court? Why travel so far to join the public unrest?" "Are you proposing we ask them why they are here?" "I see no reason not to."
Semi had already removed her boots, but put them back on. With the energy that was thrashing through the courts, perhaps a blade would not be a poor investment, but he had nothing more dangerous than a quill.
"Ready?"
she asked with a motion of her head. He nodded, and they pulled the door open with enough force to generate a small gust. Most of the candlelight in the hallway had been extinguished, but the wood panels were still visible by the light of a single candle at the end of the corridor. They heard voices below, but not the shouts from before. To his disappointment, he found only the innkeeper speaking to the barkeep, who was drying the used glass steins from the evening's customers. The Zaismen had left, but they had been present, of that he was sure. Some form of Zai's business was being conducted in Court Sleth. Yetrick woke before Semi the next day, anxious to leave Sleth and continue their journey. While Semi remained motionless in bed, he took the Tome of the Meek to awaken his mind for the day. He had read the Tome of Measure twice, the Tome of Stability countless times in his youth, among a few other court scriptures, but he had never felt compelled to read the Book of the Poor, as some had called it. Despite their dysfunctional economy, he believed that he could find something of worth within their scripture. The edition from the drawer seemed to be abridged for simplistic travellers who lived their beliefs in a manner of tradition rather than devotion. The tome was worn with yellow-shaded pages to testify to their years of usage. He opened 3/4 into the book and read from a chapter heading. "Seek thine fellow Slethmen's pleasure over the bounties of nobility." Yetrick admired their dedication to humility, but it led too often to self-degradation for the benefit of others. "To endure in righteousness, one must ensure their own state, then seek to strengthen those around him." Semi's covers rustled. He could not tell if she was just shifting or preparing to rise for the day. His bed creaked louder as he placed feet on the floor and walked to the washroom. He stared at the wash basin, recognizing his thirst. He left the room quietly to fetch a drink. No one was in the tavern except for the barkeep, who leaned against the wall and smoked from a pipe as long as his tattooed forearm. The barkeep was burly and balding. Serving as a Kroll's guard would have fit him better than running a tavern. Bushy eyebrows of the same yellow as his beard covered his eyelids in his scowl towards Yetrick. "Hello, Slethman." Yetrick raised his canteen. "Excuse me for bothering, but might I have some water?" He squinted at Yetrick and took his canteen.
"A groofman, eh?"
he asked with his back to Yetrick as water filled the jug.
"In the bloods."
Blood had nothing to do with it. His groove skin was a fair mediator between the Zayi's pallor and the dark tone of a Chusman. After capping the canteen, the Slefman reached his hand into the left pocket of his apron.
"I assume you are Yetrick."
"Yes?"
"This arrived from your court no more than an hour ago, and I do not recall seeing another groofman spending the night."
He removed his hand from his apron's pocket to reveal a small envelope made from a green-dyed parchment. Snatching it, Yetrick read his name on the front fold above the stamped seal of the Canton of Utilities. Only a Phenmir could time his message so precisely. It seemed that Thane Gat knew exactly when they would arrive.
"Must be an urgent matter if it is from a canton."
He reached into the apron's other pocket to remove an oil-stained rag as he returned to the bar counter. Yetrick tore the envelope seal, but tamed his excitement to share it with Semi. He gave the door a tap to warn Semi of his entrance. "Semi?" He cracked it open, waiting for her response before peering inside and entering. He heard a light groan and a raspy, "Huh?" from her side of the room. "Semi, we received a message from the Canton of Utilities." "What? What's happened?" She sat up. The covers fell from her chest, but Yetrick was relieved to see that she was modest enough to sleep clothed. He had heard rumors of how loose the Eastern Groothmen were with nudity, especially during times of leisure on the seaside. "The barkeep handed me a letter when I went down to the tavern room to fill my canteen. He said that it arrived via Raven in the early hours of the morning." She beckoned him forward with a finger, motioning towards herself. Rather than handing it to her, he walked over and knelt beside her at the bedside, and read from the bold ink. "Semi and Yetrick, due to political contention throughout the courts, I request you make for Zayi's directly, avoiding court priests. My abilities as a Phenmir warn of danger. I've seen horrific visions of the coming days. Do not delay. The Zayi's nobility will help you prepare. I wish I could say more. May Dilf endure with you. Firm is the foundation. Thane Fortic Get of the Canton of Utilities." Chapter 10. Called to Serve. Sweat beaded on his sideburns, though he could not determine if it was from the heat or the imposing figures seated before him. Phenmir sat among the 8 Thanes of Court Chas, and a man who claimed to be leading a force against the harvesting despots. The eyes of the nobility held him like archers aiming loaded bows. "Our gratitude for the hospitality, Chasman," said the self-proclaimed leader in Slef yellow robes. If he was not mistaken, this was no innocent man. He had seen the Slefmen on the Krall's balcony before the city fell into disorder. Now he could clearly see the coals in his dirty blonde hair and an unshaven stubble. "I would like," began the Slefman. "Stop right there," said Phenmir, as his memory clarified his suspicion. "Were you not the man who was on the balcony today? You were the assassin."
"Allow me to introduce,"
began Thane Rents. "Thank you," Phenmir stood. "Thank you for doing what no Chusman would do." The words felt odd, yet not wrong. He should have opposed violence as a Chusman. Did he still? Years of injustice caused him to praise any promise of change. Harvesting required a permanent end, not a temporary cessation. Murder did not seem the best option, but it cleared an obstacle. He did not condone the Slefman's decision, but it was a step towards justice. He extended his arm to shake the man's hand. "I may disagree with your methods,
but I know when proper measures must be enacted to ensure the state of a population and their beliefs.
The Slefman extended his arm to shake Phenmir's hand.
Colerig Fest of Court Slef, leader of the Armony Allegiant. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Colerig turned to the Thane on his left.
Thane Rents, would you care to explain our proposal to Phenmir?
Fen, began Thane Rents.
Colerig leads a group that fights to remove harvesting and push back Vizi's hand from the politics of Facet.
Hearing that one wished to overthrow the system of harvesting would sound preposterous from any other man outside the nobility. Their titles held credibility, strengthening his meagre hope for change.
Respected Thanes, with no offence toward your capabilities, how do you propose such an insurrection?
Colerig told an abridged version of the story he had previously shared with the Thanes. After speaking, he offered Phenmir a pause to take in the river of information.
My good Chasman, Colerig said, I fear to admit that war will break out before we achieve our goal, but such a price is required for the crowning payoff.
Their unexpected call to action coincided eerily well with his departure from harvesting in Zaiz. If Cherrick desired to make his hand visible, now was the time.
Would you have me advise the militias? Organize the structure of an army? You know that we Chusmen avoid conflict. I'm no man of war.
Very few are, but one can always learn. You would be my high advisor until you are prepared to lead as a proper general. I've spent years building up to this, secretly growing the Armony Allegiance forces. The Slef troops are ready once I call them to march. Some of your Thanes have been at my side since the beginning, and have troops willing to fight if necessary.
If he were to accept, what would Mayra and Heer think of it? Would his people see him as a heretic and traitor for participating in a war? A true Chusman would sacrifice himself for the lives of others. He would be willing to be seen as human filth if it meant a safer state for Endowers and his court alike.
Chusman, Colerig.
He looked at each of them.
I would be reluctant to take upon myself such responsibility, but the will of Cherrick compels me to accept. That or my impatience with the Zaizman. I am honoured by your call, and wish to accept it with each part of my soul.
The men clapped and cheered until Phenmir called for their attention.
However, I must speak with my family. May we meet again tomorrow?
Of course, attend to your family. The family is the reason that we fight for the lives of the young, is it not? I look forward to tomorrow, Phenmir.
As the final Thane exited the cottage, their small troop of guards followed the party closely. Colerig approached Thane Rents, who avoided glaring at the surrounding unrest. Colerig was not bound by such hesitancy. He looked up with complete sobriety, facing what he had done. He chose to slay the Chus traitor, recognizing that not all would support him. One must be willing to accept the consequences for any violence they instigate. Ravenous mole's hounds dug through looted markets. Spine rats scattered from overturned barrels and devoured fallen produce. Dilapidation tarnished the Chus capital with shredded tents and pillars on the edge of collapse. Fires burned in the distance as smoke billowed to taint the white clouds. Rogue gangs shouted for justice for their fallen leader. Others stirred up orange dust as they threw red rocks at any who stood with a kraal. While many denounced the Chus pacifism in favor of an uprising, most hid in their homes and shops. Fearful eyes gazed through cracked curtains for any hope of peace.
"Is all well, Thane?"
asked Colerig with a hand on the Chusman's shoulder.
"Besides the state of the court."
Thane Rents rushed them forward, guiding them through empty alleyways. Though conflict filled the city, contention was concentrated on the central streets.
I worry about Phenmir.
Why? He faced Thane Rents. Have you recommended a criminal to join us?
It's not that.
Thane Rents looked up and directed the group leftward.
Phenmir is back in Sleen because he has forsaken his career for his beliefs. I knew it was inevitable, but it frightens me that we have reached his tipping point. No matter how well you understand the atrocities of harvesting, your knowledge does not compare to Phenmir's experience.
Coleridge looked at him in confusion.
Phenmir is a surgeon. He has travelled throughout the courts as a renowned practitioner. The nobility pays a fine price for his services, especially outside of Chas. Phenmir has been a harvester on occasion.
Coleridge studied him.
I pray Cherrick forgives me for encouraging him to proceed with such work. If there is any guilty party, it should be me for providing him with the opportunity. Thane Holt of our Canton of Diplomacy and I were trying to mend old wounds with our courts, but it seems to have cost us in the end.
Mayra sat on her bed with the covers over her legs as Phenmir entered their bedchamber. She was reading from the Tome of Charity.
She was always the saint among us,
Phenmir thought as he sat at his wife's side on their bed.
Mayra,
I heard. Our walls are not as impenetrable as you would hope. He traced his fingers along her thigh. He looked up at her face with the eyes of a regretful hound. Her skin was like polished stone, smooth and buffed through years of living amidst the Chas sands. What would it mean for you, she asked, for here and me? I am a spouse loyal enough to not criticize the heart of my lover, but I need to know how deep your conviction is.
I do not worry about what I should do, but more so about the state of Facet. War, Mayra. They mentioned war. Have we returned to such barbaric practices?
You know as well as I do. Her hand covered his. A saint shall not quell offence amidst dominant hatred. She always stilled his soul with the holy words. The Tome of Charity does not tell a saint to yield in the face of the enemy's avarice of hatred. We are to do as we feel proper to ensure the fair treatment of humankind. He turned his hand to clasp hers, tightening his grip.
You're not opposed? Would you support my enlistment? Becoming their Thane of Harmony?
My husband, a nobleman. Am I enough of an honourable woman for such a valiant knight? They shared a laugh, but he could read the anxiety hidden behind her sarcasm. I will stand by you no matter what. But that does not mean that I am giving you to be their object. They will not mistreat you. Go where you must, but I want to attend tomorrow's meeting by your side. Her care had always made her the perfect mother. He jested that his successes were her victory, but he meant it. And here? She asked, without moving from his arms.
Here he's a year shy of manhood. Soon enough he will be a scholar, and therefore above us. I trust he will understand.
She rubbed her head on his chest. He took it for a nod. His work had already stretched their family. He feared it would only become more difficult in the coming months.
Mayra, you will never understand how much I appreciate you. Let's spend the day as a family. He sat up. Though I trust his maturity, I worry that recent events have shaken him. Not every child gets to live through the most eventful period in a historical text.
And what do you propose we do? He captured her gaze.
Have you ever ridden Geet over open plains?
Coleridge shaded his eyes from the midday sun. He walked up the steps to knock on the door to Phenmir's home, hoping not to alert anyone besides Phenmir. Coleridge had a wife of his own back in Slav, but he could not deny the beauty of the woman who opened the door. She stood tall and slender, with piercing eyes and shoulders held high to demand obedience.
"Helloeth, Slefmin."
She waved them in, giving a slight bow to each thane who accompanied him. Incense burned from a small pedestal near the door. The musk of sage and lavender reminded him of the chapels in his home court. "To you as well, Chas woman." Coleridge searched for Phenmir, to no avail. The woman who had let them in sat on an orange wooden chair, gesturing to an assortment of objects in a semicircle.
"I hope these stools, boxes, and chests will suffice for seats. Excuse us, but we are not used to such a large company. My husband will join us soon."
Join us? She acted as though they were her school pupils, and she was the educator with a stern voice. Coleridge sat on a step stool and nodded for the others to follow. The door on the left side of the hallway opened as Phenmir approached the party in the white garb of a medic. "Pardon my delay, Chasman, Coleridge. I have a matter to attend to following this meeting in Western Sleen. Less work abroad, more at home." He sat beside his wife, who then placed her arm on his thigh and glared at Coleridge. "I assume you have some questions, Phenmir," Coleridge said. "I stand with you, thanes of the court, in service to our people." He turned to his wife, who nodded. "What will you have me do?" Coleridge blinked. "You accept?" His surprise was obvious. "Indeed, Sir Coleridge," Phenmir laughed. "I will do all within me to preserve our freedom, and the freedom of the young who perish for the endowed. If such a calling permits my loyalty to Chas and my Lord Cherrick, I will be at your command." Coleridge bit his lip, eyes squinted in valiant determination. "Well then, Thane Phenmir Stoke," whispered Thane Rance, earning a smirk from Phenmir. "Thane Phenmir Stoke, welcome to the force of change. Welcome to the Harmony Allegiant. We have chosen you as the Chas Thane of Harmony. You will be the commanding officer of the Chas members' Harmony Allegiant. You will help lead the military of the Chasmen under me as my high advisor. While I remain in command of the Allegiant, I will delegate certain responsibilities to you. We understand the lack of clarity surrounding your calling, but it will develop in form as we proceed forward. The Allegiant is formed over years, but this is the first time that we face public conflicts, including war." "When is he leaving, and for how long?" asked Mayra. The only reply she received was a grimace from Coleridge.
"Are we to sit in council within the coming days?"
Phenmir asked. "To a degree," he glanced at Mayra. "Noble sacrifice comes with substantial change, Chasman. To see the end of harvesting, we must labour beyond the boundaries of Court Chas. I request that your wife and son remain here, safe at home, in the meantime." Phenmir locked eyes with Coleridge as he bit his inner lip.
"You will ensure the safety of my family?"
"I will assign my footmen as their personal guards during your absence." "Are all the thanes leaving the court?" Mayra stared at Coleridge. "Surely you are not so ignorant of our court's unrest to leave us without leaders." "You can rest assured that only a few of your thanes will journey with us," Coleridge replied. Mayra stared at her husband, then turned back to Coleridge. "While my husband serves abroad, I will lend my efforts to the remaining thanes to restore order to the court. I am a woman of no insignificant political influence." Phenmir gave her a reassuring nod.
"See that she is given the opportunity to serve as she wishes, and I will join you, Slefmin."
"See to it, thanes, and make sure their son is given ample protection," Coleridge commanded. "Thane Stolk, tomorrow we journey to Court Choyas." Chapter 11. Dignified Associations. Aerhee had left her home to study the Slef history books she had taken from the Athenaeum. She made her way toward Kjek's center, unsettled by the less than amiable atmosphere for study. An army of torches arose from the crowd before Aerhee, appearing like a bonfire above the crowd. She had never experienced civil unrest. Zayes was the court of order. The riots in Slef initiated the unrest, spreading to plague her city. Was it too late to study Slef's history to find an origin to their unrest? Had they lost their opportunity to stop the growing rebellions? She had faced many trials in her life, loss, poverty, rejection, persecution, but never had she feared war or terrorism. They were unlikely possibilities that existed only in a bard's tale. That belief held no longer. War was the demon one never hoped to meet, but feared they might. She had forgotten how fear felt. As the crowd raged ahead of her, mutilating the Canton of Endowment, she stood in somber silence. As the rioters targeted the Canton of Endowment, the very building that led endowed research, their objective was clear. The anti-harvesting riot was already attacking the core of Court Zayes. The largest members of the mob struck the building with large hammers. All other rioters used what they could to deface the canton. Even some children joined in to throw stones through its windows. Sweat-stained merchants joined high-collared aristocrats, all screaming defamations against harvesting. Not only were the pillars of the canton losing stability, she thought she had seen bodies amidst the stomping feet. How primitive had these people become to allow a difference in opinion to turn them into savages? The city centre had been home to inspiration and Zayes piety. A cathedral stood tall next to a shrine of Laia. Across the square, she saw a chapter house of the Patriarchy of Scholars. Decadent stone benches with bronze edges were now tarnished and broken. Zayesmen tended to frequent the city centre for studying and worship. She had come for a sanctuary and received the antithesis. She stepped back to flee, but found herself stopped once again by a dreadful sight. A Zayesman hung above the crowd from the canton's balcony. Rioters below threw stones and rubble, causing the body to swing and bleed. The corpse was gaunt and wore bronze, signifying a higher rank. She recognized him instantly by the thick silver streak down his dark hair, making him look like a skunk. Phenmir, the proctor of harvesting in Zayes, and the understudy to the Thane of Endowment, swung as a trophy to the revolting audience. Aerhee did not particularly enjoy the man's company, but she respected his accomplishments. She tried to numb herself against death. Those deaths closest to her had broken her for too many years. She tried to hold firm, but felt her heart give way. No one deserved to die like that. Aerhee prayed for him and his family, and turned before she was forced to ponder his death even more. Aerhee needed to find shelter in another canton. Part of her feared it would become another target, like the Canton of Endowment, but they had no reason to attack a building that was not associated with harvesting. Or would they? She needed to make it to the Peacemaker, the canton that bound differences between courts. She could reach the Canton of Diplomacy within a few minutes if she walked quickly enough. Sheath Laisa, the Zayes Thane of Diplomacy, would be sure to offer her some help. The Zayes image of perfection was growing worse with each act of vandalism and terrorism against the court. The dissenters would likely be apprehended, their actions condemned by the High Kroll, but when would the city see the light of justice? She heard footsteps behind her, picking up pace. She ran. She struggled to breathe, but pressed on with what little bravery she held. The shouts seemed closer than ever, but it was all a mess of sounds to her. This was not the Aerhee seen by the public, but the Aerhee that she had hoped to have tucked away in her adolescence. Caesar Aerhee Clear was a confident woman, stern and exact in her actions, instilling fear in subordinates. Now her anxiety showed. She bit on her lip to muffle a scream that tried to creep its way up her throat. The canton of diplomacy stood high before her, like a parent to save their child from the dark. Her shaking hand found the handle, and she entered with feigned confidence. 26 years ago, the eastern border between Court Zayes and Pris, year 306 in the clerical era. The immigration office was uncomfortably cold. The stern administrator in the stone building intimidated Derlick like a geat eyeing him as prey. He strengthened his grip on Faith's hand, knowing she must feel likewise. After the man before them left through the front doors, Derlick and his family stepped forward to meet the Zayesman who stood behind an ornate wooden desk. The Zayes immigration officer had a receding hairline, with flat brows and lips as flat as the horizon. He extended a hand. "Documentation, policeman." Derlick pulled out his leather satchel and removed 3 sheets of parchment and handed them to the Zayesman. "There are 3 creatures in this world without emotion. The ravenous beasts of the field, the stones of the mountain, and bureaucrats," he recalled telling Aerhee once after visiting the priest thane of diplomacy. "Where is the official seal?" He pushed the papers across the desk, back to Derlick. Derlick's blood drained from his face. "From your canton of diplomacy," the man pressed. Derlick steadied himself. "We left in haste. Departing from Pris is not as simple as you would presume. Please, sir." He moved to the left, making Aerhee more visible. "I'm sure a pious Zayesman like you would understand our predicament." The Zayesman's eyes never turned to Aerhee. "Without canton authorization, you must pay the immigration fees. 170 jame is the charge." His face did not even hint at empathy. "Sir, we cannot afford that. I am already consigned to spend most of my daughter's life labouring in the glyph. Is there another way?" "You may pass without charge, but that would be trespassing, a matter of illegal immigration. I would then be obligated to call for the authorities to seize you 3 and your belongings." Derlick looked at his wife. "We're already here," she whispered. Derlick carried his family's savings in his satchel. He removed sufficient coinage, leaving only 30 jame, enough to sustain them for a few weeks for their resettlement. The bureaucrat took the money and the documents, signing the bottom of each page. He returned the documents, dismissing them with a wave. Faith held Aerhee's as they returned to the carriage. Derlick did not want to look at Faith, scared that she would see him as a failure. They boarded the carriage, closing the door once they had all taken their seats. Faith sought Derlick's hand and twined their fingers together. They shared a glance, eyes in contact, to pass a wordless conversation. The carriage rode onto a finer paved street and continued to the centre of Court Zayes. Derlick held Faith's hand with a sweaty palm, the same one that had provided the Zayesman with 170 counterfeit jame. The plans for leaving Pris were well executed. The priestmen who had given him the fake coins were unable to forge or provide official documents to ensure immigration, but they had helped where they could. He owed his life to the priestmen who were willing to aid in his family's escape. He had paid with counterfeit currency and left unpunished. The present. Clerical Era 332. Aerhee approached a group of Zae's diplomats behind one of the 4 large pillars within the front chamber of the Canton of Diplomacy.
Greetings, Zae's woman.
A Zae'sman turned to greet her.
How may we be of assistance?
Where is Thane Laisa?
Aerhee asked.
Might I ask why you are here? The Thane is quite occupied at this hour.
Please inform her that Caesar Clear needs to meet with her.
The Zae'sman straightened his shoulders and adjusted the collar of his deep blue overcoat.
Caesar, I did not recognize you. Please forgive me,
Do not burden yourself with formalities, Zae'sman. Now, the Thane...
A tall, thin woman descended the spiral staircase at the back of the room. Midnight hair fell to her right breast in a braid streaked with silver. She wore a gown of grey silk similar to Aerhee's, but her bronze hem extended to drape across the floor. Impractical wear outside of one's home. Aerhee waved for the diplomats to resume their conversation as she left towards the staircase.
Aerhee, it is good to see you. It has been weeks. I must have you and Zir over soon to dine with us. It is good to see you, Sheeth.
Aerhee tried to hide her concern, but knew it was useless in the presence of a Feelman. She grasped Aerhee's hand. Sheeth's smile dropped to concern. Aerhee could tell that Sheeth was using her abilities as an endowed to read her thoughts. It was not quite a physical chill, but as if something touched her soul. Come to my study. She grabbed and pulled Aerhee's hand. Sheeth led her down the hallway of the 2nd floor and invited her to sit at her desk. The room was decorated with a new flower each time Aerhee visited. This time, 2 vases of pale blue roses stood on pedestals on each side of the room. Aerhee tucked her feet in under the chair, worried that she might track mud on the white pelt that spanned half of the room. The room was just as cold as any other canton office, but Sheeth tried her best to make it seem otherwise. Sheeth sat down across from her. With steepled fingers, Sheeth brushed her own chin with manicured fingernails, pondering in silence with the stare of a concerned parent. Aerhee looked away from her, but knew that eye contact had nothing to do with Sheeth's abilities as an endowed Feelman.
Will you tell me what bothers you?
Sheeth asked.
You already know.
Aerhee scowled.
Even if I can read your thoughts, it is not the same as a conversation.
Aerhee shook her head.
Sleth riots gain in numbers. Our court has joined their rebel movement, and the Chus Kroll has been assassinated. What are we to do, Sheeth? Are we facing war?
The Thanes have been talking about this. She paused to read Aerhee, squinting her eyes.
So, you have been working with Thane Latrie on his Sleth investigation? There was a lot to discover there. Zae's and Sleth are closer than many would believe, like siblings.
How so?
We have harboured Court Sleth like a parent to a lost child. Their economy is reliant upon our court. I have spoken with Thane Latrie about this. As a Feelman, he thought I could be useful.
She smiled.
I found it interesting that when the rioting began, it was in the court least equipped to lead a rebellion. I see that you spent time researching their history in the Athenaeum, but to little avail.
Aerhee nodded.
I, too, have been working with Thane Latrie, discovering some anomalies regarding the missing Sleth endowed. I've learned that our Zae's Thane of Endowment opted for control of the Sleth distribution of endowed, in trade for revolutionizing their society through endower usage. The Slethmen allow our Canton of Endowment to manage their endower. We fund their organ research and seal a promise of more grafts for their court. Our Canton of Endowment had control, and the Slethmen would benefit by having more endowers. In theory, it sounds quite attractive on their side. In Court Sleth, you are likely to meet Erethrans, Feelmen, Shiftlings, among other, if you are in nobility. As it is with every court, one can expect some of their court's thanes to be endowed. Most of the others endowed are assigned to labour throughout the court. The general Slef population goes on trusting that the endowers are just beyond their typical social circles. After some time, few suspect anything odd, and just live without worrying about the endowed in their court. Then where are the promised grafts from the Thane of Endowment? Sheath shrugged. Your findings regarding your predecessor, Caesar Gilles, align with my discoveries. She worked with the Slef Thane of Endowment as well as with ours, Tirith Sorn. You read this on paper, but I learned that there was more to their relationship than what was shown on the surface. From what I remember of her, she had a severe distaste for the idea of harvesting before it was put into Zae's law. Then why did she work with the Thanes of Endowment, who leads harvesting in their courts? Sheath smirked. Why not ask her ourselves? Do you know where she is? No, but Thane Grom will. As a member of the Patriarchy of Scholars, we can rest assured that a brother of the Patriarchy has access to the whereabouts of former nobles. The Patriarchy. Aerhee's displeasure shone through her eyes. I haven't had the best interactions with them, Aerhee said. Sheath sat in silence. Hiding her past trauma was futile. She knew that Sheath was reading her, digging deeper into her derision of the Patriarchy of Scholars. A joyous grin from Sheath's jest swiftly dropped like a falling stone to a frown of sorrowed concern. Aerhee sighed. Enough, Sheath. I tried to avoid those memories, and you should too. We will meet with Thane Grom as you suggested. Sheath nodded, forcing a polite grin. Aerhee saw right through it. Thank you, Aerhee. We will see him in the morning. It's too late to travel to the city safely. I don't want to send you home this late. The tavern crawlers have likely joined the riots in a drunken rage, regardless of their opinions on the matter. I will have a room prepared for you to sleep here tonight. Thank you, Sheath. I'll meet you downstairs at the entrance at dawn. Aerhee nodded and stood. Sleep well, Aerhee. Try not to worry. If anyone was able to maintain professional composure as still as a statue amidst a storm, it was Aerhee. A woman who had fortified herself to become the ideal Zae's woman, living by the law in every way and not letting emotion misdirect her journey. She offered Sheath a nod as she departed, knowing that her memories of the Patriarchy would haunt Sheath worse than any phantom ever could. Chapter 12. The Thane of Agriculture. Yetrick was relieved to see the bronze-lined structures of Kshek. Soon enough, they would meet with the Zae's Thanes to settle matters they had travelled for. Bronze procurement for Thane Get. The closer they rode to the centre, the more Yetrick's sense of awe dwindled. Merchant stands and shops were abandoned. Debris from broken walls and windows littered the street signs. Dishevelled and dirty Zae'smen marched down alleys that led to the highest building in the city. Their appearance suggested days, even weeks, without bathing. The rioters were congregating in the centre of Kshak. As the carriage veered away from the centre, Yetrick removed the roll of parchment with Thane Get's directions. Royce Bellick, Thane of Agriculture, Canton, Northwest Kshak, Alloy District. Few people filled the streets, and light rain fell. Most of them wore long sleeves and high collars, with no sign of dishevelment. They held their chins high and walked with elegance, seemingly ignorant of the damaged streets not too distant. Bronze statues, small and large, stood atop what he took to be churches. Zae'smen rushed into their doors like water through the cracked hull of a boat. Yetrick wondered how long it would take for the street to fall victim to the rioters. He counted himself an optimist, but knew the dangers of a plague that is permitted to grow. Sami's face was hard as she stared out the window, with her chin resting on her palm. The carriage slowed, and Yetrick was the first to open his door. He looked up to see that they had arrived midday,
as the sky was covered by rotund storm clouds that blocked direct sunbeams, costing the tranquility of a Gruth twilight. He turned back and offered a hand to assist Semi from the carriage, but she swatted him away.
"If anyone needs help, that would be you, Yetrick."
She smiled to take the sting from the words. In place of the cobbled stairway they'd find in Gruth, they found marble polished to reflect the ever-constant storm clouds. Spherical lanterns held onto the walls, providing light amidst the gloom. He held love for the buildings in his home court, but could not help feeling as if the Zae's architecture was years or decades ahead of the other courts. They entered the canton to find 20 or so Zae'smen, speaking in reverent tones, the opposite of a Gruth tavern on a feast night. Large portraits of a godlike being took up the right and left walls, likely depictions of their god Leir in a metallic lacquer. Yetrick noticed Semi ahead of him and made haste to reach her, cringing as each step echoed across the hall.
"Where are you running?" he asked.
Semi waved for him to follow, keeping her attention forward.
"To find someone who can lead us to the Thane of Agriculture."
He felt tension in her voice, but felt it better to comply than to complain. Semi veered to a man reading in a large black seat, spectacles resting on the bridge of his nose.
"Hello, Zae'sman," Semi said. "Where might we find Thane Bellic?"
He looked up, disappointed by the sight before him, and returned his focus to his reading.
"Hey, Zae'sman!"
Semi commanded, changing her skin tone to match the blue leather that bound his book.
"Mistress, allow me to be your guide."
The studying Zae'sman stood and motioned them down a corridor.
"Some Zae'smen should be taken for blasphemers for their idolization of Endowed,"
she whispered to Yetrick as they walked a few steps behind the scholarly man.
"Show them your power, and you are as proper as any native in their eyes." "Are you sure we should reveal your gifts here?" Yetrick asked. "We are in a canton, not in the city centre. I don't worry about any persecution here. Showing that I'm endowed will only earn respect."
The Zae'sman left them at the Thane's door, bidding farewell with a bow. The murmur of voices was audible from behind the arched wooden door. Semi reached to grasp the door's bronze circlet and knocked. Warm candlelight bled through the crack as the door opened to present a Zae'sman in lengthy grey robes with golden hemming. Damp black hair was slicked back to touch the base of his neck, matching a meticulously groomed beard.
"Thane Bellic?"
asked Yetrick. The man at the door turned his head toward the two Zae'smen further into the room.
"Thane Bellic, your presence has been requested?"
A different Zae'sman approached the door, his demeanor a pleasant contrast to their greeter. He had the countenance of a miner that had bathed himself an hour ago, contrasting themes, but it fit him well. His facial hair was unkempt and much thicker than the other man's. If his skin were a bit darker, Yetrick would have mistaken him for a Gruthman.
"Hello, Gruthman. Excuse Thane Grom. He treats each situation with excessive solemnity. Thane Get speaks highly of you two. Come in. Latry and I won't bother you."
The Zae'sman reminded Yetrick of his favourite uncle, genial, yet with a countenance that seemed to demand respect. Thane Grom seemed hesitant to allow their entry, scowling as they passed to sit on a grey cushioned bench.
"Thane Bellic, might we speak privately?"
"No need," replied Thane Bellic. "Get trust them. Yetrick and Semi are your names, unless I am mistaken."
"Correct, sir," Semi answered.
"Well then, Yetrick and Semi, you have already had the grace and pleasure of meeting our scholarly brother at the door, Thane Grom, who presides over the Canton of Scholarship."
He turned to the other man in the room.
"This is Thane Latry from the Canton of Veneration, head of court worship and law. And, as you might have concluded, I am Royce Bellic, the Zay's Thane of Agriculture. The pleasure is mine, Gruthman,
said Thane Latree. He was a typical Zaisman, tall, thin, with dark hair trimmed short. Yetrick had never been in the presence of so many foreign dignitaries, let alone a non-Gruth brother of the Patriarchy. Thane Grom's intimidating demeanour lived up to the Patriarchy's reputation.
Thane Bellic, began Yetrick.
The Thane interjected.
Titles are for peasants. Just call me Royce.
Yes, Royce. The words felt uncomfortable in his mouth, like partaking in a 5-course meal at the table of a poverty-ridden family. As you know, Thane Get has sent us to discuss his need for your mine's products.
Yes. The equipment is already...
Royce glanced at Yetrick.
You know what he is pursuing within the canton, correct?
Yetrick shook his head. He informed me that he needed imported bronze, but that's all I know.
What a tease. Send a boy on a quest to pursue an unknown prize. Maybe he sent you here for you to prove yourself before giving you his complete trust,
Royce said, prompting an awkward laugh from Yetrick.
With the riots, we have more urgent matters facing us. I am sorry, but his requests will have to wait. But why not utilize your presence while we have you here? You Gruthmen are masters of the sea. Why not help us tame these waves of rebellion?
Thane Bellic, interjected Thane Grom, such matters are not to be discussed with civilians.
On the contrary, said Royce, the state of one harvesting court affects the state of another. Harvesting is a mere tenant of our problem. If the insurrection continues here, it will reach Court Gruth soon enough. Thane Grom, I appreciate your sense of security, and will keep this council within their jurisdiction.
What are you talking about? Semi asked. The situation had become no clearer.
Gruthman, began the Thane Latree, welcome to our council. We have been discussing how to best approach the riots that are tearing our city apart. We need a way to maintain order before we lose the city, said Royce.
And why do you think we can help? Asked Semi.
Royce grinned.
Thane Get is a foreteller. I've heard about his visions enough to know that he has sent you for a reason.
Enough to bring them into this discussion? Challenged Thane Grom.
Have a little faith, Zaisman, Royce replied. What would you have of the public unrest?
It is a danger to unity in Facet, said Yetrick, and a threat to all endowed. He smiled at Semi.
Ah, you're a shiftling, right?
Asked Royce. Semi nodded.
Then you are even more crucial.
Royce slapped Thane Grom on the back.
Come on, Grom. These two are a gift from the Lord Laia himself. We may be a part of the nobility, but we too are concerned citizens. Though you two have no authority within our court, perhaps you may have some influence in your court. Civilians today, Thanes tomorrow.
He winked. How widespread are the riots? Asked Yetrick. When we left, Slef was the only court in protest.
You heard about the Chus Kroll, right?
Asked Royce. In passing, so it really is true. Royce nodded.
The current state of Facet is subject to change from one hour to the next. As of today, the only anti-harvesting riots in harvesting courts are here and in Slef.
So is Slef completely overtaken by the rebels? Grom cleared his throat and spoke.
Not entirely. Slef is in a delicate balance, now leaning towards refusing harvesting, with their population revolting against the choices of their oppressors. Reports claim that some of their thanes, though I have heard nothing of their kraal, are in favour of outlawing harvesting. Priests, Gruth, and southern Zais are all in favour of the harvest, remaining loyal to the Pact of Provence. Northern Zais is currently in a less formidable state. All reported Thanes remain loyal, as well as the Kroll. Our Thane of Endowment has not yet reported his persuasion, though we can safely assume that he is in favor of the power that his very canton controls. Choyas is in opposition, as they have been since the Pact. Chus remains in opposition, though the consequences of their Kroll's assassination are yet to be seen. Our informants wait patiently within their court boundaries.
Thane Latree lifted his hand. It seems more likely every day that Slef will fall into the hands of the rebels. They have grown too large, but we still have time to prevent the worst happening to our court. Royce turned to face Semi and Yetrick.
But don't worry, we have not entirely given up on the Slefmen. Latree has been working with our Kaiser to identify the origin of Slef rebellions. There is a lot to uncover there, but if we can find that origin, we can find the heart of the rebellion and crush them at the center. If we leave the head of their rebellion alone, we will never be able to put a permanent end to this all.
What solutions have you already discussed? Semi asked. Royce dismissed her comment with a smile.
We have some early ideas, but perhaps your perspective could help. Once we have a probable solution, we can approach the Kroll to implement it.
What have you discussed so far? Asked Yetrick.
As Thane of Veneration, said Thane Latree, I could use the influence of the Church to influence the rioters.
But we do not want to militarize the Church, challenged Thane Grom. It must always remain a beacon of hope, not of fear.
What about the Patriarchy of Scholars? Yetrick asked. Their influence is greater than any single ruler.
Our influence is attacking the problems of Facet from a different angle, said Thane Grom.
Yetrick wondered what he meant by that. He tried to brush it off, knowing that the only people who understood the Patriarchy were the members themselves.
And now you see why we are yet to find an answer, chuckled Royce.
Why not sell the opportunity to become an endowed to the community? Asked Yetrick. I'm sure you would secure the loyalty of the most affluent protesters. You could even...
Thane Grom raised his hand to stop Yetrick. In an ideal world of perfect morality, that would be possible. Do not forget that the affluent are rarely the most ethical. If we were to permit the purchase of God-given abilities, it would be taken and monopolized by the corrupt. The empowered would become more empowered, eliminating the voice of the lower classes. As my fellow Thanes have said, this is a matter greater than harvesting itself. It is a matter of social order that is being challenged by deranged zealots.
Yetrick nodded. What if the Slef endowed join the rebels? Maybe they feel remorse for the child's life that was taken for their abilities. Everyone directed their focus to Semi, in as if she had just prosecuted herself. That would only make the riots even more dangerous. Unless I am an exception, every endowed has wondered what would become of the children who gave up their organs.
Royce nodded.
I agree, though I am interested in another point that you raised. If the Slef endowed rebel, which they may already have, what will happen to our Zais endowed? It is reasonable to suggest that the conflict which we are now facing will not close within the coming weeks, possibly months, or even years. The more time we give the anti-harvesting court, the more time their young endowers have to grow into adults, therefore becoming greater threats.
If we wish to persuade people to remain committed under the fright of opposition, we must hold their attention by drastic means, uttered Grom. The protesters have attacked our infrastructure, and a price must be paid. Fear-mongering, though the tactic of a lowly man, is effective for obtaining obedience. If we were to execute half of the central mob, the remaining half would be forced to comply with our offer of peace. If our in doubt, perhaps scourges, served as the executioners, they will recognize that harvesting is no force to oppose.
Royce nodded. I must agree, Grom. We must punish them before they can infect the rest of the court.
Yetrick felt a cold bolt of energy fly through his spine. He had begun his quest, and now was no time to withdraw. Killing people because they fought for what they believed in. Where was the line between righteous justice and brutal punishment? Semi appeared to be as unsettled as he was, though he wondered if she was thinking the same 4 words. Firm is the foundation. Chapter 13. Masked Loyalty. Phenmir stretched his legs as he exited the carriage. Days had passed since their departure from Slean. Due to their party's size and need for discretion, they avoided inns and well-travelled roads, making camp each night on the barren roadsides. The Chas Desert gradually shifted from yellow sun-baked sand to the moist swamps of Choyas. Roadside desert rodents were replaced by amphibious putil, the large blue frogs with giant nostrils and an even larger rib cage. He could not tell they had arrived in Phaeus, the Choyas capital, or another village.
Is this Phaeus?
Asked Phenmir. Just ahead. Kulrig pointed to the structures ahead, beyond mossy walls. Too many suspension bridges in the city for Geet, so the carriage will leave us with some distance to walk. Have you been here before?
Yes, but it has been years.
He accompanied Kulrig as the company marched toward the city. They had left the Geet carriages on the eastern border, giving the beasts a much-needed rest.
How many of the Chas Thanes did you invite?
Phenmir was only able to see 3, and the company was too large enough that he had missed the chance to count. 3 came with us, although your Thane of Diplomacy left with one of my chief officers for a journey to Sleth for more recruits. Phenmir nodded. Fireflies the size of gulls swarmed through the dense air, and a variety of reptilian animals crawled over moss-covered rocks that stuck out of the deep blue water, an odd hue for a water so polluted by the grime of the marsh. Tell me, Chasman. Kulrig pointed at a Choasman with the mask of an ox. You're a medic. How can their faces be bound to wood? Or is that just some rumor?
Oh, it's true.
Phenmir looked at the other Choyasmen he passed, noting their masks, but trying not to stare too long. A young girl with the mask of a squid held her mother's hand. On the mother's face he saw the mask of a human face, but one that held an expression of worry with arched eyebrows.
What do you already know about them?
If it's true, when they outgrow their mask, there is some change in ritual, and that their masks cannot be removed under any other circumstance. Choyasmen were an uncommon sight in Slean. Kulrig's reaction suggested that they were an even rarer sight in Sleth.
Do you know why?
Kulrig shook his head.
Although I specialize in digestion, I've worked with skin conditions. Working with skin entails training with mask exchanges.
Kulrig's attention was captured like a fly in a spider's web.
They are born without the outer layer of their skin on their face, requiring immediate coverage postpartum to prevent infiltration of disease or damage from the harsh environment. When they outgrow their mask, a private meeting is scheduled with a medic for a changing of masks. The procedure is a quick change, preventing prolonged exposure to the open tissue. The inner lining of each mask, though wooden, is crafted with a putil-derived substance that allows mucosal binding, Straps hold the mask on for a period, but are later removed once the mask is fully attached.
Coleridge stared at the muddy ground with squinted eyes, nodding slowly to take in the information. Why are they so private?
Privacy is not a mere aspect of health, but a tenet of their beliefs.
Phenmir lifted his right arm as if to make a proclamation.
One of loyalty has no need to question the true face of another. I recall hearing something like that when I asked a similar question. Nudity is not a concept among them. Sexual organs are no private matter in comparison with the sacred nature of their face. Regarding their tendencies, be aware of their open nature if such a thing offends you.
Coleridge nodded. They entered the larger walkways, and Phenmir spotted a wooden sign hanging from an arch. Phaeus, steadfast is the honour, it read to proclaim the Choias ideal. Along the neighbouring buildings hung two vast banners, the size of a small sailing ship, bearing the Choias sigil of a blue-head putal on light grey. Large vine-covered willows decorated the riversides and ponds. Night had not yet fallen, but thick clouds warned of rain. The foul stench that stained the land outside the city had been replaced by a mineral musk of petrichor and herbal aromas from nearby plants.
Will we be staying at an inn? Phenmir asked.
In due order, Thane Stolk, after we speak with the Krull. Have you met him before?
I haven't had the opportunity, but I've been looking forward to it ever since you mentioned the chance. When did he commit to the Harmony Allegiant?
Coleridge chuckled. The Sleth Thane of Diplomacy was one of the first noblemen to join our cause. I led the group to ensure that we had an alliance with your court, and he came to do the same here. Luckily, the Choias Krull still held true to his anti-Arviston beliefs. Phenmir shuddered as he thought about his Krull's death. He had to ignore it. If he thought about it too much, it would only cause him to question Coleridge's methods. Phenmir thought of his son, and wished he could see this. He had tried to be involved in his life, but had done far too little in showing his son the world outside of Court Chas. Here was soon to be an adult, but that did not end his calling as a father. The pathway atop the quagmire continued into the inner city, though stone began to replace the wooden walkways. The centre of Phaeus was compact and busy. Children chased fireflies, a band of four played tubular instruments with a deep harmony, and older Choiasmen conversed outside of a tavern. A monumental structure of grey-polished stone stood before them, taller than any building in the area. The Krull's Palace. Blowing in the light breeze, a Choias banner confirmed its identity as the Krull's Palace. Guards stood at each side of the entrance, each one clasping a spear. Their hoods hid any hair, obscuring their identity to only reveal their masks. One displayed a look of pain, as if the face was just informed of the loss of a close friend. The second bore a hopeful gaze, a pleasant contrast to the first. Coleridge stepped before the company to lead them into the entrance chamber of the Choias Krull's palace. 5 paces behind the dark wooden doors stood a stone podium. A Choiasman stood still behind it, with the mask of a boar. "Greetings, Choiasman," said Coleridge. "I am Coleridge Fest of the Harmony Allegiant." The figure remained still. "Krull Terhet has requested our presence. Might we see him?" Stepping down from the podium, the masked figure invited them forward with 2 fingers. Other Choiasmen were scattered throughout the corridor, 10 by Phenmir's count. Only a careful listener could hear whispered conversations, as if they passed through holy sanctuary. A Choias guard pulled open one of 2 large doors. Each one had a silver rim with the Choias sigil in its center. Dim sunlight leaked through the stained blue glass, casting a misty glare across the chamber's occupants. A cacophony of voices fell to a sea of whispers as they entered. The Kroll's throne room was decorated with the finest adornments. Sapphire chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, and silver seemed to be as abundant as wood. Phenmir admired how the beauty of the people contrasted with the begrimed quagmire. Juxtaposition highlighted the finest of the world's hidden beauties.
Colerig of Court Slef, come forth!
Old age resonated from a voice ahead of them. The Kroll spoke with the sound of a powerful whisper. Each S ended with a whistle. He wore an owl mask with an extensively protruding silver beak with golden circles around the eyeholes. As Colerig approached, the Kroll arose from his throne that sat at the top of a staircase. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Kroll Terhet." Phenmir stepped forward to see the source of whispers that had remained since they entered the room. He stepped through the company to see a large group of Choyas children, each one with a unique mask. He was perplexed as to why so many children were present at a diplomatic meeting related to an impending war. By his count, he estimated 30 of them. Phenmir studied their small masked faces. Some seemed comforting, with cat-like faces and pleasant smiles, while others were more unsettling, namely one with a deer skull and another with the mask of a fanged imp. He turned away from them, focusing on the diplomatic exchange before him. "Departed for Court Slef not long before our trail reached your city," concluded Colerig.
We have likewise been establishing a military. Your gorges will be tenfold our worth if you have as many as you claim.
The Kroll walked towards the congregation of children, meeting one in a wolf mask as he stepped forward from the younglings.
Though young, this is one of the finest men in Choyas.
With a bony pointer finger, the Kroll motioned to the wolf-masked boy.
Voln Zertef, captain of our endowers,
he announced as the boy made the Choyas salute, placing interwoven fingers over his mouth.
At 10 years of age, he was one of the firstborn endowers in our courts. It was his idea to assemble them into such an organization, recognizing that Choyas would be strengthened with all endowers allied as they came of age.
Sir Voln, I look forward to working together, said Colerig. Phenmir could feel the unease in Colerig's tone. How was one expected to treat a mere child with a political role?
Slefman,
said Voln as he shook Colerig's hand. Colerig stumbled backward, ripping his hand from the boy's grip with fright as the boy's hand transformed into a wolf's paw.
Has made manifest before you,
said Kroll Terhet.
Voln is one of our most talented endowers. As a shiftling, he has perfected his craft.
Colerig turned to the Kroll. As far as I was aware, shiftlings are limited to voice manipulation and changing skin tone. I saw hair grow from the back of his hands, and claws grasped my palm. How is that so? Have you been able to modify their capabilities?
Ask him yourself. He deserves as much respect as any thane of the court, if not more.
Forgive me, Voln, Colerig replied as he looked at the boy.
Sir Voln sounded better.
Yes, Sir Voln. Enlighten me. How are your skills so refined to match folk tales and fantasies? Voln looked at the Kroll, who nodded.
We endowers can learn to have greater abilities than those who steal our organs. You are wrong to believe that power comes only from our intestines. Endowers, if they are taught to, can use more power than an endowed. As a true shiftling, I have learned to change more than my voice and skin. Wolfmen are nothing more than a bard story, like you said, but I can change my hair, bones, and more.
Because I was given a wolf mask, I chose to study their bodies, so that I can look like one.
Remarkable. If I ever need a carrier raven, I know where to turn, Coleridge jested, though he was surprised by the wisdom of a boy of only 10.
Can't do that,
said Vone without a hint of laughter.
My body size has to stay roughly the same. You can't create a castle from a single brick, or a lake from a chalice of water.
Right, Coleridge responded, reverting his attention to the crawl.
There is a lot ahead of us, Coleridge. At dawn, one of my men will guide you to my high council,
the crawl said, and flicked his fingers, dismissing them.
It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Let me be the first to welcome you to Court Choyash.
His ghastly tone now seemed more inviting. Night had fallen, and illuminated lamps hung from large posts throughout the city. Moths and other insects swarmed around each light, and the fireflies glowed even brighter. Spices filled the air to accompany the aroma of freshly baked bread. The Choyas people thrived at night, leaving their festivities until the workday had ended and family and friends were about. Phenmir walked alongside a Slef footman wearing company garb.
Tell me, Slefman, Phenmir said, why did you, personally, turn away from the harvesting policies of your court to join Coleridge?
Perhaps you would not understand my Slef view as a chusman, sir.
Try me. Our beliefs may not be as different as we are led to believe.
My belief guides my way of living. My life is lived to glorify hate, my God. Am I a man of priestly composure? No. I try to improve, try to achieve something larger than myself, to show my dedication to my God. True, our people show their devotion by giving their income, but can I honestly say I follow that decree? No, but I still give some to show that I have not become a heathen. As I walk here, away from all that I value in my own court, I hope hate will recognize the sacrifice of my life as one much greater than any payment. I believe that hate has chosen Coleridge to lead us out of this dark era.
Phenmir gave a satisfied yet surprised nod, as if he had just found a coin in an old jacket.
Slefman, what is your name?
Tarn, sir.
Sir Tarn, that is the most justified claim for a fight that I have heard in all my years. I respect a man who lives his beliefs for a higher purpose. Whether he serves my God or his, we are brethren in spirit. Giving your soul is the noblest of sacrifices you can offer.
Payest thou me in spirit, thou art the refined coin of mine eyes' desire, quoted Tarn with conviction.
The Tome of the Meek.
Tarn nodded.
Have you read it? I cannot say that I have, but we have a similar passage in the Tome of Charity. Sellest thy soul unto me, for thou art priceless as thy fellow man. I suppose you could call my decision to join the Allegiant a spiritual quest similar to yours.
Tarn watched the road with a smile.
Many see the beliefs of other courts as rivals, opposites in the Colosseums of eternity. I find the similarity is a spectacle. I like to envision that our individual gods, Cherik for Chus and Hate for Slef, are the finest of allies.
They spent the night in shared rooms throughout several inns. Phenmir shared his room with 19 others. In the morning, Phenmir sat at a table reading. His eyes turned from the page to see Coleridge standing and stretching. Other people had arisen. Their whispers woke the remaining few who still tried to sleep. Tunics were buttoned and belts were fastened as they prepared for the morning meeting with the Choyas Krall's council. Coleridge approached Phenmir, kneeling at his table to speak.
Phenmir,
said Coleridge.
Yes?
Phenmir closed his page as he finished reading the final paragraph.
Yes, sir.
You have had time to see how the company functions. Remember that I want you to lead when the time comes.
Now is a great time to assert your role as my eye advisor and practice leading. Take your office as Thane of Harmony. You are not left in just to attend to matters of bureaucracy.
What do you want me to do?
Gather and direct them through the day's duties. We have the council to attend, and they have trainings.
What trainings?
You've seen them practice and drill. Choose something for them to do. That is not as important as the connection I want you to foster with them. Show some authority. They know who you are. Now earn that respect.
Phenmir glanced back at his tome on the table's edge. The Strategist's Dilemma. He had enjoyed the writings of Lord No Detty, the battle captain who led the northern colonies in the last recorded war many years in the past. Phenmir was not a comparable replicant to Lord Detty, but he was willing to risk his very being to become what the people of his land required. Phenmir stood without another word.
Engender a spirit of unity among your men. A captain is no greater a being than the frontman, he recalled in his reading. Chasmen, Slaftmen, all who join us, lend me your ears,
he shouted with the spirit of a mighty bear, capturing everyone's attention.
On this day, we bind a treaty with Court Choyas. Soon we shall depart to write a new history for the endowers of Facet.
He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his ribcage from his armpits as he forced composure. He recalled seeing them work on their endurance and sparring during stops along the road to Phaeus.
I want you sparring with one another until we finish our meeting with the Kroll.
He pointed to a Slaftman who still sat on the floor.
Lead the drills as usual, and inform the others of what you are to do.
On with it,
shouted Colerig. He gave Phenmir a nod. All arose, finished donning their gear, and ran through the door. The palace appeared more lustrous as the clouds cleared enough for a sunbeam to fill the chamber with a rainbow of lights through the stained glass windows. 2 men stepped ahead of Colerig, opening the doors for them. They were once again met with the silent chamberlain, with the mask of a boar. Without a word, he stepped down to meet Colerig and lead the company up a wide stairway to the Kroll's council chamber on the 2nd floor. The room seemed to span half of the palace's length. Walls of polished grey stone carried sound well. Arches decorated the walls near the ceiling. 3 immense Choyas banners stretched over them. A dark wooden table spanned the floor. An astounding amount of chairs lined each side and end. Though it was deemed a council room, it seemed to be designed for large feasts. Kroll to Head sat at the head of the table with Voln to his right, with the other endowers nearby. Some Choyas thanes had joined them, identifiable by their silver and blue robes. Phenmir and Colerig sat down and were brought tall chalices of copper containing the finest of Choyas wines available to the region.
Thank you for joining us, Slaftman and Chasman,
said Voln. Phenmir wondered if a boy of yet 10 years would head the session. The Kroll began to speak.
I look forward to having your intentions clarified. I was surprised to hear that some of my thanes had joined this creed of yours years ago, but I must admit that I am somewhat apprehensive.
Phenmir was not surprised to hear that Colerig already had members among the Choyas nobility, just as he had with the Chas thanes. He wondered how prepared Colerig was to execute his plans, but each day made Phenmir more confident in the Slaftman. All the eyes on the table turned to Colerig.
That is why we have come to this council, your grace. Brethren and sisters, we express our gratitude for your aid and will. As you all have probably heard, riots are now causing a tumult to rise in Court Zaiz. Their court is facing an unprecedented unrest, and it is too early for their nobility to form a proper defence. There is no better time than now to go forward into the court whose power is harvesting more than any other. How do we win them over, you may ask? But more is afoot than acts of diplomatic persuasion. No individual can convince an entire court to swear off the source of power. Zayiz is being pulled by warring parties. More Slefmen are with us than Zayizmen, but this is just the beginning. Seeds of revolution have been planted ever since harvesting began. Now we must reap. I understand the risks we take, but we must march our troops into Court Zayiz to turn the tides of this conflict in our favour.
One of the Choyas Thanes, a woman with the mask of a lizard with silver horns, raised her hand.
I don't understand. What is there to gain by joining a bunch of rebels in Court Zayiz?
Thane Orm.
Coleridge gestured to another Thane near her. This one had the mask of a bestial face with silver fangs.
You were one of the first to join the Allegiant before we made ourselves known. Will you help clarify?
Thane Holm cleared her throat.
You know as well as any of us, Your Grace, that Court Zayiz was the most influential in initiating harvesting. Likewise, they have remained the most powerful court through their abundance of endowed. If we can gain control of Kshek, we will have a promising chance at abolishing harvesting. And you think you have enough power to overthrow the capital of Court Zayiz?
Asked the Thane with the lizard mask.
We have been building an army among the supporters in our court during these past years, said Thane Holm. Now that Coleridge has come to bring the Harmony Allegiant to light, we can bring them out of the dark.
Coleridge nodded.
Alongside your troops, we have the Chasmen and my Slefmen, more of which are coming to join us for this stand in Kshek. We have the plan set to succeed Kraltaret. All we require is your support.
The Kroll nodded, taking a moment to breathe.
After the arrival of your Slef emissaries, Thane Holm told me about your plans to end harvesting. I just never envisioned it would be so bold. Nevertheless, you have thought this through. What might the cost be for such an operation?
We need some of your Thanes to join us on the campaign. Thane Holm is expected, but I would like at least 2 more. Aside from the troops, we need food, resources, and complete support from you and your corps. A few Choyas Thanes on our side will no longer be enough.
You really believe you can do this, Slefman?
Asked the Kroll.
I swear by my god and your god.
Kralterhet paused again, but was interrupted as he started to speak.
What about us?
Voln shouted, sitting taller.
What might you propose, Sir Voln?
Asked Coleridge, a smile easing back onto his face.
How do your scouts plan on obtaining information? Zayizmen are not the type to share.
I have people who are trained in espionage.
Might I suggest endowers? Shiftlings are worth 20 professional scouts. Diplomatic matters are less of a threat when you have deception on your side,
Voln said.
War is controlled by the deceiver and lost by the blind,
Phenmir quoted from the strategist's dilemma. His morning reading had indeed been worth the time.
The historic Lord Nodeti said such is one key to a strategist's victory. Endower shiftlings would be an invaluable resource.
Coleridge turned to Phenmir.
You agree with him?
If he is offering endower aid, we would be fools to disregard such an advantage.
Would you lead them to search for allies in Kshek, Phenmir? Perhaps I have not thought of everything, but paving the way for us to enter their court would be worthwhile. If the heads of the Zayiz rebellion knew we were coming to join them, we could be even more sure of our victory.
Coleridge turned to the Kroll.
Phenmir shall depart with my scouting party this evening. Voln will choose some or one of his shiftlings to accompany them. 2 would suffice.
While we await their return, we shall prepare to march forward with our collected party and the late arrivals from Chas and Slev. Once Phenmir Thane Stolk returns, we can march into Kjek with even more confidence.
You will have the best of us, Sir Corig, Vone said. Kayla is the second best shifling that we have. She and I will accompany Thane Phenmir.
The Kroll stared at Vone to ensure that he received an opportunity to speak, free from another interruption by the cocksure shiftling. Averting his gaze back to Corig, he inhaled deeply.
You propose we send 2 of our Endower shiftlings alongside your Thane and scouts. My chosen militia will then join yours in preparation to march into Kjek. What are we to do after that?
This is by no means an assault on the city. I do not want lives lost to senseless acts of violence. Enemy or ally, it does not matter, but that does not discount the inevitable casualties who violently oppose us. This may seem to contradict the Chus Kroll's assassination, but that was a necessary spark to start our fire. Further killings, should they be necessary, will only come on the battlefield. Ideally, we gain the attention of those who organised riots and join their forces. With their help, we will capture control of the cantons and the thanes within. From there, we move to the palace and capture the Kroll. I expect surrender more than a violent defence from them. Little has been done to quell the riots within their city. We shall go forth armed to intimidate, but prepared to control.
And how do you plan to stave off complete chaos in all of the courts?
Asked the Kroll. Chaos already reigns. It will continue to grow until we are able to stop it. With Zayiz in our grasp, we will be on the way to have 4 of the 6 courts standing with the Armenia Legion. After Kjek, we move to Gruth, then Priest. This is not the beginning, Kroll Tourette. This began years ago, as I have said. But now is the time for our efforts to pay off.
Banter resonated throughout the room as the attendees discussed Colig's proclamations. Colig glanced around, judging the excitement among the people, whether it be inspired by fear or determination. His eyes grazed past the Kroll, but reverted to glancing at his masked eyes. Kroll Tourette remained silent, focusing on Colig as he expected an owl would. The Kroll raised his hands to beckon attention.
Silence, you pudding colfs!
Vone shouted.
Thane Holm,
said the Kroll.
You believe that this will work?
She nodded.
It may seem abrupt, but there is no better time. If we delay, the harvesting courts will only be more prepared to destroy the riots and rebels. The time is now.
Corig,
said the Kroll.
Let us go forth.
Chapter 14 Hidden Roots. Sheath and Aerhee approached Thane Grom, who was just leaving his study on the first floor of the Zayiz Canton of Scholarship.
Thane, sir, case clear. What has brought you here? Asked Thane Grom, his hand still on the handle.
Case clear and I would like to ask you some questions.
And what might those questions be?
We are working with Thane Latrie to investigate the Slev riots, said Sheath.
Very well. Proceed.
He sighed and pulled the door open, stepping back to let them into his study. The room was uncomfortably barren and lifeless, like a corpse left to dry in a spacious mausoleum, with a cold to match the chill of the dead. He likely spent his time elsewhere. All that was in the room was a large desk, 3 chairs of minimal comfort, and a shelf with 4 large tomes bound in white leather and lacking inscriptions on their bindings. Sheath sat to her right as Aerhee adjusted her dress as she sat down in her seat. Grom stacked some parchment on his desk and moved his quill and inkwell to the right side of his desk before giving his guests his attention. "How might I be of assistance?" he said.
"We need information related to former Caesar Felter's zeal. As the Thane of Scholarship, we thought you might have the means of locating her."
Thane Grom raised his eyebrow. "As your predecessor, I would assume you would be aware of her current location, no? Well then, let us have a look." He arose from his chair and walked toward the door. "It seems you are quite adamant about making me move as much as possible today." They followed him out of the room. Grom paced ahead of each of them, giving no notice to their delay. Aerhee and Sheaf quickened their steps and approached him like snow rabbits in a quiet flee. Large tomes sat atop pedestals along the hallway, though no one stopped to read. Even when it might seem impractical, those in the Canton of Scholarship were sure to show off their wisdom even in the decor. Though most of the records are well maintained within the Athenaeum of Kshek, we keep a personal library of the records of the Zae's nobility in our canton in more secure hands.
"Away from prying hands like mine, or the hands of other thanes? Is your loyalty pledged to your court or your society?"
It was hard for Aerhee to assume the best from a man like Thane Grom, despite his loyal history. The trio passed a flight of stairs and then down a long hallway before reaching their destination. Grom removed a set of keys and chose the eldest on the ring, and unlocked a large wooden door. The canton's library seemed to be more of an undercroft, and outmatched the coldness of Thane Grom's personal chamber. Bronze shelves stretched forward, covered in a veil of dust. Grom took a small lamp off a shelf to his right, lighting it to continue onward in his search. "Mind the darkness," Grom warned. "Unlike many of the refined Atheniums of Facet, this one wasn't built with windows."
"Did you know Caesar Zeal well?"
Aerhee inquired. "Not as well as Thane Sorn. With as much time as they spent together, one would assume her to be part of the Canton of Endowment." Grom slowed, whispering to himself as he pointed down the shelf. "Cases of Court Zae's," he read aloud, grasping a container. "Take this, will you?" he told Aerhee as he handed her the lantern. He combed through layers of parchment before removing a sheet that appeared to be in much better condition than those beneath it, with worn edges and a yellow stain. "Not far beneath your records, Caesar Clear, we have those for Caesar Zeal." He traded the sheet for the lantern. Aerhee gave Grom a polite bow. "Return her record within a week, if not before."
"Our gratitude, Thane Grom,"
said Sheaf. They shared the Zae's salute and parted ways. Little time remained for the day's pursuits, and the canton of diplomacy was closer than her home. Aerhee was sure that Zir would not mind if she stayed another night away from home, especially with the rampant riots. Knowing it would be most productive to leave for the previous Caesar at dawn, Aerhee agreed to spend yet another night at the canton of diplomacy.
"Where can we find her?"
asked Sheaf, as she watched Aerhee read from the document.
"Is she still in Kshek?" "She lives in Tridus,"
replied Aerhee.
"Why would she leave to southern Zae's and not stay in Kshek?"
26 years ago, Court Zae's, Kshek. Year 306 in the clerical era. Zae's had grown since Faith's last visit. The cityscape seemed more affluent than any town in Preece, and she could not imagine what a Slefman would think of the architectural wonders. It was the first pleasant surprise in their journey. Aerhee walked between her and Derlik as they neared the centre of Kshek for the first time. They had been in the city for 2 days, but had spent their time in the city's outskirts. Townsfolk were accepting enough out there, but their neighbours tended to keep to themselves. Faith tried to assume the best of them. Faith, Delic, and Aerhee were not as pale as the Zaismen. With dark hair and pale skin, anyone outside of Zais would not think twice if they claimed their heritage, but the Zaismen knew otherwise. Delic was scheduled to work in the Cloven Glyph the following morning. Faith was relieved to have one more day together before he left.
Mother,
Aerhee tugged on Faith's arm.
I'm hungry. When can we eat?
Soon. She kept her reply brief as her eyes shot through each passing alleyway.
Why? There are lots of places right here. Just look, that Druth woman is waving for us to come to her booth.
We will get something soon. Wait a little longer, pleaded Delic, though he too walked uneasily, glancing from side to side. Faith gave him a nod, trying to hide her own fear of persecution. They had heard the worst of rumours regarding the treatment of priestmen in Zais. Their time had been peaceful so far, but Faith remained cautious. They approached a large building in the centre of the city, made of white grey with bronze rims to outline the structure. Zaismen in refined clothing entered and exited with unfriendly glares. They walked up the staircase, but Aerhee ran to the top and waited for her parents.
Why did you run here?
Aerhee asked, standing in their way. Let's go in, Aerhee. Delic pushed her toward the doors of the clothing shop. The inside was more captivating than the cityscape. Marble statues wore clothing that looked as expensive as their home. Intricately woven dresses with beautifully embroidered patterns hung from the right wall, with men's clothing on the left. Despite their glamour, the style seemed restrictive. Faith's dress was open to nearly exposing her breast, whereas the Zais makings left little of the neck to be revealed. Faith grabbed Aerhee's hand and led her to a quiet area near the back of the shop, while Delic left towards the men's clothes. She knelt beside Aerhee.
As you may have noticed, the Zais style is quite different compared to our clothing from home.
Aerhee nodded.
Our hair and skin already set us apart,
Faith told her.
What is wrong with that? People don't always accept those from other lands, especially here in Zais. But why? Can't they see us, walk and talk just like they do?
She smiled at her daughter's innocence, brushing the side of her cheek.
Aerhee, the people here might not want us living in their court. If the city guards see us walking about, they ask how we got here. Despite our documents, they might require payments, especially because we were priestmen. We need to dress like they do. We are now Zaismen and are going to live like it. If it is so dangerous here, then why did we even come? For our faith that would never be allowed in Priest. But you cannot yet understand that, Aerhee. Life will be much better here. You just have to trust me. It may be hard now, but things will be better soon.
Aerhee nodded.
Aerhee?
She looked up with the eyes of a beaten hound.
Let's buy a new dress that will make all of your old friends in Priest jealous.
Aerhee smiled as Faith led her through the shop. Soon after they found Delic, they purchased clothes with the little money they had remaining. After changing into their new outfits, they stuffed their old outfits in a travel bag and left. Delic glanced around the city square.
Mother?
Faith remained focused on her husband, waiting for his direction.
Mother,
she repeated.
Yes?
She tightened her grip on Aerhee's hand.
What if I want to wear my clothes from back home? You are a Zais woman now, Aerhee. If anyone asks you where you are from, you are to say Kjek. If anyone asks why you have a different shade of hair or skin, you say that your parents were born in eastern Zais. You must leave Priest behind. Do you understand?
Aerhee nodded.
Where are you from? Kshek, she replied. Why do you look different? My mother and father are from eastern Zaiz, near Court Pris. Why do you walk with imperfect posture? I read too much.
Aerhee hunched over as if she was reading at a desk. Her mother smiled.
You are as quick as a thunderous bolt, Aerhee Clear.
She hugged her and approached her husband.
Is there something wrong, Derlick?
He turned to his wife. No, it's fine. Is Aerhee still hungry?
Probably.
Aerhee, he said, turning to his daughter, sneering at her with a pompous demeanour. Let us savour Zai's delicacies. Will you join me for fine cuisine? Faith rolled her eyes, but she was thankful for her husband's playful personality. He brightened even the most sombre days.
I could not ask for a more proper evening,
Aerhee replied with feigned refinement, as if she was a thane. Derlick smiled and took her hand. Lead the way, Zai's woman. The present, Clerical Era 332. Aerhee watched the passing roadway through the small carriage windows. They were nearing their journey's end on the way to Tridus to meet the former Caesar Zeal, having left early in the morning from their last inn. Aerhee felt she was persuasive enough to get information from the former Caesar, but she was relieved to have an endowed at her side, especially a feelman. Sheath would be better than any hired interrogator. Interrogation did not feel like the proper word, perhaps an informative discussion. She only hoped and prayed for Sheath's ability to read Zeal. Was the previous Caesar an endowed? She cursed herself for not knowing enough about her predecessor.
Aerhee? Yes?
She pulled herself from her reverie and smiled at Sheath.
How are you? I don't want empty words. I want a real conversation. You avoid them too much. How is this all truly affecting you? The riots, the chaos in our court.
Why was she asking how she felt? She was a feelman, and she could read a person better than they knew themselves. Aerhee disliked it when Sheath read her. It took away from the relationship. At her plea, Sheath tried to avoid the readings during her interactions with Aerhee, though she was not always perfect at keeping that request.
I am well. And what of the patriarchy? You kept your composure while meeting with Thane Grom. Can we talk about something else?
Sheath frowned and sighed.
Did you find anything of note in Zeal's documents? I think so. Let me take another look.
She scanned the document.
All the information they have recorded makes me wonder what they have collected about me. She has no family listed or close associates. You mentioned her infatuation with the Canton of Endowment, but it seems she stopped working with them before I took office. Perhaps she was preparing for a life away from the city, said Sheath. I know many people in high offices look forward to a reclusive retirement. It's possible, but I would have assumed she'd stay in Kshek to continue working in the Canton of Endowment, based on her previous interests. You knew her, Sheath. What did you think of her? She was quite reclusive and kept matters to strict bureaucratic standards. After serving as Caesar, I can understand why she would keep to herself. People become exhausting. I've learned to appreciate my time at home.
Unease emanated from Aerhee like rays of the sun in the Chas desert. She felt Sheath reading her deeper.
Aerhee, how are things at home? How is Zir?
Aerhee scowled.
Sheath, please, leave me to my thoughts. I'll read more if you don't want to talk.
Aerhee groaned.
You are quite the kulf when you're not given what you want. Zir and I are doing well, as fine as ever.
She forced a frustrated smile.
Calling me a kulf? Since when have you used such coarse language? As fine as ever, that's a lie. When are you going to draw close to him? We don't argue. We never have. You need to embrace your differences. While you care about aiding the court as a whole, he wishes to aid those within his circle. For people like him, it is hard to see the impact of a single coin on the scales of justice. You, however, see that each person will benefit from that coin as they learn to give theirs. You may see him as your opposite, but you complement each other well. Marriages accomplish the most when each spouse strives for a separate good rather than the same goal, unifying their pursuits to create an amalgamation for their mutual benefit. A farmer reaps a larger harvest by planting many seed varieties rather than planting a single crop. Branch your gaps. He is offering his side, but cannot complete the connection without you. Does he still believe your parents are from Eastern Zays?
Aerhee bit her lip. Sheeth shook her head.
Could you ever think it possible to bond with your spouse when you lie to him about your past? How does he not know you were born in court priests? Or has he finally figured it out? No, refuted Aerhee. And why would he? I'm more Zays than the Kral himself. Sure, I looked more like a priest girl when I was younger, but you could never tell now. I live each day as if my residence were a gift, never forsaking my parents' sacrifice for my life here. Then why refrain from telling him, if you are so bound to Zays? He will only appreciate your honesty. Zir would never think less of you. He would think me a heathen. Priestmen are as valuable as street vermin in Zays. Times have changed, Aerhee. Sure, but that does not change the opinions of people, especially the elders. Aerhee.
Sheeth waited for Aerhee to compose herself.
My husband and I were not aligned by the stars. We had to labour for our relationship. Many people in Zays will have you see marriage as a convenience, or a mere political ordeal, but that is their flaw. You can trust me. Expressing some degree of love does not make you any less a Zays woman.
Sheeth had always seen things in a more radical, controversial way than most Zaysmen. Perhaps her popularity among the nobility was derived from her unique perspective. Aerhee knew that her marriage was not unlike most of the stern Zays population, but Sheeth would not allow that to continue. If one were to speak with Aerhee and Sheeth for the first time, they would likely assume Sheeth was the priest-born among them.
Your well-being matters, said Sheeth. By reading you, I can tell that your marital distance is causing you distress. If you keep obsessing over Zays' lore and perfection, you will soon enough become a lifeless statue.
Aerhee sighed. Their carriage halted before a small cottage, with a flat roof and red walls. Evening was approaching as the orange-tinted sky matched the shade of the warm candle within the cottage's window. With force enough to wake a beast from its slumber, Sheeth knocked on the door. Footsteps approached the door from inside. The lock clanked as metal slid across metal. The door pulled back to reveal a woman not much older than Aerhee. Though her hair had gone grey, she bore few wrinkles. She wore an evening gown of a pale red, nothing to impress, but a step above casual homewear.
Caesar clear, the former Caesar Zeal said. Thane Laisa, what in Laia's name brought you here? We came to speak with you. I live away from Kjek for a reason, you know.
Her scowl lifted with a wave.
Come in, I'll make tea. Wipe your feet. The dirt clings. Thank you, Case Zeal.
Aerhee led the way into the former Case's abode. The cottage smelt of old wood and dust. The decorations were older, the wood on the chairs and tables were well worn. A tapestry of the Zays sigil hung on the wall above a desk, with scattered parchment and a quill out of its inkwell.
Felta is fine. I appreciate the formality, but you are the only Zays Caser now.
She entered her modest kitchen and hung a pot of water over dancing flames, tossing in a handful of orange flowers and herbs. Leaving the pot to warm, she returned to the company and took the seat across from her guests. "How is my old office?" "Fine, thank you. And you, Sheath?" "As well as you might expect," said Sheath. Felter nodded and stirred the tea. "Mistress Felter," said Aerhee, "tell me about your work with the Canton of Endowment. I heard that you worked alongside Thane Sorn." She did not have to be a feelman to notice Felter growing tense. "Thane Sorn?" Felter paused. "Yes, we made many remarkable accomplishments for the court, most in relation to endowed placement. We utilized the strength of gorges to help build up the smaller villages, feelman judges and judiciary systems throughout the court's villages, rather than only in the large cities and so forth. I enjoyed our time together, but I am happy now." She grabbed 3 glasses. "The tea is ready." They would not need her to speak about her connection to the missing Slef endowed, only to direct her thoughts to matters of Slef and Zaiz, in order to make her thoughts clear to Sheath's skill. If the desired information was on Felter's mind, Sheath would read her thoughts and reveal all that they needed. "Perhaps you saw my garden. I grew this tea myself." Felter offered each woman a cup, placing a small cloth around it to prevent a burn. "Fool's Wisp and Harvest Sage. It is said to be good for mental clarity, though who knows if that is true. Ever since Arethrans came into this world, all health-based studies are based on testing them and the other endowed. I enjoy the spice of it, though, and hope it will entreat you." Sheath and Aerhee nodded, each taking a sip of tea. It tasted bitter, yet with a spice similar to cinnamon or camel's clove. "While we appreciate the hospitality, we have come here for a more serious matter," said Aerhee. "As you likely have heard, many riots have arisen throughout Facet, including in Slef and Zaiz." "Perhaps I had heard it mentioned in passing," replied Felter. "I dismissed it as a rumor. Little happens here in Tridus. The community is always in search of some story to tell." "I regret to inform you that they are more than rumors. We have been investigating the origins of these uprisings. While searching for a lead, we came across your name, Felter. Hearing about your work with the Canton of Endowment, we thought you might be able to help us answer some questions." "I have little more to provide than what I told you. I simply enjoyed observing the work of the Canton of Endowment. Ever since the Endowers were discovered, the supernatural abilities of these beings have fascinated me." "She's lying, trying to hide information," said Sheath, her face as sober as a Zaiz priestess. Aerhee recognized the distinct focus in Sheath's glare. She was reading Felter's mind. Excuse me, Sheath." "You have more to tell, Felter. I know you are more involved with Thane Sorn." "What are you suggesting? I worked with each Thane, the same as Caesar Clear does." Sheath turned to Aerhee.
"She was sleeping with Sorn."
"You prying cuff!
Sheath raised a hand to silence Felter.
"I'm sorry, Felter. I truly am. But I must continue."
Sheath leaned closer. Felter grew anxious and looked as if she would jump from her seat. Aerhee wondered if she should reach over to keep her still, while Sheath continued to dig into Felter's thoughts. As the reading progressed, Sheath's face grew tense. The previously sorrowful gaze cringed into a grimace of accusation.
"You traitor! How dare you!"
shouted Sheath. Aerhee stared at Sheath in confusion.
"It is wrong, Sheath,"
Felter shouted.
"Their practices are a crime to humanity, a crime to Leia."
"Do not take our divinity's name in vain,"
said Sheath.
"Leia would be ashamed of your ungrateful spirit. You might as well be a chus woman, you perding turncoat."
Aerhee was shocked equally by the vague revelation as much as she was by Sheath's vulgarity. The situation must have escalated further than they presumed, if it invited tainted words to escape Sheath's righteous lips.
"And Thane Sorn? What of him?" "I have not seen him in months. I swear by all that is divine,"
Felta cried.
"Sheath!"
Aerhee called. Sheath turned to face her.
"Please elaborate. In case you have forgotten, I'm no Feelman. I can't see what you are reading." "Felta bedded the Thane, but did not leave it there." "They were wed." "No, such relations might spark rumours of nepotism. Felta bore a child 2 years after the binding of the Pact of Provence."
"The year before I took her position." Aerhee was stunned.
"And what of the child?" "It was born with 2 umbilical cords."
"And?" Aerhee said.
"The child of Acacia and Thane was killed. They were both struck with the loss of their child." "Those murderers gave me no choice but to rebel."
Felta stood.
"You would understand if you were the mother of an Endower."
"What did you do?" asked Aerhee. Felta shook her head. Resistance was futile.
"The Thane of Endowment should have understood the need for harvesting better than any other Zaisman,"
Sheath said. She turned to Aerhee.
"If she won't admit it, I'll tell you what she is hiding. She worked with Thane Sorn to overturn the Pact of Provence, to allow Endower children to be born free of harvest."
Aerhee was aghast at the revelation, but dared not interrupt Sheath.
"Though Thane Sorn did not reveal all of his works to her, hoping to keep her safe in ignorance, they were responsible for numerous dissenters. Thane Sorn needs to be held accountable for the impact he had on his people. He might be responsible for turning the whole canton of endowment against its own court." "But what did she do?"
Aerhee pointed at Felta.
"As a caser, she had influence throughout the court, and those under its power." "The Slefmen!"
Aerhee hissed.
"Stop!"
Felta shouted. Tears fell from her eyes. There was nothing left for her to do as her secrets fell from Sheath's lips. Sheath nodded.
"She worked with Slef rebels to establish small villages for Endowed in Slef. They built up something that they called the Northern Colony, a village of Endowed." "But why? Were they building an army?" "They were preparing an army to combat the very source that gave them strength."
Sheath shook her head.
"It was a perfect crime. The only ones who would notice the Endowed number discrepancies would be those within the canton. Perhaps they even worked with the Chas and Choyas canton of endowment, though I read nothing of the sort in her. I fear we are on the very cusp of their plotting that has been under construction for years. If we do not stop this movement soon, this northern colony will be detrimental. They have an army of gorges in this Slef village. Nearly every graft that was sent to Slef was redirected by Thane Sorn to build up this village for the rebels to use against us." "You planned on overthrowing harvesting with Endowed, the very things you were fighting against."
Aerhee almost laughed at Felta.
"The harvests happened regardless of our actions,"
said Felta.
"We took what you harvesters were making and were preparing to use it against you." "The basis of her argument does not matter now," said Sheath. "They have a Gorger army. If her knowledge is not mistaken, the Slef Gorgers far outnumber our Gorgers. War would be detrimental with so many behemoths on their side."
Aerhee approached Felta, though stood back from a safe distance.
"What about Sorn? Where is he now?" "I don't know,"
Felta shouted. She started to breathe faster and clenched her fists.
"Did you see the Canton of Endowment before we left?"
asked Sheath.
"I saw it on my way to your canton. The riots were attacking it, but it still stood. Right before we left, one of my informants told me that it collapsed. The rioters reduced it to rubble. We will not find Thane Sorn there anymore. It was undoubtedly a part of their plotting. How did you even start the riots in the harvesting capital of Facet? Asked Aerhee. We are not alone in this, said Felter. This rebellion has been growing for years. We even had some of the members of the Canton of Endowment on our side. What else is she hiding? Sheath focused on Felter and took a sudden step back. By Laea's law! What is it, Sheath? The Krall of Chas that opted for a graft? Yes, Aerhee nodded. These rebels worked with local Sleth revolutionaries to plot the assassination of the Krall, hoping that it would politically charge the Chas population and invite them to their cause. Due to their absolute abhorrence of harvesting, they knew the Chasmen would join their cause. So, what do we do with her now? Asked Aerhee. You've outed her as a traitor. What about her? Exclaimed Aerhee, as she gestured to Felter. She must face the law, as does any who transgress it. No, said Felter. They turned to her. As followers of Laea, stated Aerhee, we do not tolerate transgression of court law. Your crime is too destructive to be dismissed by a mere prison sentence. She turned to Sheath with a concerned glare, receiving a nod in return. Sheath stood. We will escort you to the Patriarchy. Felter ran to the corner and grabbed a broom, holding it like a sword. Please, Sheath, you do not grasp the entirety of this. You are as blind as any of them. Seize her? Aerhee thought, while looking at Sheath. Sheath nodded to show that she had read her mind, and grabbed a long shawl from a wooden chest in the corner. She returned to Aerhee, both in equal distance from Felter. 3, 2, 1, she thought to Sheath. They ran at Felter to corner her, but the former caser vaulted over a short armchair. Her dexterity was surprising for her age. Felter ran to the dining area and removed a worn cleaver from a drawer. Sheath, Aerhee said. She cast her thoughts, knowing Sheath would read them. Watch and follow. She took a vase from a nearby table and hurled it at Felter, who braced. While Aerhee distracted Felter, Sheath ducked to seize her around the waist. Heartless wenches! Ignorant colfs! Felter grunted. She forced the cleaver upward and it down across Sheath's face, slicing from her forehead to the corner of her lips. Aerhee ran in amidst the chaos and pummeled her fist into Felter's stomach, causing her to seize over. Aerhee retrieved the cleaver with startled hands and pressed her weight on the woman to tie her up with the shawl from Sheath's hands. She gave up the fight and cried with arms pressed to the floor. Sheath clenched her face as blood dripped like hot wax through the cracks of her fingers. Frightened that Felter would escape, Aerhee remained sitting, but reached toward her companion. Sheath, by Laea's glory, can... It's fine, Aerhee. Take Felter to the carriage, while I find a rag to stop the bleed. Is the cut deep? I don't think so. We can find a medic before leaving the village. Sheath closed her eyes and felt around the dining area for a cloth. She dabbed at the wound with a crumpled rag and hissed with pain. She pulled the rag back and turned to Aerhee. Her right eye looked like a ripe grape cut open by a kitchen knife. Chapter 15. Dire Offerings of Righteous Sinners. Trust me, Ettrick. I'm a Gruth woman, and am not opposed to harvesting. I only question the means by which the Thanes plan to stop the rebellions, said Semi. Do you think that I do not have my own doubts? Of course I do, but I trust their authority, Ettrick replied. He was called to Zaiz to perform a single task, speak with the Zaiz Thane of Agriculture about bronze procurement for Thane Gad. Royce, the Thane of Agriculture, had other preoccupations, but he would serve as he was told.
Without cooperation and allegiance, unity is as achievable as counting the sand grains of the Chas dunes.
This experience of theirs, how experienced are they with preventing a revolution? Has that occurred in their lifetimes?
Yetrick shook his head. No, but they are the Thanes, and we are but messengers.
Yetrick,
she said, placing her hand on his shoulder.
When you work with the nobility as much as I have, you'll learn that the only true authority in this world is given by Dilf. People are flawed. Then what do you think we should do? Stand atop a crate before the rioters and kindly ask them to stop? Return home. Change your ways, you vile heathens.
He shook his head.
That won't work. I value your opinion, Semi, but let's just see where their plans lead. Who knows if they will even go through with this? So you think they are a little extreme too?
He shrugged.
I have too many questions in life to expect them all to be answered at this moment. Trust and patience are what we need.
She nodded.
I guess you're right. I only wish that there was an option without civilian massacres to teach the people properly. These Thanes act unquestionably. Then tell them you're concerned, replied Yetrick. You will accomplish little by rejecting them, but perhaps you can help them modify their strategy in favor of peace.
She pondered for a moment.
Broken buildings are made stronger by destruction and rebuilding. Sometimes a forest needs to burn to make way for new growth. Yes, yes! Firm is the foundation, Gruth woman.
She laughed.
Firm is the foundation.
A large map of Kshek lay across the grand table. Thane of Court Zaiz, except for the Thanes of Diplomacy and Endowment, stood around the illustrated land. Royce stood at the head of the table to address the company.
Excuse Thane Laisa. She is attending to delicate courtly manners with Caesar Clear. Both are expected to arrive soon.
And Thane's son? Asked one of the Thanes.
As many of you know, the Canton of Endowment has fallen victim to the mobs. We expect an excavation of the ruins when it's safe to do so, but his whereabouts are currently unknown.
Many bore shocked expressions.
Leia bless him and his kin, said Latree. Many of you have noticed our guests, said Royce. The Gruth Thane of Utilities sent Yetrick and Semi to offer their insights.
Royce gave them a wink and a nod, maintaining a smile in the gloom of the room.
One of our cantons has fallen. If we do not put an end to these rebellions soon, more will fall, destroying the only order in our land. Do not let their plight cause you to doubt. Harvesting is as divine as Leia himself, for he gifted it unto us for the sake of humankind's progression. It is our responsibility as the head of Facet's harvesting to prevent its downfall. These rebels are no more than attention-seeking children. Riots have done little more than disrupt the lives of all Zaismon. Do you think the bakers are pleased when their markets are closed by their undignified neighbours? What of the spirits of our endowed? Many are among us this evening who are told they are monsters and devourers of children. What of the city guards that leave their spouses each night not knowing if they will return to bed that evening? Their opinions are loud, but few. If we can stop them here, I am sure that order will return.
Royce sat down and gestured to Thane Grom.
Grom nodded and stood to study the map.
From a side table, he took a handful of small wooden figures and a thin pole with a curved end. He placed half of the figures in the center of the city and the rest in a circular formation in surrounding streets, lacquered red and grey respectively.
I see who you think the perpetrators are,
said Royce as he pointed to the 4 chas red pieces in the city centre. He earned a few light laughs, though sounded anxious and forced.
Noble Zaisman,
Grom began.
Having met with Thanes Latrie and Bellic, we seek your counsel. If those rebelling act like children, then they will be treated as such. We will execute half of these disasters and force the others into compliance, lest they too will face execution.
If we tolerate their terrorism, Roy said, our court will fall to anarchy. If anyone desires to propose an alternative solution, please let it be known.
Yetrick was astounded by the unanimity. They all seemed to agree with the plan without any arguments. He would have expected more questions or doubts from the other Zaise Thanes, but it was as if Royce had spoken with a voice so hypnotic that he'd convinced everyone that this was the only solution. Certainly there had to be another way to stop the mobs that did not involve so many deaths. Fear of the Thane's unspoken power began to contest Yetrick's adoration of him. How deep does his influence reach?
I appreciate your trust. We would never wish to be in the current circumstance, but Leia himself has appointed us to stop the infection before it tears at our infrastructure.
He took another moment to look into the eyes of the other Thanes.
Thane Latrie, the floor is yours.
Thane Latrie arose with tended eyebrows, spinning the rings on his middle fingers.
Ideally, only a few victims will be sufficient to make the rebels surrender. I emphasize a few. We do not need a massacre, but to put out some of the largest flames of the bonfire. We will surround the central square with city guards and a force of gorges. They will serve as a blockade to capture and arrest those who try to escape. In the end, we will remove some rioters and hold them in our city jails. We will free those remaining to warn their fellow Zaismen from pursuing the same path to civil unrest.
By what means do you wish to see this through?
One of the other Zaise Thanes asked. Royce had introduced them, but Yetrick had already forgotten most of their names. Royce opened his mouth, but was interrupted by one of the Thanes.
I cannot condone this. Murder transgresses the divine law.
With the face of a disappointed mentor, he glared at each Thane.
Have we forgotten who we are?
Grom lifted his chin, tightening his jawline.
Have you forgotten about the slaying of Fensel by the hand of Rain in the Tome of Measure?
Yetrick nodded alongside the other Zaise Thanes, but was unfamiliar with the story. Yetrick had glanced over a few passages in the Zaise scripture, but did not know it well enough to know the story. Grom continued talking about the scriptural tale.
Do you not recall the revelation that commanded the hand of Rain to behead the tyrant Fensel for the prosperity of his people? Holy events repeat themselves.
Whatever it was, Grom's story seemed to be some reason to justify killing when necessary. There were similar stories in the Gruth scriptures, but Yetrick remained hesitant about trusting Thane Grom's reasoning. Even if their god had commanded a beheading in such a story, times had changed.
Sometimes our god requires such a punishment, said Grom. Thanes Bellic, Latrie, and I feel that this punishment is the will of Leia. Do I believe that he delights in the slaying of his people? No, but I know this is what he wills. War is never ideal, but the righteous must prevail when threatened.
Royce nodded to Grom.
Do any of you believe us to be at fault?
No one spoke.
Let us return to a concern that was raised. How are we going to do this? How will we terminate a portion of the central mob? A combustible, capable of producing a fatal detonation within the central square, responded Thane Latree. Thane Sentry, do you have anything of the sort?
Yetrick remembered Thane Sentry now that she was pointed out. Like Thane Get, who had sent them from Gruth, Sentry was the Thane of Utilities, the court's head of innovation and engineering. She was a hard, sculpted woman who had seemed to have pushed through years of physical labor before settling among the nobility.
We've used combustibles in the tunnels of the Cloven Glyph.
Her voice reminded him of his aunt, deeper than most women's voices and somewhat rough.
I presume we could have a reasonable amount to send to us from the mine's proctor. How soon could we expect to have them? Asked Royce. The sooner we act, the more likely we are to succeed. I will sign a decree following this session. We should have them in a few days.
What of the Gorges? Asked another Thane with a half-raised hand. How will we secure their cooperation in the absence of Thane Sorn?
Thane Sorn's departure was unexpected, but not insurmountable. Although he led the canton that oversees the Endowed, his absence does not mean that the Gorges are out of reach.
He turned his attention to the table.
Do any of you have a suggestion?
Aren't some of you in doubt? Yetrick wondered. Semi raised a reluctant hand. Are any of you shiftlings?
Unfortunately not, said Royce. Why so, Gruth woman? You asked for our help, and I might have a suggestion,
she replied in Royce's exact voice, while shifting her skin tone to match his. If you need to convince someone to lend you a force of Gorges, I might be able to coerce them. Royce smiled, baring his teeth.
Are you trained in deception and espionage?
As all proper shiftlings should be, she replied.
Well then, perhaps you can join me. You can pose as a member of our canton of endowment to speak with the Krull. He trusts us well, but is quite firm on the boundaries and jurisdictions between each canton. He's almost as bad as Caesar Clear.
His comment earned a few laughs from the council.
Though you are not Thane Sorn, we should be able to convince the Krull to cooperate.
Semi smiled. Yetrick was relieved to see her happy after a previous spurt of reluctance.
Well then, Zaisman, Gruthman, we have a place to start.
Royce leaned forward.
Let us reconvene here in 2 days to discuss our progress. Are there any further questions?
With the Zae's salute, Royce closed the meeting. The other Thanes left while Royce remained.
Did we impress you well enough, lad?
Royce asked Yetrick. I am impressed with how serious you were. It was like seeing a Geet serving tea in fine dress, said Yetrick. I do have a question for you, though.
Yes?
I know you have all of this to focus on, but can you tell us why Thane Getz really sent us?
That coincides with what we were discussing today.
Royce took the nearest chair and sat.
You may have believed that Fortic, or Thane Get, if you insist on using his title, sent you on a diplomatic mission, but it is more than that. He likes to keep the more intimate visions private. Perhaps he sent you here to assist as diplomats without even knowing it, that crafty foreteller.
What do you mean? Yetrick leaned in with his elbows on his knees.
Fortic is one of the most skilled foretellers in all the land, if not the best at his craft, as I'm sure you are already aware.
Of course, but what do you mean by private visions?
He's a showman, but his graft is sacred. Some of us could learn reverence from him. He shares certain visions with others, but those are more foresights rather than visions. His visions are kept sacred and private unless he feels the need to share them. There is a spiritual side to the organ, allowing its host to tap into a divine source of power. Not all endowed can access this depth of their power, but Get is one of the few who can. Foretellers on their own may predict events, but they can gain power from the divine aspect of their body, They can see visions of the future. Actual visions, with unfailing accuracy. Such are never received by choice, but granted as a gift from the gods. And so it was with Get. His god allows him to see a shadow of what is yet to come.
Yetric's mind raced. Can other endowed tap into this higher degree of power? What did he see?
Like the events in our holy tomes, it was vague but symbolic. He saw a field of grain, some rows of wheat, some amaranth. One half of the field was continually harvested and used for food, the other was left to grow. In time, the half that grew so high that its crops swayed among the clouds. The stalks grew higher, yet never grew in thickness. Their length was too great to hold the structure of each reed, and the unharvested field fell on the other crops, killing them all. As the large stalks lay broken atop the shaded dead ones, the harvester saw his field left to waste. To begin anew, he cleansed it with a flame, even taking the lives of those that remained, leaving only black soil under a sheet of ashes. Though it may sound cryptic, Get was struck by it as if he had seen the spirit of his late mother. He recounted this during my last visit to Gruth.
What did it mean? Destruction of people? A condemnation of those who reject harvesting?
He knew these riots would come. He knew that war was imminent. That is why he sent you. He sought bronze to forge an army's worth of armor. I feel we may have acted too late.
Yetric nodded. He was never sent as a diplomat, but as a Gruthman to help his people brace for a conflict. What can I do while you and Semi see the kraal? Roy smiled.
Have you ever worked alongside a beastling?
Beastlings, the endowed capable of reading and mimicking animal reactions. Yetric was interested. I know of some who are skilled shepherds and farmers. They say that they can direct the animals how they wish. Why do you ask? Do you want to send me to a farm? He understood that if a war were to arise, the armies would need sufficient food, though he would not want to go down in history as the one who fed the warriors.
Beastlings are very skilled and valuable. If war were to escalate, as predicted by Thane Get, we would need more than just footmen. How would you like to accompany our beastling companies to recruit some soldiers from the forest?
Are you suggesting that we recruit bears and eldeer?
Not quite, but that could be of use. With the best of the beastlings, we could entice Kaisan to join our cause.
Kaisan, the bipedal nightmare that was embroidered onto the Zei's banner. A creature said to feast upon the sinners who disgraced divine law. He thought them a thing of myth, straight from the underrealms. They bore thorny antlers, large teeth, and the face that was a cross between a geat and a vile mare. If anything would intimidate men enough to flee, it would be Kaisan. Interlude 2. "Inquisitor Bashan," shouted the deputy with a large head. "The bright one, please have something of worth." The other followed close behind. "By Leia, even that one's nose annoys me." Less than an hour had passed since they stared at the massacred corpse of the late treasurer. Was that enough time for these two to accomplish anything? Had he accomplished anything? Sure, this was an important case, but he was tired of servitude, especially as the city dwindled further into unrest. He would rather be lost in a book, letting his mind be entertained by history, rather than living it. Bashan attempted a glare, but surrendered to courtesy and feigned a grin. "What have you found?" Bashan could have read the deputy without speaking, but that removed humanity from the exchange. Hold on to the normalcy that you have. "One of the kraal's advisors recommended a proctor from the Canton of Endowment. This proctor met with the treasurer nearly every day last week. The advisor told me where we can find him."
Bashan seized the note from his hand. "Our first suspect. I suppose this is a start. What good is a man who visits the treasurer?" He read the conversation from his associate's mind. Vehement conversations before the reported murder? That is much more than frequent visits, you colf. Speak clearly next time. "Thank you, Zaisman. Send for a carriage." During the carriage ride to the edge of the city, Bashan grew bored enough to remind himself of his deputies' names by reading them. He was not so bored that he wanted to ask them. The dull one, Yellen, was the kind who acted interested in small talk. Bashan was not going to talk about the unchanging weather, nor would he discuss irritation with the ever-present inflation. Diem, the large-headed one, would have agreed with Bashan. He read Diem enough to learn about his personality. The ride was short, ending in less than 10 minutes. Grey light shone from the doors as Bashan followed his 2 deputies out of the carriage. It was well past dusk, but Bashan did not expect the proctor from the Canton of Endowment to be asleep. If he was already in bed, Bashan did not care. He came to read the proctor's mind, to see if he had any connection to the murder of the treasurer, not to have a pleasant visit. This was a matter of Zei's law. It would not be interrupted by courtesy. The proctor lived in a standard wealthy Zei's house. Bashan's house would serve as a nice shed for this bronze-lined feat of architecture. Their homes were both in Kjak, only a small walk away from each other, yet the proctor had 2 floors, stained glass windows, and bronze sculptures in his yard. Bashan was an endowed. The proctor worked for people like him. Equality was a figment of the aristocracy's imagination that they told each other to make them feel better about themselves. Diem and Yellen gazed up at the house as Bashan walked between them and entered without an invitation. The deputy's heavy footsteps followed him into the house. "Who goes there?" A spectacled man glared up from the tome of measure. Tented eyebrows suggested more fear than anger. "We are here to—" Yellen's explanation fell away from Bashan's ears as he began reading the proctor. Yellen and Diem were competent deputies, but were often more of an obstacle for Bashan's interrogations. The deputies would mention the murder, causing thoughts of the events to fill the proctor's mind. He could not read everything about the proctor's past, merely what was on his mind. "What business did you have with the treasurer, proctor?" It felt like focusing on whispers. Bashan took a deep breath, exhaling slowly to center himself. Regardless of his experience, his endowed ability would be rendered useless without concentration. Whispers gained clarity, like a rippling pond reaching complete stillness. "Seize him!" Bashan waved Yellen and Diem forward. "You colfs are better investigators than I thought. He is our guilty party. Our first suspect. How convenient. Maybe I will sleep tonight after all." "What? You must be mistaken. The proctor grunted as Yellen held him from behind in a bear hug. Diem held his hands in front. "I'm a feelman," Bashan shrugged. "Struggle if you wish, but your conscience incriminates you." The poor fool wanted to aid those radicals. He wanted to prove that harvesting was not necessary in our society, yet he was caught by an endowed. A poor irony to prove the necessity of harvesting through your own actions. Perhaps I am worth something more than a convenience to the nobility myself. "You sure, Inquisitor?" Yellen said through clenched teeth, and he squeezed the struggling proctor tighter. Diem removed the pair of manacles from his side bag, pulling the proctor's hands behind his back. "No." Yellen scowled. "Then why—" "Of course I am sure, you perding colf." Bashan's shout fell to a hiss.
Who would have thought my deputy would enrage me more than our captive? Take him to the carriage.
What did he do?
Asked Yellen. Why don't you tell them yourself, Proctor? Said Bashan. You can't hide anything else from me.
I only did what I needed to set our court on the right path,
shouted the Proctor. Can you be a little more direct? Asked Bashan.
Perdue, maybe I should have killed someone like you colf.
If you haven't guessed by now, he's involved with those anti-harvesting protesters.
I killed that perding treasurer because he bribed the Chas-Kroll to accept that graft. He is one of the people responsible for stirring chaos in Facet.
Says the man who works with rioters. Bashan chuckled. He turned to his deputies. Much more than money was used to entice the Chas-Kroll, but the treasurer was one of the key pieces in winning the Chusman over. The proctor discovered this, organized meetings with the treasurer to confirm his conclusions, and took his life when the opportunity arose. Bashan walked closer to the proctor and grabbed his head to stare into his eyes. I hope you learned that a single murder does little more than make your life worse. Yellen pulled the proctor into the carriage. Diem and Bashan followed.